The yondaime is here, everyone continue, shouted a random jonin on the front. Now although this sounds like someone is invading the hidden leaf village, you're wrong, not someone. Something. QB appeared in the middle of the village less than 20 minutes ago and has been destroying things ever since, and no one has been able to stop it. Konoha's last chance stands with the fourth Hokage and whatever plan he has. Kuchiyose no Jutsu was heard above all else on the battlefield. Even the mighty QB stopped his rampage for a second to see what happened. There on top of the chief of the Toad's head Gamabunta was Minato Namikaze with a child in his hands. No one heard what he was saying to the child, but they saw the child, and this is where we start our story. QB, I know you escaped my wife and she is dying, that is not your fault. However, if you continue this line of attack even after I broke the person controlling you, then I will have no choice but to end this. Leave now and live in peace. RRRR came the reply from the giant fox. So be it. Gamabunta, hold him down so I can seal him. No verbal acknowledgement was needed between the two. They were the perfect team. One knew what the other was doing before they had done it, a skill rarely seen to this day within the shinobi world. Gamabunta jumped high into the sky and fired several water bullets aimed at stalling the great beast just long enough for him to land on top of him to hold him for what was needed for what was to come. Today was a sad day indeed. Minato, who was already speeding through hand seals with his son on top of the ceremonial pillar that is used for sealing, shouted Shiki Fujin. All of a sudden he felt cold and could feel death crawling over him. He turned his head slightly to see an image of the Shinigami. Why have you summoned me, mortal? Careful about his choice of words, knowing everyone was listening and not wanting to give his son's identity away, yet he stated, Shinigami-sama, I want you to seal half of QB's chakra within you, and then I will seal the rest with the 8 trigram seal I designed for him. It shall be done, but the cost is your soul. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Shinobi of Konoha, you will treat this boy like the hero he is, for what I am about to burden him with, so Kami help me, if I find out you denied my last wish, I will come back from the dead and slaughter you all. Everyone paled listening to this, but already made their minds up to ignore this wish. This child must have been born a demon to contain a demon, they thought. Idiot's logic. The Shinigami reached down and pushed his hand through Minato's chest and reached out towards the Biju, grabbing half of its chakra. It visibly shrank in size to about half the height it was, and a loud cheer went through the crowd as they watched their Hokage seal half its chakra. Wow, what chakra! Walking over to the infant, he placed his hand on his stomach and shouted, Hak no fu in Shiki. There, it's done. Sleep well, child, for soon you will be needed. I trust none other than you to hold this beast, and one day you shall find out why. He leaned down into the child's ear and whispered, For you are my son. Who else would a father trust with a burden such as this? As soon as those last words were uttered, he fell down dead, with the Sandaime Hokage arriving on the scene just after. Everyone return home. Take the injured to the hospitals and the homeless to the temporary housing. I am reinstated as the Hokage, he said as picking the child up, shining to his office, which was still intact if a little shaken. Sandaime Hokage was placing the child within his crib. He of course knew who this child was, not some orphan off the street as the crowd was led to believe, but the son of a Kage. He was born to be great. Minato left specific instructions regarding his newborn son, who was named Naruto Uzumaki. He was to be left with the Uzumaki name and not told who his parents were until certain circumstances were met. Either he unlocks his bloodline, which they weren't entirely sure if he had it or not, or he reaches the rank of Chunin with a certain amount of missions that meant he was ready for the assassins that were sure to come. Just as he finished placing Naruto in his crib, he felt the night breeze through the window, and he could have sworn he heard someone speaking on the wind that sounded an awfully lot like, Protect my son. For he is destined for greatness, or greatness will be thrust upon him. A lone tear rolled down his cheek as he swore to protect Naruto the best he could. Magical ninja time skip. 5 years. If the past 5 years could be described in the word by either Naruto or the Sandaime Hokage, then that word would be hell. The Hokage did the best he could, but the civilians and most of the ninja were persistent and ignorant, or the child's burden. Civilians would either throw him out of their stores or let him shop, but overprice him by at least 3 times as much, and the sad thing was, because of the civilian council they had every right to, because the shops were civilian-owned. He couldn't do a thing. It got so bad that the only thing he could do was place a law forbidding anyone from speaking of his condition. He realized that he was basically turned into a figurehead, so to speak. The civilian council wrestled a lot of power from the Hokage and Shinobi Council before he could officially retake his former post after his predecessor's death. The worst part of this was quite simple. He looked to Naruto like he was his own grandson. He saw greatness in his eyes behind his mask of stupidity that he put up to fool the civilians, but he couldn't fool a man who had been through 3 wars and survived countless battles. No, he had his father genius all right, but he couldn't use it because the foolish villagers would rather a stupid demon than a smart one. But all was going to change tonight. Yes, tonight would be one of the last times anyone would see this stupid Naruto trying to gain attention from anyone and everyone. Naruto was a smart boy. He picked things up at an abnormal rate. He learned to read and write by himself because those fools at the orphanage sabotaged him. He learned to count like a normal child of his age and even knew that they hated him for some reason why. He had no idea, but he was pretty sure that he was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. You see, Naruto was regularly attacked by the villagers, and around his 3rd birthday was one of his worst attacked yet. If they caught him, he was sure to die, but somehow he found himself running quicker than any civilian should be able to. He later learned that he unlocked his chakra by accident, and by experimenting with it found out that he could use it to augment his muscles, meaning he could run faster than normal and hit harder. At a later date, he found out that there was a seal on his stomach. He knew it was a seal because it only showed up when he molded his chakra, meaning it was chakra-related and not some tattoo. Even at his age, he could tell the complicated seals from the novice ones, a rather unique gift if you could say, and he could tell that this was a rather advanced seal for something. Using all his stealth he had gained over his short life running from mobs and ninja, he snuck into the library to look at some sealing books. He couldn't find anything like his seal, but he could find some knowledge on some unique individuals that had massive chakra beasts sealed within them known as Jinchuriki. From that point on, it was easy to fit the evidence together, the whispers of demon behind his back, and the day he was born the village was attacked by the Kyuubi, which happened to be a Biju. He was born and the 4th Hokage sealed the beast into a child. He could already tell that he didn't pick any child. The corresponding looks from father to son were too much to ignore. He knew that his father had done this to him, but he forgave him, simply because it was to protect his precious people. After all, what father could ask for another child for such a burden when he couldn't give his own, and who could he trust more than his own flesh and blood? No one. Today was his 5th birthday. Acting the fool unfortunately meant he had to act happy about today and walk around outside in front of the villagers, basically mocking them. The villagers didn't take too kindly to this, and every birthday formed some sort of mob to finish what the Yondaime started, which meant trying to kill Naruto. Naruto knew he would be all right. The pain may come and go, but he would live. Kyuubi wouldn't allow his host to die from something like this, as he found out early on. He had a very advanced healing factor, which he deduced was a side effect of the sealing. It allowed the village an outlet which stopped them more or less from attacking him every week. He would deal with this. He was a forgiving person who tried to see the best in people like his father did, but sometimes there just isn't enough to see. Naruto made his way through the village, strangely not getting attacked yet. This worried him, but he carried on and eventually made his way to the Hokage's monument, sitting atop his father's head, looking at the night sky that was slowly starting to form with bright stars. He let a lone tear fall down his cheek as he thought of his life among the hidden leaf village. He could technically leave, but he wouldn't make it far. No matter how smart you are, no village will let their Jinchuriki leave. They are tools of war. Without the tools, wars would be lost. He had no idea the Sandaime was watching him the entire time, with an Umbu squad on standby to save the poor boy if needed. He stared at the night sky and was entranced by its beauty. After a while he spoke quietly to the sky. "You know, San. Ever since you thrust this burden upon me, I've been beaten, starved, poisoned, and God knows what else. I was born for greatness. From you I have your looks and your genius. I endure because no one else would. I live because I endure, and I endure to protect my precious people. It is a vicious cycle that I'm not sure will ever end, but it must. Sooner or later they will either kill me or I will kill them, defending myself, and the village shall turn on me in spite of what I have done for them." Sandaime was watching, shocked. This boy was wise beyond his years and knew about his father. He could technically demand his inheritance, and there would be nothing he could do about it, but before he could think anymore, he heard him continue his thought line. "You know, when I was younger, I asked the Sandaime if he knew why I was hated. A rare glimpse of my genius showing through my mask of stupidity. He lied to my face and said he didn't know, but I forgave him like I forgave you because he was trying his best to make my life livable. He told me a story instead, something to get my mind off the question. It didn't work, but it gave me something to think about in my spare time. He looked up at the sky and said, the stars above shine bright and protect us. They are the lives of the shinobi and Hokage past that have given their lives for the village's security and peace. When we die, someone will always be hurt. To this day, that has to be my favorite saying he has ever told me. It is true, he is wise for his age. When I die, no star shall shine for me. I am a weapon of war to be disposed of like a kunai dropped on a battlefield. The cycle has to change soon or I fear I will join you. He let another tear stain his cheek while looking off into the distance and saw a glowing light which could be made out to be a mob of civilians with torches. He gave a sad smile. Time for my beating, hopefully I survive this, but if not then I shall see you soon, father. The Hokage was shocked. This 5-year-old boy, no, this 5-year-old young man was willing to let them kill him for the sake of the village. He wouldn't have any of that as long as he lived. Umbu. A team of 4 appeared before him: cat, dog, lizard and crow. Yugao Yuzuki, Kakashi Hatake, Genma Shiranui, and finally a new recruit that was quickly rising through the ranks, Itachi Uchiha. Yes, sir? A mob is about to attack Naruto Uzumaki. You are to make sure he survives. He is on top of the 4th head on the Hokage mountain. Kill every civilian if needed to ensure his survival. The cycle changes tonight, he shouted the last bit while sounding incredibly sad. Hi Hokage-sama, they said in unison. The Hokage slumped back into his chair, watching through the crystal ball whilst trying to justify his lack of intervention within the boy's life. What have I done? Sure, I treat him like he's my own grandchild, but it's not enough. I'm sorry, Minato. The Hokage watched as Naruto waited. His Umbu would arrive soon, but it would be too late. This year, everything changes. Naruto waited on top of the 4th head for the mob to reach him. His face, impassive, suddenly changed to an unmatched smile that was hard to tell if faked, signifying his mask was in position. They arrived shouting at him. That's when he realized his mistake. Past birthdays, he would lead them on a chase to thin the mob, but this year, he was stuck in between a cliff and an angry mob. He was screwed. Looks like I'm coming to you sooner than expected, San. Hi. Do you want to play with me? He said, acting like an idiot, hoping they would feel sorry for him and not attacked. Unfortunately, this was not to be. No, demon, you will die tonight. For our family and for the Yondaime, he shouted, and thus the beating began, worse than usual. He felt several rib crack as they kicked him. He spat up a little blood whilst the Sandaime watched appalled by his village. He couldn't help but wonder where his Umbu were. It was too late. A villager decided he was going to be the one to end the demon, but to do so he was going to be pushed off the cliff with no ninja training. This was a sure death for anyone. The Sandaime visibly shouted in anger as he watched his surrogate grandson fall to his death. On his way down, Naruto already accepted his fate. He could see the Umbu team arriving on scene to see him fall down, but it was too late. They couldn't possibly reach him in time to save him. He was going to die, and the Kyuubi's wrath would be brought upon these fools when the seal breaks. He smiled in the face of death, but that didn't mean he wasn't scared. No, he was petrified. Time seemed to slow down as his vision became clearer but changed to black and white. He thought of the irony of this situation. Just as he was about to die, something happened to hasten his perception of time, so he could spend longer falling to his death. Kami must hate me. He closed his eyes again only to feel pain as he hit the ground. He was blacking out when he heard his name being called by a silver-haired Umbu. He closed his eyes for what he thought was the last time. Inside his seal, a Biju was silently weeping for the prone form of the boy in front of him, cursing Madara for forcing her to attack and get sealed into this boy, forcing upon him this life. Then something happened. 2 eyes opened, floating in the sky, showing a pair of 2 Tomoed Sharingan blazed to life, and he visibly flinched before they shut themselves again. The Biju looked down at his contained and laughed. He would live, he was meant for greatness, and this would be the first step. Meanwhile, Kakashi was rushing the poor boy to hospital whilst his team was slaughtering the civilians. Each of his team was selected for this boy's guard because they all knew who he was and had some ties to his father or mother. Kakashi was his father's student. Genma was part of his father's personal guard. Yugao was his mother's student, a kenjutsu prodigy, and finally Itachi was just smart enough to figure out who the boy was and treat him like a brother. Oh, the irony that would be coming his way. Kakashi arrived at the hospital with the broken boy in his arms, panting. I need a doctor, he shouted. Each came, but when they saw the boy they left until Kakashi grabbed on by the neck and threatened him. I don't care if you don't like him, you will heal him, and so God help me, if he dies you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair being fed through a straw by your family. The doctor hurriedly agreed to heal the boy. After all, everyone knew who this Umbu was. What happened to him? He got chucked off a cliff. Even though the doctor hated the boy, even he felt that was cruel and visibly recoiled at the answer. You're joking? No. Running a diagnostic jutsu on the boy to check his injuries, he was amazed that the boy was still alive. He has several broken bones and a fractured skull, not to mention internal bleeding and signs of a lot more that was recently healed. Do what you can for him and be quick about it, he snapped whilst thanking Kami that the demon healed most of his container's wounds. As he was healing the boy, the Sandiame Hokage rushed through the door and had an angered look on his face. Kakashi, what the hell kept you from getting there in time? You left 5 minutes before it happened. You're a ninja for Kami's sakes. Sir, my team was held up by a team of 20 ninja that had blank face masks like Umbu. All are dead, we didn't have time to take a prisoner. Danzo? He will pay for this, maybe not today or tomorrow, but he will pay. How is the boy? He is healing at an extraordinary rate even for him, I don't know why. No use explaining why. He is unpredictable and most likely has nothing to do with it, but no point looking a gift horse in the mouth. Kakashi, I need to talk to you outside. Doctor, keep healing him and don't stop. Kakashi followed his leader outside into the hall, where he took his time to explain, obviously under a silencing barrier, what Naruto had said earlier. Kakashi was obviously shaken by the boy and his genius, but visibly disturbed when he was told how Naruto smiled in the face of death. No one, not even veteran Umbu operatives, smile looking death in the eyes. It's just not natural. Whilst they were discussing this, a shockwave of chakra shot out of Naruto, covering him in the potent chakra. Inside the seal, Naruto was beginning to stir when he realized he felt no pain and groaned as he tried to move his stiff muscles. He opened his eyes and looked up, but almost immediately noticed he was in a sewer. Great, the Shinigami's stomach is a sewer, who would have thought? He heard laughing from behind him and turned around to see a giant 9-tailed fox. They stared at each other for a couple of minutes before Naruto broke the silence. Sup? This and that, some interesting things recently though. So, I can't be dead since you're here, which would most likely mean I was hurt so badly that I entered the seal on my stomach with my consciousness? Pretty much, at least you aren't stupid. Thanks, I guess. So anyway, I can change this dreary place to something a bit more hospitable? The QB just shrugged whilst watching his container closely. In truth, he knew how to change it seriously, what 1,000-year-old demon didn't, but this was a test for him. Naruto just sighed whilst concentrating. He was going to take a shot in the dark here. Immediately, the sewer was replaced by a valley with long grass and a forest on the horizon. A lake off to the right, whilst a house in the center with a park bench in the garden. Naruto just smirked. That's better. He looked at the wide-eyed QB while snickering to himself and thought about something. If I somehow let you out of the cage, you aren't going to try to eat me or something, right? QB just stared at him for a minute before nodding, not trusting himself to answer. Cool. And just like that, the cage was gone whilst a collar with a paper tag, which was the seal, was in its place. There you go. I know living in me hasn't been the best, but you might as well enjoy what you can. That's it? No questions? Not wanting to know why I attacked or anything? Not even your parents? Why did you attack? And I know about my father, I mean seriously? Who the fuck doesn't notice a look-alike? But you can tell me about my mother if you want? Long story short, I was forced to attack after being ripped out of my previous container, who happens to be one of your mothers, and she died obviously because of the birthing but also because me being ripped out of her. I was forced to attack by Madara Uchiha. Somehow still alive, but how I don't know. Well, that sucks. Wait, hold the phone, did you say mothers as in plural as in I have two? How the fuck did that happen? Well, considering you're quite smart, I'll skip the bird and the bees and go straight to it. Having me and your mother with a seal that wasn't the correct type for her because it was rushed when I was being transferred to her from the previous container. Mito Uzumaki made her for a better choice of words. Baron. Will that happen to me? Will I be able to have kids when I'm older? Yes, your seal was also rushed, but it was designed with a lot of time beforehand. When your father found out she was pregnant, he always looked ahead in these types of things. Smart man. Okay, carry on. Well, you see, it goes like this. Just because she couldn't conceive a child didn't mean she couldn't give birth to one. Mikoto Uchiha, your mother's best friend, donated an egg and it was implanted within Kushina. Your parents went and got down and dirty, and here you are. The beast smirked at his disgusted face of his parents having sex. So which one is my real mother? I would say both. One allowed conception whilst the other allowed birth. You also have a few perks from this, believe it or not. Like? Well, first, earlier on tonight, when you noticed time slow down, it wasn't Kami messing with you, it was your Sharingan awaking. Cool, he screamed like his masked self. Yes, however, a combination of having me in you and betrayal from the village left you with an advanced form called the Mangekyo Sharingan, but beware, each time you use this you will lose a portion of your eyesight until you are truly blind. Also cool but not cool at the same time. Don't worry, eventually your half-brother Itachi will awaken his and then you swap eyes and boom, you will never go blind and it will use less chakra. How do you know so much about this? I kind of created it a couple hundred years ago when Madara team woke me from my sleep. He was a Hyuga branch member and wanted to be free of his curse seal. At the time I was still a bit groggy from sleep and thought hey what the hell and used my chakra to mutate the Byakugan into the Sharingan. Sort of made a small mistake though when I mutated it too much and it awakened a curse for the dojutsu. Well, that's good and bad. Good, I got an awesome dojutsu. Bad that I'm cursed. Not really, having my chakra go through your eyes when I was healing you earlier sort of made it disappear. Anyway, the curse is simple. When one of them watch someone they love get hurt, they will do anything for power to help that person survive. Hence they are rather known as power hungry. God damn it, that means Mikoto-ka and Itachi are going to be power hungry. Not really, I've seen few that rise above the curse and they both are two of them. By the way, when you have kids, even if it's with another Uchiha, your DNA will overwrite theirs ending the curse. Okay. Anyway, what's your name? I mean, it can't be Kyubi? Kyubi looked slightly offended at this and sighed. Hikari. So you're a chick? Yes. She expected him to burst out laughing here and gave him an odd look when he did no such thing. What? Aren't you going to laugh? No. Why? Why should I? Every time I've ever told anyone my name and or gender they laughed at me. Why? I know plenty of powerful women. Who? The kunoichi of this village for one, well not the fangirls but you get the idea. Touché. Anyway, I'm gonna take a nap under that tree where the sunlight is shining just perfectly because this is my mind and maybe wake up in the hospital later and see one of my mothers after that. Hikari just nodded and left him to his own devices. Naruto was laying in his hospital bed while a squad of Umbu walked into the room with the Hokage. Crow. Yes, sir. Please get your mother, it's time for some truths to come out. Itachi raised an eyebrow from behind his mask and nodded before shining home to pick up his mother. 20 seconds later she was there with Itachi looking rather annoyed. Crow, did you wait for your mother or did you grab her and Shunshin here? Itachi kept very quiet and shrunk into the corner under his mother's gaze. What can I do for you, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen and Mikoto had always gotten on well, because unlike most Uchiha she wasn't born with the holier-than-thou attitude of the rest of the clan, and they both knew Minato and Kushina, which was also a plus. Mikoto was a 29-year-old woman who didn't look a day over 20. She was 5'7", quite tall for women nowadays. Wore a battle kimono because while she was a retired shinobi she kept up with her training and was ready for anything, and had perky C-cup breasts with long purple hair and coal-black eyes, the eyes of an Uchiha. It's time for some truth to come out. Umbu, keep guard of this room, no one is to come in. Itachi, stay and remove your mask. All the Umbu nodded and did as they were told before Itachi removed his mask. Putting up a silencing barrier, he took a deep breath and decided to start. Mikoto, what I'm about to tell you is going to make you hate me, but it was in Minato's will the same as Kushina's. Naruto is your son. Wide eyes and immediate reaction. This was big, this was huge. This boy here who the villagers vilified and abused physically and physiologically was her son and Itachi's brother. How? Well, remember when Kushina asked you for that favor when she was trying to have a kid? Well, Naruto is that child. You told me he died. As I said, it is in their wills to tell you this. I wasn't meant to tell you until he was either Chunin or if by chance he unlocked your bloodline, but with his eyes blue instead of black we thought that would never happen. Why are you telling me now? Well, I heard him earlier today sitting on top of his father's head. He knows everything except who his mothers are. He figured it out himself. He has his father's genius but acts like a fool to let the villagers have an outlet. Of course, I didn't know this until tonight when the villagers cornered him on the mountain and violently beat him before chucking him off the cliff. That's not the most disturbing bit of it. He actually smiled as he was falling, like someone who didn't care. She was now in tears. What was technically her son, as well as Kushina's, was being beaten like this. She never knew. She had tried to adopt this boy several times because she saw him on the streets and her motherly instincts kicked in for some reason, but now she knew why. I heard the wisest saying I've ever heard from a civilian from him earlier today. He was sitting on the mountain looking up at the stars talking to his father. He talked about how his father thrust this burden upon him, yet how he forgave him, and then it came. He said something I will never forget. I endure because no one else would. I live because I endure, and I endure to protect my precious people. It is a vicious cycle that I'm not sure will ever end, but it must. Itachi was normally a pacifist, not really shinobi material, but he knew how to kill. He was trained to kill, he was trained to be a weapon for his clan, but today he found out he had a little brother and was truly happy. This saying, though, it made him shed a tear for the first time in years. His little brother was already so strong enough to endure his life alone without him or his mother. Mikoto openly cried and hugged the sleeping form of Naruto whilst crying into his chest. This continued for another 10 minutes until Naruto began to stir. Mikoto jumped off her newly found son and watched him begin to wake until he started screaming. He opened his eyes to show the world his two-tomoed Sharingan, earning a gasp from the crowd, but he wasn't done. His Sharingan morphed into something rarely seen within the Uchiha clan. A Mangekyo Sharingan, a three-pointed triangle, which curved inwards whilst the center of the triangle merged into a hexagon around a pupil. After a few minutes of screaming and being held down, he stopped and breathed a sigh of relief as the pain disappeared. He looked around the room and saw one of his Umbu guards with a strange woman that he has never met, but also the Hokage. He stared at them for a minute before saying sup. They were all still staring at his new eyes and ignored him. Why are you staring at me? Ignored still, he started to get annoyed. Quit it. He saw them staring at him still, and they seemed to be looking at his eyes. He felt some chakra drain, which meant his Sharingan was active, so he cut the chakra and everyone suddenly snapped back to attention. Mikoto rushed him and hugged him tightly, hoping that he was real. She squeezed until he let out a pained yelp and suddenly let go, fearing she might hurt her son. Not that I don't appreciate the hug, but who are you? I know Itachi from behind the mask, even if he doesn't think I do, and the Hokage, but you? She took a deep breath and said, I'm your mother. He promptly fainted. They all laughed. 5 minutes later, and he was back up and was rubbing his head. I could have sworn you said you were my mother? I did. So you must be Mikoto Uchiha? They all looked surprised by this. Yes, how did you know? Well, Kyubi could see Kushinaka through the seal when she asked for your favor, and I also have the Sharingan and Mangekyo. By the way, did you know my mindscape was a sewer? That just wasn't cool. They all stared at him blankly. What? How long have you known? About? Me? Since I got knocked the fuck out and met Kyubi. Nice girl once you get past the 50-foot-tall thing. His stomach growled and he sighed. She's moaning about being called tall. He grinned as he continued. About Kyubi being sealed inside me? And my father? Since I was 3. They were all shocked. How? Was the only word they got out. Let's start from left to right here, from being called a demon to my face and my birthday, not to mention the big-ass seal on my stomach. When I mold chakra, it was pretty easy to figure out, and from there I looked in the mirror and saw the resemblance, not to mention what kind of father takes someone else's kid whilst not giving up his own. Now GG, I want my inheritance. This includes all scrolls, house and money, because I'm actually tired of pretending to be a god-forsaken idiot. It's only taken 2 years for them to almost kill me, so I'm going to better protect myself. He raised an eyebrow but nodded with one question, since when can you mold chakra? Somewhere around my 3rd birthday I was being chased by the biggest mob to date and I was sure I was going to die, but for some reason I started to feel warm and running quicker. I paid no attention to it at the time. Later I discovered I unlocked and molded my chakra towards my feet to help me run faster, and boom. You know I can't adopt you, right, Naruto? Mikoto said, much to the shock of both Itachi and the Hokage. I know, a Jinchuriki from a clan would overpower said clan, but also I get the feeling your husband wouldn't be too happy? She nodded. Fugaku never liked Minato or Kushina. He was a candidate for 4th Hokage along with Orochimaru. If I adopted you, he would use you as a weapon, but I can help you. Whilst I can't make up for the years I wasn't a mother, I can try to be there for the future. He smiled. That was all he wanted. Itachi. Yes, Ka-san. You're on Naruto's personal guard, right? Hi, Ka-san. You're to train him from now on. Make sure he gets used to his Sharingan, but don't use the Mangekyo. Speaking of which, how do you have it? Would you believe me if a couple 100 years ago Madara Uchiha was a Hyuga and disturbed Kyubi's sleep, begging for her to mutate his eyes? Well, he did, and with her sealed inside me combined with the feeling of betrayal, I had earlier activated it. Also, I don't have the dojutsu curse that the rest of the Uchiha have, nor do you or Itachi. She made a mistake when mutating his eyes or something and cursed the dojutsu. The people who see a friend hurt or in danger become power-hungry to help said friend. I don't have it because she removed it and she said something about a 1 in 100 chance of not having the curse in your eyes, so congratulations. I'm not sure if you have any brothers or sisters Itachi, so they might have it, sorry. Itachi just shook his head and replied, I have an adopted brother. Of course he thinks he is real and I treat him like my real brother, but he is my cousin. His parents died in the coup attack, so mother took him in. Naruto nodded and smiled at his mother. A true smile, and couldn't help smile in return. Anyway, get him physically fit before taijutsu training, make sure he learns our style but also his father's, which I'm sure is part of his inheritance. Teach him a few basic jutsu for each element and make sure he understands that the Sharingan is only a tool, not a crutch. No son of mine is going to be dependent like that. Check if he is a genjutsu type as well, Itachi. If so, I will leave that training up to you because I'm not that type of shinobi and you are. Itachi nodded. All this time they didn't know that the Hokage had sent a shadow clone to his office except Naruto, who caught the hand seal. It came back through the door with a scroll. Naruto blinked. Old man, I think I might have done something. He raised an eyebrow and noticed his Sharingan was active by accident. My chakra control isn't the best at the moment due to my huge amount, so I kept my Sharingan active to see if I can better it, and I might have caught your hand seal for that jutsu. Feels weird, like I know it. Hiruzen nodded sagely. That's fine, you copied it with your Sharingan, one of the perks of it. I was gonna give it to Itachi to teach you anyway with your high chakra capacity and all. He nodded and turned off his Sharingan. I don't like this. It will mean I copy from anyone and everyone. I don't want to copy from teammates and allies. Everyone present smiled. He was already getting the idea without them explaining it. That's my boy, Mikoto said in a proud voice. Copying from allies without permission can be a pain, but he gave you permission, so don't worry. Hiruzen was rather proud of the boy at the moment despite what had happened recently. He handed Naruto the scroll and explained that he needed to bite his thumb and wipe blood over the seal to open the scroll. It was his inheritance from his father and Kushina. Opening the scroll, the first thing that dropped out was a letter. He picked it up and began reading out loud. Naruto. My son. How I am sad whilst writing this letter. Your mother is currently in labor, trying her best to bring you into this world whilst the Kyuubi no Kitsune is on a collision course with Konoha. The fox was sealed inside your mother, but during the childbirth someone attacked and ripped it out of the seal. Instead of running like it should have, it started to attack, which leads me to believe it was being controlled. I'm gonna seal it into you. So not getting Father of the Year award anytime soon. A few teardrops stained the paper here. You may hate me, but know that I love you. I leave to you several things. My house, which is protected by so many seals it makes the Hokage's vault look like a drawer with a lock for one. Inside you will find my jutsu library. Hiraishin and my Rasengan are hidden in there somewhere. I'm not making it easy for you. You will not grow up spoilt, but on the plus side I did apply resistance seals to you as you were just born and made them automatically adjust, so they should be rather high at the moment. Ask the Hokage how to engage/disengage them. My bank account details are with the Hokage, which should be Sarutobi at the moment. Your godfather is Jiraiya of the Sannin. I leave one last thing to you, my son. A summoning contract, the Crow contract. They are perfect messengers and are good at ambushing enemy. Sign it, and when Jiraiya arrives, he should have been with you all along, but let's be realistic here. Sign the Gamma contract and they will allow you to summon both as long as the bosses agree. Also kick your godfather in the nuts for me. Love your horrible father, who happens to be the most happy man in the world at the moment because you were just born. Minato Namikaze. Yandame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto smiled and laughed at his father's antics. Even though he was about to die before anyone could comment on the letter, another one dropped out. Hi, me again. Just because I am finished leaving you stuff doesn't mean your mother hasn't left you anything. She is too weak to write you a letter at the moment, so I'm sealing the stuff for her and writing this quickly. She left you 2 chakra sabers that she had made with yuzu metal for you. No time to explain what yuzu metal is, so ask the Hokage. In the scroll is a kenjutsu style for dual sabers. If you need any help, ask Kakashi Hatake. He was my student and had a chakra saber from his father known as the White Fang. He might be rusty, but it will help you learn. Once again, we both love you and enjoy your life. Your mother tells me to tell you to find a nice girl to settle down with and enjoy the pleasures of a family, and she's sorry. Love your parents. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Everyone was silent for a moment before Mikoto commented. That's just like Minato, humor in the face of death. She smiled. Old man, how long am I in hospital for? You're free to go, you were healed at a miraculous rate even for you, so you're all healed. I want to check out my new house, will you, Mikoto-ka and Itachi come with me? Mikoto hugged him into her chest and smiled at being called mother whilst Itachi kept his now stoic demeanor, but on the inside he was happy finally a proper brother. He wasn't going to stop acting like a brother towards Sasuke because that was they were in his eyes, but with Naruto it was actual blood. All three nodded and he jumped out of bed not noticing he was only in his boxers. He heard snickering and saw Itachi in the corner and a red-faced Mikoto. He looked down and saw he was in his boxers and just smacked his head. Well, this is awkward. He just carried right on getting dressed, not really caring he was too smart to be embarrassed by something as small as this. He went over to the scroll and looked in the slot named keys and channeled a bit of chakra into it, and out came a set of keys and a map to his new home. Appears it's behind the Hokage's monument in the forest away from town. That's good for me, I do like some privacy. Itachi nodded and grabbed his new little brother and mother and Shunshin to the top of the Hokage's monument and was joined a second later by Hiruzen. Map says it's protected by genjutsu seals. Only I or he could find it unless you know where to go beforehand. He walked off into the distance with them following him and carried on down a path into what looked like a cave. This is a genjutsu seal to look like a cave. Whatever you do, walk straight forward even if it's dark and you will arrive past the seals. No one could see, but each nodded their heads and continued straight, soon walking through what seemed like a dead end of the cave. When they reached the end, they come upon a wooden gate that appeared normal but was covered in seals and an 11 feet high brick wall that looked like it was built yesterday. Naruto whistled. Impressive gate. They nodded, agreeing with him. He looked at the map for instructions and did as it said. I have to cut my hand on the gate and then apply chakra to the swirl by the gate to change its locking feature to my chakra signature. They heard a click, and the gate opened, revealing a rather well-kept garden. Well, this is odd. Anyone been here? None have been here since Minato. I didn't even know where it was. He chuckled. He was a secretive bastard. Tell me about it. I wonder why the garden looks so kept. Probably got too lazy and invented some seal to preserve the garden in some way. I wonder if the training grounds are like that? Let's hope so. Itachi said, thinking about the fun he was going to have torturing his little brother. Naruto shivered for some reason. He couldn't tell, but he thought it was something to do with the smirk and gleam in Itachi's eyes. Oh boy, I'm screwed. Exploring the rest of the house, they noticed that it was all rather clean and well-kept. It was a two-story house but had several bedrooms, a living and dining area with an outside onsen for the summer and a downstairs bathroom. One of the bedrooms was converted to a small armory. Naruto openly gawked at his new home. It was better than any he had lived in before. He smiled at the portrait in the hallway of a several months pregnant Kushina and Minato with his arm wrapped around her protectively. The others came up behind him and smiled as well. They went outside to check the training grounds outback and found a large field that was covered with several dummies and logs, all with the same seals as before. Somehow I think I'm going to like it here. Mikoto and Itachi smiled. It was getting pretty late now, about 11 at night, and after all the excitement today they were all pretty tired. I think I'm going to crash on some bed upstairs. You're welcome to stay if you want. Sorry, Sochi. I can't. I need to get back to the house so Fugaku doesn't moan. Atudo, I have duty to finish. The Hokage has granted me leave starting tomorrow. I will be here with you to train you away from prying eyes, and mother can check on us when she wants. Same, and the Hokage. Okay, Nissan. Naruto didn't notice Itachi's lips curve into a small smile, and Mikoto openly smiled at the exchange. She knew how Itachi always wanted a little brother, but she didn't want another child with Fugaku for him to turn into a weapon or a min Fugaku, which Sasuke was becoming. Their marriage was slowly falling apart. Fair enough, it was an arranged marriage to help the family become stronger, and she was technically the clan head but didn't like the clan head business. She would take back the clan head seat one of these days and divorce that idiot. We'll be going then. Get some sleep, tomorrow is going to be fun. Itachi walked off with a small evil laugh whilst the others shuddered. That laugh meant pain, as Naruto was going to find out tomorrow. Why do I suddenly feel the need to write a will? They both shook their heads, no idea. Sochi/Naruto. Before they left, Mikoto turned round and gave him a hug and said, I will give Itachi some cookies to give you tomorrow since I doubt you can cook, and it will help tide you over till I come round in the evening helping you learn to cook. Hi, Ka-san. Good boy. She turned and left, leaving a very tired Naruto who just walked upstairs and fell on his parents' bed fast asleep, all the while being watched over from above by smiling figures. In heaven? Kushina, our son is finally happy. Baka, he was sad because of you. Blame Madara team. She smacked him on the back of the head and smiled. Her son had a mother, and although it was not her, it was her best friend who technically counted as his mother. It was enough to make her happy. I don't know how I feel about earlier on the mountain, but I think he will get over it now. The question is, will the villagers? Nope. The next day, 7 o'clock. Naruto was sleeping peacefully, fully dressed after yesterday when he felt someone drop something on him and hit him in the stomach. He jumped up straight away, gasping for air that was knocked out of his lungs. He looked towards the attacker, ready to strike back, but calmed down once he saw the amused look of Itachi in Umbu gear without his mask. Hello, Otuto. Hello, Nissan, what time is it? 7 o'clock. Naruto got wide eyes. What in Kami's name made you wake me up at this time? Still amused, he responded, well, I thought I would let you lay in. He got no response and Naruto just looked down at what hit him. It was a set of chakra weights bands that went round his wrists and adjusted the weight depending on the amount of chakra one puts through them. He raised an eyebrow. Seeing the unasked question, Itachi decided to elaborate. Just because you have had a resistance seal on you since birth is no reason to not try harder. Lesson 1. There is always someone better than you, so never stop training. He nodded and placed the weights on each wrist and leg. Good, now don't run chakra through them yet and follow me. He nodded once again and followed him out back to a big tree. Lesson 2. Power is nothing without control. You have raw power with your amount of chakra but no control. Learn control. Itachi seemed to grin. How? His grin threatened to split his face at this point in time. Climb this tree without your hands. Naruto stood there for a moment before thinking about what he was asked to do. It was obviously a chakra control exercise meant for larger chakra users such as himself, but he had to climb it without his hands, and if it involved chakra, then he guessed it used chakra to stick to the surface. Once asking Itachi if that was how it was done, he smiled, proud of his little brother. It seemed genius ran in his mother's side of the family. Naruto walked up to the tree and lay on the floor with his feet touching the tree. Itachi raised an eyebrow and watched his brother focus chakra to his feet by using the ram hand seal and step about a foot off the ground and asked Itachi to time him for 5 minutes. He nodded. 5 minutes later, Itachi called for him to stop and asked what he had just done. His response was, I focus chakra to my feet to get a feel to how much it takes to stick to the tree for a period of time, so when I go to try again it should let me get quite far up the tree. Itachi blinked a couple of times before walking up to the tree and banging his head, muttering Baka, Baka, Baka over and over again. Naruto just laughed. He motioned for Naruto to continue what he was doing before and walked up to the tree before walking 3/4 up the tree with a wide-eyed Itachi watching. That shouldn't be possible for him with that much chakra. Damn, when I did this it took 3 days to learn. Well, fuck. Naruto, come down here. Naruto walked over to his brother and asked what he wanted. That jutsu you copied yesterday was called Shadow Clone. It is a physical clone with a chakra network and is very good for people with high amounts of chakra because they can train with them. The downside is that they dispel with one punch. Make as many as you can so I can see how many there are. Inside his seal, Hikari was just waking up and heard the conversation via their connection and laughed. This was going to be funny. Kagebunshin no jutsu. The field was covered, actually covered in smoke, and Itachi couldn't believe his eyes. There had to be hundreds. 2 words summed up his expression. Holy shit. What? This is a kenjutsu because the chakra needed for it and you just made around 300 and are not winded at all? I'm just special? Everything they learn you learn, however, never dispel them all at once. You will get brain damage that not even Kyuubi can fix. Yes sir, he mock saluted. Get working. I want tree walking and water walking done by the end of the day. Dispel 10 clones every 20 minutes to advance the clones. When complete, come find me for water walking. The clones went about their business whilst Itachi sat watching his little brother's army. He was so proud of him already. He would make him strong enough to survive the world. 40 minutes later and 260 clones left. The original Naruto walked over to his brother. Finished, and I have 260 clones left. Follow me for water walking. He walked away to a small pond and watched his brother walk out onto the water. Water walking is a constant stream of chakra to your feet all the time, but it has to be ready to change at a moment's notice if you are on a moving river. Naruto nodded and asked his brother to stay there for a second. He agreed and watched as Naruto quickly activated his Sharingan and looked at his feet, smiled and deactivated it. He jumped on the water and fell in up to his shins. His brother was once again surprised and asked what he did this time. The Sharingan is a tool in a ninja's arsenal. We use tools as and when we need them. I watched your chakra flow to your feet and adjusted it to my size and height to get a head start. Itachi smiled. His brother was going to go far. Create one clone and dispel it so the information is distributed to the rest and follow me, we need to talk. Nodding, he did as asked and then followed his brother into the house. What type of ninja do you want to be? Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was smart, but something like this escaped him. Itachi answered the eyebrow. There are different type of ninja. Examples are ninjutsu specialists or taijutsu specialists and sometimes even genjutsu specialists. Your father was a ninjutsu and fuinjutsu specialist. You will be learning fuinjutsu sometime, so don't worry. Naruto nodded, about to answer when his eyes glazed over and heard a voice in his head. Naruto. It's Hikari, don't talk out loud, just think. Sup. Chose genjutsu and ninjutsu as primary with taijutsu and fuinjutsu as secondary. Why? I'm a fox. We are naturally good at genjutsu, and I gave you a tiny present when you were knocked out yesterday. Call it a sorry for your life so far. What kind of present? The kind that will make you exceptional at genjutsu even though you have Kage-level reserves. Although you have to use your eyes, if you get used to using them you should be able to cast them without your Sharingan. Also ninjutsu, because let's face it, you're a juggernaut with your reserves which will only grow with time. Fine. He looked at a worried Itachi and spoke. Sorry, Kyuubi was speaking to me. It's okay, what did she say? She said that she gave me a gift as a sorry for my life so far. I should be a great genjutsu user with the Sharingan and eventually without, but she told me to focus on ninjutsu and genjutsu but also on taijutsu, just not as much as the first two. I kind of like the idea of being a well-rounded shinobi like this. Itachi dumbly nodded with a shiver of excitement. His little broth, the next genjutsu prodigy after him, but also the reserves to blatantly spam ninjutsu all day long. Oh, his enemies were screwed. The reason I have you practicing chakra control so early is because the weights, I don't want you trying to put a little chakra in and end up wearing 2 tons, that wouldn't be funny. Your clones are going to practice chakra control for the rest of the day, and this will happen for the next month just to get your control up to par, but whilst they do that you're going to work out to get your body ready for taijutsu. Oh, lesson number 3, ninjutsu and genjutsu are useless unless you have the body to dodge and pursue enemies, which is where practicing taijutsu comes in. Naruto nodded and Itachi pulled out a scroll with his training regime and smiled evilly. It read, 5 to 6 a.m. Wake up, shower and breakfast. 6 to 7 a.m. warm up laps around the compound / send out 300 clones for chakra control. 7 to 12 p.m. physical workout, 250 push-ups, sit-ups, crunches and 5 laps round the compound. Repeat 7 to 12 until time is up. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. lunchtime, no ramen. 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. strategy games such as Shugi with brother and reading history books where said strategies were implemented and how they worked and if they were effective at the time for the situation. 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. cooking class with Ka-san. 5 p.m. dispel clones. 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. dinner. 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. relax and or sleep depending on how tired you are. He looked up from the scroll and saw an evil gleam in his eye. Has anyone ever told you that when you are about to train me you get an evil gleam in your eye that screams torture? Nope. Well, you do. Okay, well, leave your clones working. We are going to get rid of the god-awful jumpsuit of yours and get you some real clothes. Itachi pulled out a scroll and unsealed his mask and placed it on his head. You came dressed in umbu gear to take me clothes shopping? That's pretty smart. You aren't the only genius around here. Wise ass, he muttered, only to hear a snort of amusement from his brother as they left the compound and started towards town. It was early. Around 8:30 and shinobi and civilian alike were just starting to wake. They wouldn't openly glare at him because of the umbu with him, but they had heard rumors stating that he had been killed yesterday by being chucked off the Hokage monument. Walking into a shinobi-only store with Itachi in his umbu gear, the shop owner greeted them. Akro-san, Hokage-sama said you would be coming round today sometime. I take it that you are here for this young man? Crow nodded and responded in a monotone voice of his Umbu counterpart, yes. Naruto needs some new clothes, maybe a few sets of kunai and shuriken as well. Well, knock yourselves out, we aren't that busy in the morning, so there shouldn't be any judgmental shinobi around. He winked at Naruto and used air quotes for the word judgmental. Naruto smiled and nodded whilst walking into the shinobi clothing sector. He came back 5 minutes later wearing white/ball trousers with a kunai pouch on his right leg and a standard-issue hip pouch whilst wearing a mesh tank top with a black zip-up hoodie with orange strips going down the arms. All in all, he looked like a 5-year-old Minato. He had 5 sets of these clothes, not including the hoodie. He had 3 sets of them. He picked up a set of kunai and shuriken with a ceiling scroll and went to the checkout. When it came out at a set price, he went to pay and the man said no need. The Hokage put it on his tab. He nodded in acceptance and made a mental note to thank the old man later. They spent the rest of the day practicing chakra control and kunai throwing. Itachi left again in the evening, but not without leaving him a bowl of cookies from their mother, obviously with one missing. Naruto was quite content with his new life within the past few days. He had family, he had met the Kyuubi and was on relatively good terms with her, well, good terms as you can get with a giant fox stuck in your gut, and he got to spend time with his older brother, but to top it all off, he was finally learning right, like he should have been from an early age. He was currently having a rather nice dream about ramen. Yes, although he acted like an idiot with a ramen addiction, he actually liked the food, just not all the time, but it was one of his favorite foods considering with the civilians not allowing him to shop at their establishments that he couldn't taste variety. His dream was suddenly called to a halt when he felt someone enter his bedroom. He reacted on his newly found instincts that were bashed into his skull by Itachi, and using his right hand he grabbed the person's wrists whilst with the left hand grabbed a kunai that he now slept with and poised to strike the intruder's throat with the kunai. He stopped an inch from the person to note an amused look on his older brother's face. Itachi. Taking a note out of his younger brother's book, he replied simply, "Sup? Goddamn, I could have hurt you." A snort from Itachi was all he got in reply, showing how little he knew. For the past 2 weeks Itachi had been training Naruto. He kept the training schedule the same but allotted a small period of time to teach him henge so he could buy produce from civilian shops without being chucked out of overpriced. Of course the stupid civilians couldn't tell the difference, but the ninja gave him some rather amused looks of respect for being able to use henge at his age. Naruto soon learned that Itachi was a nice person but cold to people he didn't know or if he was on a mission. To his family, however, he would protect them to the best of his ability. Naruto had come to respect that about the older boy. Mikoto came round every day and helped him learn how to cook, and like everything else he took to it rather quickly, learning all the basics of cooking and a balanced diet for growth, which was also important towards his taijutsu training. She had stayed at his house for a full day watching her newfound son train, and she couldn't be more proud. Not only did he understand what she and Itachi were trying to say about ninja who specialized, but also understood that his Sharingan did not mean instant victory like most of her clan came to think. No, he practiced whatever he learned. Naruto soon found that he enjoyed life more than before. His body was quickly becoming quite fit for his age, and if he took after his father, which it was quite clear that he did, then it would mean that the Hidden Leaf Village would soon have another speed demon on their hands. She was currently watching her son meditate to calm down after a stressful day of training. Everyone had a way to keep stress to a minimum within the shinobi careers. Kakashi had his porn book, Guy had his patented flames of youth, Asuma and Hiruzen smokes, and she doted on her family as much as possible. She just had an idea about how he could keep stress to a minimum and smirked whilst calling her eldest over to speak to her. Itachi, what do you think of Naruto taking up pranking? Say what? Well, Kushina and Minato were both pranksters, and I think it would be good for him to train in stealth early on. Not to mention that it would help him have an outlet against the village whilst being constructive and advancing his training. I think it's a good idea as long as his orange jumpsuit comes back out for his pranks. If you can hide in that thing, then you can hide anywhere. Agreed. He will prank people on his time off. Do you think we should tell the Hokage? Nah, I'm sure he will find out on his own. They both looked at each other and smirked before calling Naruto over to explain the situation. So let me get this straight, you want me to train my stealth by pranking people? Wearing my orange jumpsuit? They both nodded and pretty much instantly regret it because he had a smirk that sent chills up their spines and heard an evil laugh with the sound of thunder behind him. They both had the same thoughts, what have we unleashed? They looked to each other and shrugged before going home and to bed whilst Naruto planned his first prank. A few days later, they were all called into the Hokage's office and noticed the Umbu guards were struggling to keep in their laughter. The third Hokage was sat behind his desk in his battle armor. He smiled his grandfatherly smile and welcomed them. "What can we do for you today, Hokage-sama?" "Well, you see, I seem to be having an issue with my Hokage robes, and I thought you could shed some light onto this issue and how it occurred." They both nodded before he got up from his desk and led them to the cupboard in the corner of the room. Opening the cupboard, you could clearly see his normal Hokage robe and hat, except they were dyed neon orange. Instantly, they burst out laughing, which happened to continue for another 5 minutes before they settled enough to talk to the Hokage. "My bad?" Itachi said. "You're bad?" "Kind of." "How so?" Shifting slightly on the spot, he sighed. "We wanted Naruto to train in stealth, so we told him to go pranking people in his orange jumpsuit without getting caught. Apparently, you're his first victim. Do you have any idea what you've unleashed? He is exactly like Minato and Kushina. When it comes to this, he won't ever stop the paperwork." Both snuck away whilst his was crying anime tears with a sweat drop on the back of their heads. Pranks such as this continued for the rest of his training. 2 weeks later, he had set up his title of prankster from hell. At the end of his 1-month physical training, they stopped for a break whilst discussing what was going to happen next. "Your physical training is up for the moment, but that doesn't mean you stop. You will increase your warm-up by double with the now chakra weights, since your control is decent enough to use them without wearing 2 tons instantly." Naruto groaned. If his physical training was up, then what was he going to be doing now? Upon voicing his question, Itachi smiled and said that he was going to teach him a few basic jutsu from each element, but went into explaining elements. Elemental jutsu is a jutsu that is aligned to an element, allowing a person to use it easier. An example of this is most Uchiha have a fire element, which makes it easier to use the Great Fireball as a rite of passage for people within the clan. Some people have 1 or 2 elemental natures. Sometimes if you're lucky you get 3, but I doubt that will happen since it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this as if to say, "Really? Before we start, tell me, what is the difference between learning a jutsu and mastering one?" Naruto took a moment to think. Learning a jutsu was obviously learning the hand seals related to said jutsu and learning how to mold the chakra for it, so mastering the jutsu should have been 1 step above that. He voiced his confusing to his older brother, who smiled. Learning a jutsu is how to perform the jutsu. However, on a battlefield, if 2 people use the same jutsu with one of them mastering it to the point of not needing all the hand seals for the jutsu, then who would win? The master. Good, so I will show you one jutsu today and you will spend the next week with your shadow clones mastering it to the point that you need less hand seals. To do this, you will need to use the jutsu hundreds of times and then feel how the chakra is molded within yourself. Once you know how to mold the chakra with hand seals, cut 1 seal down and continue until you get to the end of the week, and then show me your progress, okay? Naruto smiled and nodded happily. Itachi started him on his first Katan jutsu. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu, a simple C-rank jutsu where the user gathers chakra in his/her lungs and sprays it out of their mouths in either a fireball or a constant stream or fire. And so the week passed with Naruto constantly spamming the C-rank jutsu. This not only helped him master the jutsu to a higher degree than normally, but they found out that his jutsu was stronger than normal, which indicated a strong fire nature. Naruto forcefully expanded his chakra reserves as well due to falling to chakra exhaustion nightly. The good thing about housing Kyuubi was that his chakra recovered quickly and allowed him to get up the next day and do the same. It came to the end of the week and Naruto was training around 8 hours a day with 200 clones. He dropped back from 300 because he wanted more chakra to be distributed to each clone. It was safe to say that Naruto had firmly mastered this jutsu to an extreme degree. Itachi and his mother were sitting on the ground watching him and called him over. "Naruto, you spent the past week training with 200 clones on this jutsu. Tell me, how far have you come?" Naruto smiled and explained, "I got it down from 7 hand seals to 2, but for some reason I couldn't get past the last one." Both older Uchiha smiled at him, a smile that was full of pride. Mikoto chose to explain, "Naruto, you will never be able to get to the last seal. No one can unless they have an incredibly high affinity for fire, as is the same for any other jutsu. You have mastered this jutsu, so show us how good it is." Naruto smiled and ran over to the dummy that was 25 feet away from his family. He didn't want them getting hurt, obviously, and made 2 hand seals and took a deep breath. Exploding from his mouth was a fireball that looked like a miniature sun, 13 feet wide. The dummy never stood a chance. He turned round to see his mother and brother clapping and couldn't help but smile at them. He had worked hard for this and his determination had paid off. "Well done, Otudo, I'm proud of you. Arigato, Nisan. And what more is that you've just broken a record previously held by me. That jutsu is a rite of passage within the Uchiha clan. I was the youngest to learn it ever at 7 years old. You beat it and now hold the record. Congratulations. Makoto was watching the exchange with pride in her eyes, although she wasn't sure if anyone would ever know that he was her son until he felt ready to tell the world. She was proud of him. This is how the next 2 months went. He learnt 4 other jutsu within that time and mastered 2 of them to the same degree except his lightning jutsu. His lightning jutsu was incredibly strong, which led them to believe that he had a primary lightning affinity which a secondary wind and fire, all of which were incredibly strong offensive elements, but he lacked a defensive element. This didn't stop him from learning any defensive techniques with the Sharingan and then practicing them still. An example of an earth technique that he learnt was quite simply Doton Dorihiki, which was a standard earth wall that was pushed up from within the air with the user slamming his hands into the ground. This is a B-class jutsu, so no matter what, it took a considerable chunk of chakra for anyone to perform this, but for someone aligned to a different affinity, let alone the opposite of Doton, then it would easily eat twice as much chakra. Naruto continued with this technique with 200 shadow clones for 2 weeks instead of 1 and eventually got it down to the point where he could use it with the normal chakra consumption rate but had to use the full amount of seals necessary. He also learned a water jutsu that required a nearby water source to envelope the user in a barrier of water to protect against a fire technique. The more chakra you pump into it, the more water is used, thus providing a decent defense for most fire techniques. Naruto kept up his physical training as well, and Itachi finally decided he was fit enough to learn some of the Uchiha clan's fighting style known as the Interceptor Fist, which was designed based around the Sharingan and its predictive abilities. Itachi also explained that the Interceptor Fist was also designed to train a Sharingan user's eyesight to advance their Sharingan anywhere from 1 to 3 tomo, which naturally made Naruto happy because although he had his Sharingan activated, he still only had 2 tomo in each eye and was hoping to get to the 3rd tomo sometime next year by the time he started the academy. Itachi explained that even though their mother was a retired jonin, she was quite famous within Konoha and the resounding nations for her use of Genjutsu with the Interceptor Fist, allowing her to quickly end her opponents. Because she was a retired jonin, she wasn't allowed to teach shinobi, but Naruto was a civilian, so she had until he graduated to get him ready with her style. They began by going through the style's basics, footing, movement, and how the style was supposed to be used. The enemy was to attack first, and you were to respond quickly thanks to the Sharingan and quickly disable them. Naruto clearly stated that he didn't want to use clones to boost his taijutsu prowess with this style because although they could use muscle memory to advance quickly, he wanted to learn his family styles without what he considered cheating. A week later, he had the basics down. He could stand and fight at a basic level of a newly graduated Uchiha Genin, which was something for his age. He practiced for hours on end, only using shadow clones when he finally got the katas down himself, so it wasn't cheating when learning but keeping his skills fresh. He found the work grueling, and when he almost gave up, he continued with the thought of getting better to protect his precious people. He would not give up, not again. Itachi and Makoto were both watching him as per usual and having a small discussion about him. I swear genius runs in your side of the family, Kasan. Yes, well, he has his father as well who was a genius, so I suppose it's only natural. I would label him a prodigy at the rate he learns, but we both know he wouldn't like to be labeled as such. What do you think of his taijutsu? I think he has learnt as much as possible until he grows taller. We forget his is only 5, so he isn't tall enough for the more advanced katas. Genjutsu then? Yes, I think we will work on his genjutsu and chakra control until he is about 8. That should allow enough time for him to grow into a healthy boy with a decent body for necessary for taijutsu. Agreed. Naruto, get over here, Itachi shouted. He walked over, taking a drink from a canteen full of water, and looked at them. We have decided that until you are older, around 8 or so, your body will not be able to advance within the Uchiha Taijutsu style, so we will work for the next 3 years purely on chakra control and genjutsu. Who knows, maybe we can look at the theory behind jutsu creation to give you something to do in your spare time. Okay, I understand. Okay then, but first we need to see the Hokage about a training partner for genjutsu. Makoto and Naruto looked at him like he grew a second head. Sometime later, Naruto, Makoto, and Itachi were in the office of the Hokage. Itachi, how are you today? I'm doing good, sir. Good, he said whilst placing a silencing barrier around the room. Itachi, please report to me what has happened in the last 3 months of Naruto's training. For the first month, he learnt what physical exercise meant in every meaning of the word. He still continues these exercises daily with added weights. We never got round to disabling his resistance seals. We were meant to ask you that today. Ah yes, I was wondering when you were going to ask. Simply focus your chakra on your seal in your stomach and do the genjutsu release to disable them. To re-enable them you have to focus the chakra again and say what level you want. Naruto nodded in understanding. In the next 2 months I taught him 5 ninjutsu, 1 for each element. It seems that he has a lightning as primary with wind and fire as secondary. Each jutsu except ones that weren't of his element have been mastered to use less hand seals. The Doton and Suiton both have been mastered to a degree where they only take the normal amount of chakra but the full amount of hand seals. He has learnt the basics of the Uchiha Taijutsu style but can't learn anymore until he grows taller, which is why we are here. Turns out Kyuubi gave him a gift and apparently he is going to be a great genjutsu master someday with his eyes, so we need a genjutsu master to give him tips etc. for help. I was thinking of Kurenai. She is a chunin, right? He nodded in understanding. Yes. I will call her right away to help, but understand if she doesn't agree to keep it secret then she won't be helping. Understood. Umbu, find me Kurenai Yuhi and bring her here. 5 minutes later and in walked a 5'2", 13-year-old version of Kurenai Yuhi, dress and all. A Kurenai-chan, thank you for coming. She walked in nervously whilst eyeing the people in the room. She knew the little boy of course who didn't know him, and she knew Itachi, the prodigy of prodigies, but didn't know the woman. Kurenai, this is Naruto Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Hello. We were wondering if you would like to take part in training a budding genjutsu master for the next 3 years. Of course it would be in the village and it would be secretive and whatnot, so whatever happens is an S-class secret between you, them and me. Understand? Hi Hokage-sama. I would love to help another genjutsu user. Who is it? He smirked in amusement as Naruto stepped forward and waved in a Kakashi-like manner. Sup? Is this a joke? What were you expecting? I don't know, but not a 5-year-old. This 5-year-old will be better than you in genjutsu by the time he is your age. Her mouth fell open. How is that possible? She worked relentlessly on her chakra control. How is that possible? I worked for years to get the control necessary for genjutsu. Shadow clones. What? Oh, never mind, it was classified as a kenjutsu, so I guess you wouldn't know of it. Let's just say my furry little friend gave me a present. She looked at him blankly. She didn't know of the Kyuubi because she actually followed the rules, but she still heard the whispers behind the boy's back. She heard how he was tossed off the Hokage Mountain 3 almost 4 months back and disappeared from public light. The civilians were convinced he was either dead or hospitalized in a coma, but the shinobi knew better. They knew he was biding his time except for those godforsaken pranks that never led back to him. Fine. Please meet back here in 2 hours with a bag packed with shinobi gear and clothes. For at least a month you're staying at my new place to help train me. Sorry if you don't like it, but you will change your mind later, he said with a knowing smirk. She nodded and shunshined away. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Okay. Next new jutsu to learn and master is the magical ninja teleportation jutsu, Naruto said with barely restrained glee. Everyone in the room gave a soft laugh, but they could understand. It was a really useful jutsu and whoever made it should be praised as highly as the log. 2 hours later. Kurenai arrived via Shunshin with a couple of minutes to spare and noticed everyone was still there. Alright, I'm back now. What? We go to your new home for what may be the next 3 years. Don't worry, it had a lot of privacy for training, which is why we need you to live there with me. I can take care of myself if that is what you're worried about. I cook, clean and tidy up after myself and have for the past 3 months, so I won't get in your way. She nodded. In truth, that was exactly what she was worried about. She didn't care about training the boy, to be honest. If he was going to be as big as they said, then he would get trained, but she didn't want to act like a paternal figure to some 5-year-old. Before leaving, Naruto turned round to the Hokage and gave a little wave. See you in a few weeks, old man. Itachi grabbed Naruto whilst Mikoto grabbed Kurenai and Shunshin to the gate of his house. They went through the process of unlocking it and locking it again. Kurenai was amazed at the seals present on the gate and wasn't entirely sure of what to expect. Walking through the gate, she openly gaped at the house and the surrounding area. Kurenai, I will show you to your room and then we can have a nice long chat about some secrets that must remain secret, but you will know them because you need to. Understood. Kurenai followed Naruto upstairs and showed her to the room across from his. She walked past the family portrait and raised an eyebrow at the picture of the 4th Hokage and some woman. Here we go. Join us downstairs in a couple of minutes and we will explain several things and give you a tour of the house. She nodded and proceeded to unpack his stuff whilst Naruto walked downstairs. 5 minutes later she joined them. Now I know you want some answers, so why don't you ask some questions? Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. Her jaw dropped again. This was the son of the fourth Hokage and was part Uchiha. She was starting to see why he was going to be talented. Why do people call you a demon on the streets? He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. 5 years ago my father defeated the Kyuubi and sealed it inside me. I am a prison and she is the inmate, but they can't seem to understand. Well, that's... Wait, did you say she? He nodded and she thrust her fists in the air screaming girl power. Mikoto smirked. Any other questions? Who is your mother? Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha. She stared at him for a moment trying to figure out how that was possible. 5 minutes late she gave up and asked. My mother had the Kyuubi in her before me, but her seal was rushed and thus made her barren. Mikoto provided an egg which my parents used and her I am. Does that mean you will have the Sharingan? Already do. He smirked at her and his blue eyes faded into crimson red with 2 tomo in each. She would soon have to pick her jaw off the floor again. That has to be some kind of record for gaining the Sharingan. Don't know, got it 3 months ago. Why do you want trained in Genjutsu? With me having the Kyuubi in me, I have a lot of chakra, and I mean a lot, it will only increase in time. However, Kyuubi felt bad for my life for the first 5 years since I had beatings etc, so she gave me a little gift. Apparently I will be a supreme Genjutsu user with enough chakra to spam high-level ninjutsu all day long. I don't need trained in Genjutsu at the moment, just how to break them and maybe some help with chakra control or a spar with Genjutsu every now and then because all my Genjutsu will be I-based at the moment until I get better at them. She nodded dumbly. She felt kind of cheated since he was apparently given a gift by Kyuubi, but she understood. Ninja use everything at their disposal. You understand that everything you heard today and from now on in this house is an S-rank secret? Add to that the fact that my lineage is a SS rank secret. If you tell anyone except the Hokage that you are training me or what in you will be executed. Please don't, you're too pretty to be beheaded. She blushed whilst both Mikoto and Itachi raised an eyebrow at their son/brother. He was going to be trouble later down the line. Fine. This house is protected by seals for privacy. They were made by my father. The house itself has several bedrooms, bathrooms and outside onsen, training grounds that repair themselves once again due to seals, a library that I'm not allowed to enter until I'm older apparently, and an armory. Feel free to look in the library, but nothing you take leaves this house. I mean that we have space to practice if you take anything, but it doesn't leave this house under any circumstances. Not even the Hokage is allowed to take things from the library outside. Anything really important will have a blood seal on which you can't open, so don't try. Understood. Okay, then rest for tomorrow we start training. She nodded and headed off towards the onsen to relax whilst the others continued to talk. Magical time skip. 3 years, inbound flashbacks. 3 years have passed since Naruto started training with Genjutsu, and what a 3 years they have been. He lived up to his name of a prodigy multiple times, but after explaining how he didn't want to be named a prodigy because things get handed to them, Kurenai came to respect him a little bit more. He picked up Genjutsu like a fish to water. With his massive reserves he could break almost any Genjutsu and was currently looking for a way to use Genjutsu without his eyes. Why rely on something if you're a ninja? His brother and mother always told him that good ninja always have a backup plan and always have more than one way to get something done. Naruto quickly took to this philosophy even though he wasn't a ninja yet and made several rules that dictated his ninja way of life. These rules would help complete the mission while saving his comrades' lives in the field. It only took half a year to become proficient enough to break out of almost all of Kurenai's Genjutsu, and although he could break them with his Sharingan, he understood that it was a tool to be used as a last resort. He couldn't let the village know about it yet. After the first half of a year together, it came time for Naruto's birthday again. He stayed inside his house, of course, and a few people came round: Kurenai, Mikoto, Itachi, Kakashi, Yugao, Genma, and the third Hokage. All of these people he knew he could trust with his life and has done on several occasions. Especially the Umbu that were with him, he knew they were assigned as his personal guards for the first 5 years of his life. Flashback. Naruto just finished some warm-down exercises from his daily training. Half a year, he mused. Half a year since Kurenai came into my life. It might have been rough at the start, but it got better, and my respect of her has only gone up since I've seen how proficient she is with Genjutsu. He grabbed a towel that was on the ground and wiped the sweat off his face whilst walking into the house. Instantly he was on guard. Something was wrong here, but he couldn't tell what. He slowly moved his hand down to his kunai pouch and got a kunai ready whilst continuing to walk towards his living room. As soon as he entered, he threw the kunai at breakneck speed and indented it within the walls, hearing a yelp. He was about to go and see who it was, but the lights turned on all of a sudden. He was blinded and heard them shouting surprise. Then it dawned on him today was his birthday, October 10th. He was 6 today. He smiled at them but turned his head to the side and saw where his kunai had landed. In the wall was a kunai, but on the kunai was an orange book, and below it was an adult Kakashi crying about his precious dying. Naruto sweat dropped and said sorry. He knew how Kakashi loved that book. His mother and brother walked over and hugged him first, then Kurenai and Yugao both gave him a kiss on each cheek, which caused him to blush like a tomato and everyone else laugh. Happy birthday, Naruto. Thank you. They all went to open his presents, and for the first time in a long time he felt like a normal boy who had a family, maybe slightly weird family, but family nonetheless. He first opened Itachi's present and found it to be a scroll which was captioned Magical Ninja Teleportation Jutsu. Itachi smirked at his little brother's wide eyes. It was no secret how much he wanted to learn that jutsu, it was just so useful. He thanked his brother profusely. Kurenai gave him a scroll of her personal genjutsu that she had created when she was younger, Megan, Jibaku Satsu. He smiled at his friend/teacher. He hadn't expected her to teach him her own genjutsu. Kakashi was next and gave him a little package that looked like a book. Kakashi didn't feel all the ki coming off of every woman in the room as Naruto unwrapped the book. A tale of an utterly gutsy ninja? It was the book that you were named after. Your godfather Jiraiya wrote it. Remind me to kick him in the balls for not being here. Every male winced slightly as Kurenai patted him on the head. It seemed like she was having a slightly bad effect on him. Mikoto gave him a basic fire jutsu that shot several small fireballs out of a person's mouth at a target. Genma gave him one of his dad's 3-pronged kunai and explained that it was given to him by his father and he was sure that he would want him to have it. Yugao gave him a book on how to keep his chakra sabers clean and maintained and promised him a spar when he started learning. The third Hokage went last and gave him 2 books, one on jutsu creation and one on the more advanced basics of Fuinjutsu. He smiled and hugged his surrogate grandfather figure. The night went on and everyone had a great time. All were invited to stay the night, but everyone declined, saying they had work in the morning. Naruto nodded and allowed them to leave, but not before thanking each of them again. Flashback end. It would be another 2 months until the academy started. Although he continued his genjutsu training, he made an extra 20 clones every day to practice his new ninja magic teleportation jutsu, which he soon found out was called a shunshin or body flicker jutsu. He once again showed them his genius and had it down within the first day but kept practicing it. He felt that he could go fast and further the more he practiced. After 2 weeks non-stop practice with his clones, he found out something weird. When he would flicker away, there would be a bolt of lightning strike off his body. He soon found out that he was using an elemental body flicker on instinct, which to him was amazing considering he hadn't learned to properly transform his chakra into elemental chakra yet. He was too young still. He summarized that it was because he had such a high affinity to lightning that he could almost do it naturally, and that learning his first Raitan Jutsu was enough to learn the basics of nature transformation. He also practiced the genjutsu Kurenai gave him, and for the life of him he couldn't do it without his eyes. It really hurt his pride knowing that although he would be great at genjutsu, he would never be able to use genjutsu without his eyes properly. He knew that genjutsu took control simply because the chakra had to invade a person's chakra system and mold it a certain way to get the effects that she wanted. Deciding he would put it away until he had better chakra control, which would most likely be when he was a genin with his shadow clones working every day. He would read his jutsu creation book every day. He enjoyed reading about it and one day hoped to be able to create his own jutsu. There was even a bit about genjutsu creation in there. He read and reread that chapter of the book several times before an idea hit him. He may not be able to use genjutsu without eyesight, but what would happen if he used genjutsu without control? What would happen if he flooded someone else's body with his chakra? So much chakra that they couldn't move because of it, and if they couldn't move then they couldn't break it. Even if they could move, he doubted they could release it because the genjutsu release method needs a high chakra level that the chakra that was introduced to her system, and even if they could move it would still slow down their movements. He smiled at this thought. He could create a ninjutsu hybrid such as this for people who had such a high level of chakra that they would never be able to use genjutsu effectively. This could be a start of a revolutionary breakthrough with genjutsu. He immediately sent out 500 clones to work on it, and 6 weeks later, he had it down so he could use it to an efficient level. He was so proud of himself and kept it secret from everyone until he asked Kurenai, Itachi, and Mikoto to come with him to the Hokage's office. They obviously agreed because when he dragged them there they knew it was important. Naruto was happy as he could be at the moment and the others didn't understand why. Maybe it was the academy starting tomorrow. Hikari was sitting inside the seal by the lake watching through her container's eyes and was quite happy with what he had done. She saw potential for this jutsu against any Uchiha he ever had to fight and was glad he made this early on. If his chakra levels increased then this would help him against Madara when the time came for them to eventually fight. Barging through the door, Naruto had a smile on his face and the Umbu guards did nothing since they all had outstanding orders to let him through at all times. "Hello Naruto-kun. Why are you so happy?" "I created a new jutsu." Everyone in the room raised an eyebrow at this and wondered what the little genius had made, especially Kakashi, Yugao and Genma who were hiding on the walls as his Umbu guards. "Well, I have some free time, why don't you show me? Maybe I can bring my Umbu guards with me since you know them anyway." "Ye old man, let's go." He grabbed the old man's hand and shunshined them to his personal training field, and the others soon followed knowing exactly where to go. The Hokage groaned. He wasn't used to being the one to be shunshined, it was usually the other way around. Everyone arrived seconds after them and Naruto asked for a volunteer. The Hokage said he would do it since if it was anything deadly he had best chance to get out of it without any pain. Naruto waved their concern off explaining it was a genjutsu. Naruto ran through 27 hand seals and said ninpu, Kimona no Shininwayu. Everyone looked expectantly at the Hokage but nothing happened. The Hokage went to ask what was meant to happen but he found he couldn't move his body except his eyes. Everyone stood for about a minute before Kurenai asked what happened. Naruto replied, "I was looking for a way to be able to use genjutsu with my huge chakra reserves and found one." "How?" "When looking through the jutsu creation book I got for my birthday I found a genjutsu section and happily read it. I remembered the explanation from Kurenai and Itachi about how genjutsu took control to invade someone else's chakra system and manipulate it to make them see what they want them to see. I took this a step further. I figured that if anyone has such chakra as me without the control needed then we should still be able to invade someone else's chakra system but not control it. This is the finished product. I invade someone's chakra system with so much chakra that they are paralyzed and even if by some miracle that they can move they won't be able to break it due to the amount of chakra in their system." He stopped the flow of chakra to the Hokage's system as he fell to the ground panting. "Damn, that is deadly. How much chakra did you put in my system?" "About 50 Kage Bunshins worth. I'm labeling that an A-ranked kenjutsu due to the chakra usage. I'm guessing you can put more chakra into it as well?" He nodded. That was the minimum amount of chakra for it to work. They were all shocked. Also, it wasn't purely genjutsu. It's a ninjinjutsu hybrid. "Why?" "I'm okay, Kasan, Nisan, don't take this the wrong way but it kind of has a secondary effect of making a dojutsu useless whilst a person is under the jutsu." They both looked at each other before asking in unison how. Naruto sighed, "It invades the chakra network. Even if you have a Sharingan you can't dispel it because of the amount of chakra it uses. It's the same aspect of the Nidame's bringer of darkness genjutsu except mine can use more chakra." Everyone was amazed by this and Naruto just smiled at his creation. He accidentally created a Sharingan-proof genjutsu that can be used against them. Everyone left the training ground but Naruto gave a copy of his new genjutsu to the Sandaime to add to the Forbidden Scroll. Even if someone somehow managed to copy the hand seals, they couldn't use it due to the amount of chakra needed, so he was fine. The next morning Naruto woke up a couple hours early like always and done his morning regime. Today the academy started and he was going to meet his brother and his cousin walking towards the academy under the guise of being his brother charge and walk to the academy together. All was going well until they actually met. Naruto had never met Sasuke before and his mother and brother asked him to look after him in the academy and maybe try to stop him being so arrogant. He asked why he was arrogant and they responded saying that her husband wanted a weapon that acted like an Uchiha. He thought Itachi failed as a weapon so he was trying to mold his cousin into one. Itachi openly snorted at that. His cousin had skills sure, but he was nowhere near Naruto's level and Sasuke was training at the age of 4 before Naruto. It was safe to say that he would have his stepfather's holier-than-thou attitude and was probably already falling for the Uchiha curse and doesn't realize it. According to Itachi, he hadn't activated his Sharingan either, which was slightly disappointing. By the time Naruto entered the academy his weights were around 20 kilograms apiece except his wrists were set to 25 for hand seal training. Walking up to Itachi and Sasuke who seemed to be waiting for him he waved hello and saw his brother smile whilst his cousin scowled. What kept you dope? Naruto inwardly growled, not wanting to start something, and just ignored it. Itachi, thank you for waiting for me. I'm sorry I took so long, but on the way here I met Kakashi, and he took me for a tour on the road to life. Unfortunately, we got lost together and had to find our way back. Itachi fell mid-step, mumbling something about Kakashi being a bad influence and how he was going to hide his Ika books. Across town, Kakashi felt a shiver go down his spine. I feel a disturbance in the force. Must be Naruto getting me in trouble again. Let's go, we don't want to be late, right? They both nodded and walked towards the academy in a comfortable silence, ignoring the glares towards Naruto. It seemed that after almost a year, the civilians realized that he wasn't dead but changed his clothes. Idiots. His older brother warned him of things in the academy being extremely slow and one of the worst fates that young men can befall: fangirls. Naruto had already talked to his mother about this, and she explained that fangirls were the worst of the worst, and if he ever considered dating one, she would knock some sense into him. He had already decided to be the dead last of the class before it even started to provide the villagers some more time, when they think that he is stupid to provide some sort of comfort. When he told the Hokage about this, he agreed with his decision and praised the fact that he was thinking ahead, which was a skill quite a few shinobi still lack. Arriving at the academy, Itachi gave them both a pat on the back whilst waving goodbye. It was one of the ways Itachi showed affection to anyone. They both walked into class to only hear a loud squeal like a pig. Naruto turned around and saw some blonde and pink-haired girls glomped their Sasuke-kun, whilst Naruto tried his best not to laugh at the scowl that was forming on his face. Taking their seats, Naruto sat at the back of the class behind everyone, hoping not to get noticed, while Sasuke sat by the window with both of his new fangirls sitting beside him staring dreamily. Hikari-chan, you awake? You say something, Naruto? I'm bored and I'm sure this is going to be boring as hell. Any ideas? Learn the timetable and every day except taijutsu practice send a clone and you do whatever you want? Works for me. By the way, congratulations on the jutsu you made yesterday. I was quite enjoying the faces of everyone looking through your eyes. I forgot you look through my eyes. Wait a minute. Does that mean you watch me in the shower, Hikari-chan? She blushed, her of all people. Demons do not blush, so she decided to get her own back on him. Only if you want me to Narukuin. I'm sure Kurenai-chan will join us. She whispered in a husky voice whilst he turned beet red, and she stuck 2 fingers up in a victory sign. Note to self, never try to flirt with a 1,000-year-old demon. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts when a man walked in and sat at the front of the class. Hello class, my name is Irika. Naruto tuned out here, and at break time, after finding out about his timetable, he created a shadow clone with enough juice to last the day. It whined about why he had to be the one to go to class, but eventually did it on the condition that he can act like a moron playing pranks. And this is how the next 2 years passed. Naruto would train whilst his clone would go to the academy. He would only go on taijutsu days, but as soon as that was over he would sneak away again. The hidden Umbu found this rather amusing to watch because he was a kid and knew the shadow clone jutsu. From his clone's memories, Naruto noticed that Sasuke was getting rather agitated lately and asked what was wrong, but all he got was none of your business, dobe. Of course, he already knew what was happening because of his mother and brother, and he was inclined to agree with them on the matter. It turned out that the Uchiha clan was split down the middle. Some were not happy with things since Hikari attacked, and others just didn't care. They were planning a coup against the Hokage and the council, to take control of everything and in the end use Naruto as a weapon like hell. Was Itachi and Mikoto let them do that. It was getting rather close to the date now, and talks had all but failed with the Uchiha clan. Naruto was worried that the elders would force the Hokage to do something drastic, and his fears were confirmed when Itachi came to see him 2 days before the extermination of the clan commenced. Itudo, you know about the coup, right? Hi. I've been tasked as the exterminator. Meaning? I will kill them all, except Sasuke. I want him to rebuild the clan in honor. What will happen to you? I will take the blame, make it look like a young Umbu captain couldn't handle the stress and snapped. I will become an S-ranked nuke and protect Konoha from the outside. His eyes widened. Which hell no, not another one of my family is going to be used as a goddamn scapegoat again. Come with me now. Itachi looked worried. He had never seen his brother this angry, so he decided to follow him. Barging into the Hokage's office, he saw the 2 elders and the Hokage there. Elders, get the hell out. This is a private conversation. Watch what you say, boy. Learn some manners. If you don't get the hell out within 5 seconds, I will do one of 2 things. I will put you under a genjutsu and make you watch yourself slaughter your family whether they are already dead or not continuously for a couple of hours, or B, I will go to the fire daimyo and explain to him how you treated the heir to the Namikaze clan. Which will it be? Everyone in the room paled, the elders because they didn't think the boy knew how to do either, or the fact that he knew about his parents. Without a doubt he just made his life harder, but they nodded and left. The Umbu were secretly praising the ball on this boy. He would make a fine ninja one day. Activating his Sharingan that was now finally fully matured due to the amount of rage that he was feeling at the moment, and then shifting into his Mangekyo Sharingan, Sarutobi gulped. It was obvious that Naruto didn't care about the Umbu in the room, so the Hokage quickly put a silencing seal up so only the Umbu could hear this conversation. Umbu, whatever you see or hear you will never repeat or you will die. Which one of the elders' bright idea was it to use my brother as a scapegoat for this fucking village? Hiruzen gulped. Even with the boy's Mangekyo Sharingan blazing, he could tell that this was all like his father when he was angry. Danzo. That fool who still runs Root? How did you know about that? Don't take me for a fool. I see them following me, trying to find a way to make me into a weapon for him. Sarutobi was seething now. You have some of his goons in lockup, right? Yes, we've been trying to get the seal off of them that prevents them from talking about Danzo. Why? Let me explain this to you first. If you ever, and I mean ever, use one of my family for any type of scapegoat for this village, like I was, so God help me the council and this village will not be safe from my wrath, do you understand? He nodded quickly. Truth be told, he was hoping he wouldn't find out about this, but he should have known better. Good, Itachi will still exterminate our clan. I will help. My stealth is so high that your Umbu can't find me, and with my Sharingan it will be easier to hide and get the job done. We will leave my cousin alive like the original plan, and we will put my mother in a false death state to be confirmed dead by a medic of your choosing, where she will be taken to my compound and live. She will change her name and wear a modified henge when out and about. Then after we are done, Sasuke will arrive just in time to see me and Itachi in Umbu uniforms tying up the Root operatives, at which point we will blame Danzo. Sasuke lives and has Itachi, and my mother stays alive, and we get rid of the traitors who are planning the coup in Danzo. Everyone in the room blinked. They were all just outplanned by an 8-year-old boy. Why the hell didn't they think of that? They all nodded, and the Hokage took this moment to speak. The most promising Uchiha besides you and your brother was found dead last week. His eyes removed. They both looked shocked. Who? Shursui Uchiha. Oh damn. He had a Mangekyo as well, the only one apart from Naruto here. Itachi informed them. What did his do? I've still to learn the techniques for mine because I didn't want my eyesight getting worse. He had a special ability to place such an intricate genjutsu that even you would be hard-pressed to break it, because the person is normal, not aware they are in a genjutsu. It bends the person to the caster's will. Naruto's eyes reverted to his 3-tomoed Sharingan. Sounds like a useful tool for politics. You have a point anyway if you are going to be helping Itachi tonight, even though I don't want you to, but I doubt you will listen to me, and since you are a civilian I don't have control over you, and if I don't catch you in the act then I can simply ignore it. You will need Umbu gear. You will be promoted to temporary junior Umbu, meaning you don't get an Umbu tattoo, but you get uniform and tools, etc. Sweet. What code name do you want? Ghost. Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. Why? Well, when I don't want to be found you won't find me, it's simple. Also, I will take the standard Umbu Tanto because my chakra sabers are too recognizable even if I haven't started learning yet. The Hokage activated a seal on his desk and a secret door opened. Inside were masks of previous and yet to be used Umbu masks. Pick on. Walking through the hall he was finding some nice masks, but none felt right until he found a dusty one right at the end. It looked like no one touched it in years. He understood as soon as he saw it. A pure black mask with red markings on each cheek and above the eyes, proving to be a fox mask. He smiled. No one picked this mask and the mask picked him. Picking it up he walked over to the Hokage, who looked at it and nodded in his choice. After all, it was understandable. The Hokage gave him his uniform and it was way too big, but he put it on anyway and it seemed to suck some of his chakra and resize. He looked at Itachi and the Hokage and they both answered the unasked question, one size fits all. How do I look? He asked with his uniform and mask on. Itachi was the first to reply like a soldier. Good. When is the coup taking place? Tomorrow night at 2 in the morning. How are we going to get Sasuke out of there for this to happen? The Hokage raised his hand like he was back at the academy. I will assign him a trainer for the night and tell him even the best ninja train at night and that it is what you do, Itachi, and he will do it. I will make sure he ends the session at 5 to 2 in the morning, so make sure to have it all done by then. Hi Hokage-sama. Both replied in unison and shunshined to Naruto's compound. As soon as they got there, Naruto found himself embraced in a hug by his older brother. He noticed his mask was off and he was crying. I'm so proud of you, Otudo. I would have happily taken the blame if it meant keeping you and your cousin safe. Itachi ni, sometimes taking the blame isn't enough. Sometimes you must have someone to look out for you or you fall into despair. I almost did 3 years ago, but you and Kasan came into my life. Then Kurenai and Yugao, not to mention Genma and Kakashi. All of you saved me. If you did this, then who would save Sasuke? Who would be his light? His eyes widened. He hadn't thought about that. He was trained as a weapon to think in the now and not the future. How could he not think about Sasuke and Naruto? He thanked the gods that he decided to tell Naruto today. Go get Kasan and bring her here, we need to explain things. He nodded and disappeared to bring his mother here. Naruto sighed. Tomorrow was going to be a long day and probably was going to be the start of a long ninja career. He was only 8, but he would take this burden on his shoulders to lighten the load of his brothers. Hikari was no longer a burden but a friend. Hikari, are you awake? Did you hear all of that? Yes, and I must admit I'm quite proud of you. Thank you. What do you think about all of this? The Uchiha clan was doomed to fail as soon as I gave them their eyes. It's just luck that it happens to be when you were here so your brother and mother don't suffer. Thank you, Hikari-chan. You always make me feel better when it comes to things like this. What are friends for? Please be on standby tomorrow night in case I need rapid healing. Something might go wrong with this plan of mine. You got it. Just as she said that, Itachi arrived with their mother, who was looking rather flustered at being pulled aside rather quickly. Alright, you two, what's going on, and why the hell in my baby boy in Umbu uniform? Naruto sighed and started his tale. You know of the coup that's happening tomorrow night? Well, it's not happening now. Makoto brightened up at this and asked why? Itachi and Naruto looked at each other before sighing. They do that way too much at the moment. The honorable elders coaxed Sarutobi into exterminating the clan. You would have died even though you had nothing to do with the coup and were against it, and the only one that would be left is Itachi and Sasuke, but Itachi would be held responsible and turn Nukenin, protecting Konoha from the outside. He would be registered as an active ninja with wonder rights like the Sannin, except he would be classified at SSS ranking in secrecy. She looked shocked looked at Itachi to see him still crying from earlier. I'm sensing a but here? But he told me beforehand, and I might have threatened the elders and Hokage into submission with a new and better plan. You what? I threatened the elders that if they didn't do what I wanted, I would place them under a genjutsu that would make them watch themselves slaughter their family for hours on end and mentally break them, or I would go to the fire daimyo and explain what happened to the Namikaze heir. Obviously they both agreed quickly and my life will get a lot harder, but it was all worth it and I would do it again. What did you threaten the Hokage with? I told him that if he ever tries to use any of my family as a scapegoat again, then he or this village would not escape my wrath. She scowled at him and he just laughed nervously. You idiot, she went to smack his head but instead hugged him. But you're my idiot and thank you for whatever you did at the moment. You never have to thank me. So why isn't the coup happening now? I came up with a better plan. How? Danzo isn't as smart as he thinks. He thinks I don't notice those fools with blank white umbu masks with the symbol on them following me to make sure I don't turn on this village? The fool. It took me a day to find out who and what they were just by looking in the archives. His little umbu unit are now the scapegoats. Itachi will still exterminate the clan and I will help, hence the umbu gear. My stealth is higher than most umbu and with my Sharingan I can hide even better. I will be able to watch his back from attackers whilst we do what is needed to be done. Sasuke will be kept alive and so will you unofficially. Officially you will be listed upon the deceased, but you will be in a false death state and will be checked first by the medics, at which point you will be pronounced dead. You will move in here, change your name and wear a modified henge outside. Only a few will know of your existence. You will be for all terms and purposes dead, and another woman will arrive to adopt me, which will be you. Itachi will look after Sasuke and I will keep an eye on him as well. Sasuke will be training with a personal trainer from the Hokage at night with the excuse that it is what Itachi did to get stronger, since we all know he wants to beat Itachi. He will finish at 5 to 2 in the morning when me and Itachi finish with the clan. He will arrive just as we finish tying up the ones responsible, which are the 5 root agents we have in holding. Danzo will be forced to flee or die, and the Uchiha clan lives on. Makoto stood there with wide eyes at the plan. How long did it take you to come up with this? 5 minutes. Once I heard who it was that coaxed the extermination. It was Danzo, so he must have something to gain, and I'm thinking that it is all the Sharingan eyes, so me and Itachi will be sealing up their bodies as we go to prevent any of them getting into the wrong hands. It will be played off as Danzo trying to gain more power, and the secret will be held with us. Danzo won't talk because although he wants to be Hokage, he still loves this village even if he doesn't show it. She hugged her 2 sons at the same time and cried, "I'm sorry you two have to do this. No one should have to do something like this. It is for the good of the village and we will still have each other." She nodded and they parted ways, getting ready for tomorrow night. They sighed yet again. This was going to be a long 2 nights and he hoped that he could live with what he had to do. "Crow, are you ready?" "Hi Ghost, you are my backup. Watch my back. Killing is allowed, but only do it if you need to protect me or if one is about to blow our cover. These are not our family, remember that. Family doesn't betray family." "Hi Nissan. The old man has cleared the route for entry for us and all Umbu know to stay away from this sector tonight. It is currently 10 p.m. We have just under 3 hours to do this. Let's get it done." Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours as the night went on. Blood was everywhere but no bodies. They couldn't take the chance that they were being followed by Danzo and his men. 2.5 hours later they finished all but Itachi's immediate family. They both looked at each other and gave a tired nod before jumping to the roof. They still had half an hour before the coup took place and Sasuke was nowhere in sight, which they were thankful for. Dropping from the roof and hanging from the ceiling via chakra, they watched as their mother and father were sitting down talking. She was stalling. Nodding to each other, they dropped to the floor silently and stood behind Fugaku Uchiha. They stopped talking. "So Itachi, you have chosen your path?" "Hi Tusan. How many are left?" "Sasuke, you, Mum, and my brother." Fugaku's eyes widened. "Brother? Hi. Where is he?" "With us here. He helped me tonight so that the burden didn't fall to me alone, and for that I will be forever thankful." "Allow me to see this child then." Itachi nodded to his brother, who took off his mask as Fugaku turned and gasped. "You? Hello Fugaku. Who is your father?" "Minato Namikaze." He growled, "That fool. He helped doom this clan even in death." Naruto put his mask back on and through the eye holes you could see his fully matured Sharingan. Itachi chose this point to continue. "Sasuke will live. You chose your path, don't waver now son, but know 2 things. 1. I am proud of you even though I never acted it. 2. Sasuke will fall to his hatred for revenge and eventually kill you both. Then so be it, we will be waiting." With that he stabbed his father through the heart and cried before a burning pain at the back of his eyes appeared. He wanted to scream but couldn't because his brother had his hand over his mouth. Their mother looked on in shock. Itachi's eyes changed from a 3-tomoed Sharingan to a 3-stared pinwheel Mangekyo Sharingan design. Itachi calmed down after a moment and his brother hugged him. "Welcome to the club." He nodded, understanding what happened. They turned to their mother. "I'm gonna hit you in your neck. When you wake up you will be in my house and I will probably be asleep, okay?" She nodded. "Ka-san, I'm sorry what has happened tonight and I love you." "I love you too as well." She felt a sharp pain in her neck and noticed a small sanbon piercing it before she blacked out. "Leave her here but remove the sanbon and place some blood on her chest so it looks like we stabbed her through her heart as well so the doctors won't check the wound." Naruto nodded and did as told. "I'm sorry I let you activate your Mangekyo. I knew it would happen but I honestly felt that it was you who had to be the one to do what was needed for your father. I will always be here for you my brother." He nodded, satisfied with the answer. "Shall we meet our cousin outside in about 2 minutes?" "Yes, we need to set up the stage still, right? Don't forget to turn off your Sharingan so he doesn't know another Uchiha lives." Naruto nodded and started to leave before turning to look one last time at his mother. A tear fell down his face. It suddenly hit him how much he killed tonight. How many family members lost someone before they met their demise and why it had to be done. Itachi noticed and hugged him. "Don't crack yet Otudo, we have one more then we can cry all we need." Naruto nodded. Walking outside and unsealing several routine from prisoner transport scrolls already tied. Gagged and knocked out they bother stretched inside. Tonight was beginning to go on and they were both starting to feel the fatigue of events both physically and mentally. Naruto nodded to Itachi and Itachi clicked once on the radio to give the signal to the Hokage and his Anbu guards. Just as he had done that, Sasuke came running round the corner panting. Itachi looked to Naruto and Naruto nodded towards his brother. He removed his mask. Sasuke gasped at seeing his brother behind the mask who was still crying. "What have you done, Itachi? Saved your life." "What? Our clan has been massacred. Me and this Anbu beside me were patrolling when they were finishing and we subdued them. They would have come for you if we hadn't stopped them." "What about Ka-san? Tusan?" "Dead. Everyone is dead." This was killing both Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi had to do his best not to act guilty and keep his emotions in check, and Sasuke just learnt that his family has been torn apart, that he is one of the last Uchiha. Before either could comment, Itachi put his mask back on and stood at attention, the same as Naruto. The Hokage had arrived with his 3 guards, Kakashi, Genma and Yugao. They all knew who were behind the masks and were shocked at the scene they fell into. Kakashi had trouble believing his best friend's clan had been exterminated, even though he knew it was true, and Genma and Yugao both had trouble believing that Naruto had done this with Itachi. None would voice the concerns. Naruto sped behind Sasuke and hit the back of his neck, knocking him out. There was no need to hear this. Crow, Ghost, report. Both Anbu took off their masks and looked up to show the group their tear-filled eyes, and the group instantly understood. For Itachi it was killing his kinsman, but for Naruto it was his first kill, but not just one, several. They would both need time after this. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. He nodded solemnly and asked Yugao to check the body of Mikoto since she was a trained medic. She nodded and walked into the house. She was a battle-hardened shinobi, but even she was feeling slightly ill at the scene in front of her. Both Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha were covered in blood. She checked the pulse on Mikoto and found none. Walking back outside, she looked at them and said, "Sir, no pulse." "Good. Continue with the plan. Come to my office in an hour." "Hi, Hokage-sama. Please take Sasuke to the hospital whilst we handle our mother." He nodded and left with Sasuke to break the news to the council. Itachi hugged his brother again. "I'm so proud of you right now, Otudo. I would be feeling so much worse if you hadn't helped or come up with this plan. Forgive me for involving you. All is forgiven." He nodded and left to seal his father's body whilst carrying his mother's body towards her new home. Last time. He nodded and left with Sasuke to break the news to the council. Itachi hugged his brother again. "I'm so proud of you right now, Otudo. I would be feeling so much worse if you hadn't helped or come up with this plan. Forgive me for involving you. All is forgiven." He nodded and left to seal his father's body whilst carrying his mother's body towards her new home. Now, running through the village in his Anbu gear, Naruto was contemplating the night that had left his both physically and emotionally drained to the point of collapse. No one but the higher-ups in Anbu would know what they did. The Hokage made sure of that. They were his clan, but they weren't his family. He did what he needed to save his family, and he would do it again if needed as long as his family survived. Landing in front of his compound in Mikoto's new house, Naruto and Itachi took her inside and lay her on the sofa. They would need to get her some new clothes, but everything would be all right. "Itachi, we need to go to the office." "Hi. Should we tell him about your Mangekyo?" "I think we should. Do you know the price for awakening your Mangekyo?" "Nope. None have awakened it recently besides you and Shursui, but he didn't say there was any downsides." "There is. As soon as it awakens, the person is given the advanced form of Sharingan, but if they use it, then they will slowly turn blind with each use." "Well, that sucks," Itachi said with an uncommon frown. "It does, but there is a way around it." "That is?" "If a pair of brothers both awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and swap eyes, then they form the final and most powerful level known as the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which prevents blindness and also lowers the chakra consumption rate." "Is that why you didn't stop me from awakening it?" "That's correct. I felt we could better protect our family if we both had this, but I don't want to make this feel as if I manipulated you. You would have awoken it anyway if you'd done the mission by yourself." He nodded before shining to the Hokage's tower and entering the Hokage's office to find Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 2 elders, and a certain war hawk. Naruto followed closely behind in his uniform with his mask on, hiding his face. The elders eyed him warily, not knowing who he is or if they should trust him. "Report. Mission success. We sealed the bodies of the clan away so no one could steal their eyes and everyone was taken out save for Sasuke. Good, good, he said, eyeing Danzo, who was frowning at the moment. Sir, something happened whilst we were completing the mission. Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. What could have happened? The mission seemed like it was set up perfectly. What? A group of 5 nin in umbu gear wearing blank masks tried to steal the Sharingans from the bodies. Before we sealed them we subdued them, and they are currently in the T&I department getting a once-over, but it appears there is a seal in place to stop them talking. Danzo's one eye widened. He had ordered no such mission to go ahead, yet it was meant to be later after everything died down a bit. He could practically feel the smugness coming off of Sarutobi and the umbu both in front of him and hidden. This led him to a conclusion. He had been set up like he was trying to get Itachi set up. Despite everything that was going to happen and all the time spent getting his plans ready to take over from the Hokage, he had to admit, he had been played quite well, and whosoever planned this was had been made quite quickly, and he respected the fact that he was outplayed. He would have to run from Konoha, leaving behind everything that he had worked for. Danzo was livid. He decided that he had to leave now and told the Hokage that he had to get ready for the council meeting, which was a load of horse shit, but it got him out of there. The Hokage watched the retreating form of Danzo and smirked whilst his advisors were less than happy. They had just lost a key player in the political arena and were hoping to gain another when they remembered the young Namake's heir, but he didn't seem that easy to manipulate. As soon as Danzo left, Sarutobi placed a silencing seal around the office and asked them to remove their masks. They did as told and removed their masks, only to hear a gasp from the 2 advisors. They had never seen the umbu before and didn't know who it was, but when he was unmasked it turned out to be the very boy they were trying to manipulate. Naruto just smirked at them. Well done, Itachi and Naruto. Naruto, your plan saved Itachi's life and made it easier for us. At this point both elders chose to butt in. Wait, are you telling us this boy was the one who made the plan to use Danzo? Naruto said 5 words that would haunt them until they died. A warning for all those to come. Never fuck with my family. Now that that's out the way, how about we talk about certain things concerning young Naruto? Oh yes, I revealed myself as the Namake's heir to these 2, didn't I? I wasn't supposed to know. He nodded, glad that Naruto understood. Okay, to quickly answer questions without wasting time, I figured it out by myself. I know about QB and I honestly don't give 2 shits about it. Now 2 things are going to happen. 1, you're not going to tell anyone I know about my heritage, and 2, you will cease all your backstabbing attempts to get me as a weapon for Konoha. I will be a ninja and under the current Kage's command, not yours. They both just nodded dumbly. They had been outplayed by an 8-year-old boy. What was this world coming to? It's currently 5 in the morning. Me and Itachi have both been up for a day and a half planning how to deal with the coup when we were actually doing the fighting, so I'm going home to sleep. Itachi, you are coming with me. Sasuke is in the hospital, so there is no need for you to go home just yet with all the blood everywhere. Thank you. He just nodded and they both left the Hokage and his advisors in the office. I hope you 2 realize how much you have fucked up when it comes to that boy. Sarutobi, we did what was best for the village. Fools, the both of you. If he ever turned on the village, he could have killed us all by simply releasing the QB, not to mention he is a civilian. He could leave and take his clan with him, which would not only weaken Konoha but Konoha's economy as well due to the amount of buildings his family owns. It was at this precise moment they both realized just who they have been trying to screw over. He was literally royalty to the village, even if they didn't know it. Magical ninja time skip, 1 week. It had been a week since the massacre. Sasuke stayed in hospital for 2 days from mental stress, as they put it, but in reality it was a favor from the Hokage allowing Itachi time with Naruto and his mother to overcome the issues that the night of sweat, blood and tears and presented. The compound was cleared of blood quite quickly, and although both Itachi and Naruto tried to kill the traitors in such a way that they could not feel the pain, there had been a lot of blood in and around the compound. The scroll with the bodies of each Uchiha man, woman and child was given and handled by the Hokage and no one else. Itachi and Sasuke were the only official Uchiha left in the world. Obviously Naruto's secret just got that much more secret. If the villagers found out he had a fully matured Sharingan before he was ready, then they would force him into a breeding program. Itachi was too powerful for such a program and Sasuke was too influential at the moment, already being labeled as a prodigy amongst prodigies, the civilian council called him. Not even a week after the death of his clan, have they no shame? He had done nothing to warrant such a title, but since he was one of the last Uchiha, they felt it was warranted to keep him in the village and content with his life. Makoto woke up 7 hours after the massacre. She was in a panic as soon as she woke up but soon settled down realizing it was her son's and now her house. She quickly went looking for her children and found them both asleep on the sofa in the living room still in their umbu gear with them leaning against one another for support. Her heart wrenched at the sight and she knew that life may be tough in the future, but it was worth it. Danzo was forced to flee right after the meeting. He had his agents burn anything that could be lead to him or his new location and left with his own little private army of just over 150 men. Everyone easily believed that he was responsible for the massacre. After all, he was known as a warhawk who tried to gain power whenever he could, but he was so skilled at hiding that no one ever found proof. He was labeled as an S-class missing nin who was to be killed on sight. He may have been old and a cripple, but he was still a contender with Sarutobi for the title of Sandaime Hokage, and should be treated as such a threat. The funeral for the Uchiha clan was held 3 days later. They were cremated with eyes included at Itachi and Makoto's request. No one would abuse their clan's Kekkei Genkai in life or death. Naruto was still quite solemn about the mission as was Itachi, but Makoto got through to them both by stating that if the mission was fulfilled everyone they loved would be either dead or used as a weapon by their clan. It was for the good of their lives and the lives of the villagers. Sasuke, however, wore the ever-so-stoic Uchiha facade in public and even around Itachi. He soon claimed that his ambition for his life was to avenge his clan by killing Danzo. When Makoto found out about this, she was heartbroken. He may not have been her son, but he was still her nephew, and she loved him as such, but he was starting to walk down a sad and lonely path. He had fallen to the curse of the Uchiha clan at such an early age. Neither Sasuke or Naruto were seen in public for a week after the funeral. Sasuke stayed in to grieve in peace and tried to remember the great time he had with his family. Unfortunately, this drove him further into his hate when he remembered that there would be no more times like these and they would one day fade from memory. Naruto stayed in for 2 reasons. One was to comfort his mother because she may not have liked the majority of her clan, but there were some that she liked, and because Sasuke's newly found lone avenger attitude. The second reason was the villagers. Although the elders took the hint and stopped trying to screw him over, that didn't mean the civilian council did, and they were out for blood. Some fool started the rumor that he convinced Danzo to kill the Uchiha clan, and with the civilians being as stupid as they were, they believed it, but the ninja knew better. He hid in plain sight. They wanted to hurt him, but he would never hurt them. They could never find him, and if they did, he would quickly flash his Sharingan under a strong Genjutsu and place them in one. They all thought it was the Umbu who were tasked to watch him, but they were wrong. In a cave somewhere in Water Country was a man with an orange mask and black cloak with red clouds. He was livid. He was Obito Uchiha, more commonly known as Tobi. He knew his clan were going to plan and eventually try to execute a coup d'etat within Konoha. In fact, he counted on this. He knew they would task someone to exterminate the clan and had hoped that it would be an inside man, most likely some prodigy within the clan itself that was loyal to the Hokage and village above the clan. He had hoped that this person would be used as a scapegoat for the village and labeled as an S-class missing nin, but when he found out who was the scapegoat that was used, he was furious. They had ruined his plans. It wasn't fair. Why wasn't he allowed revenge? One of the base human emotions. They took the woman he loved from him in the Third Great Shinobi War. He would never see her again. He would never get the chance to explain how he loved her. He had even fought against his Jonin Sensei and 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, which had hurt him to do because he was one of the few that he respected, but he needed to get the QB from his wife and force her husband to seal it again into a newborn child that just happened to be his son. This would allow for collection of the Biju at a later date, since the child would most likely have no formal training in the way of a shinobi. No, his plans were ruined temporarily. He wouldn't let them derail his plans completely. He would adapt and change his plans for things to come. The Jubi would be revived, if only to be sealed inside himself, thus allowing him to gain the dojutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. People speculated that it was a side effect of the beast being sealed inside of him. The dojutsu of the Sage, the Rinnegan, was said to have control over life and death. He would bring his beloved back at all costs. None knew he was alive, and all that did thought he was Madara Uchiha. What fools. Oblivious of a madman's plans, Naruto was currently attending his first day back at school after his mission. He was slightly happier today than recent days. He had been determined to say sorry to Sasuke about his clan, and that if he ever needed to talk, that he was here for him like any half-decent friend, but that was not to be. Sasuke strode into the class with an attitude that was worse than the Hyuga's holier-than-thou attitude. He sulked in the corner, clearly not even close to over what happened to him. He looked at Naruto with a critical eye. Naruto was sweating under his gaze, hoping that he didn't make out the fact that he was the Umbu who was with Itachi that night. His hopes were realized when Sasuke turned away from Naruto and continued to sulk. His fangirl base only increased, and for that even Naruto was sorry. He had heard from Itachi how Sasuke was and felt quite bad for doing what needed done, but he reminded himself that they were going to hurt his loved ones and Itachi was going to be used and thrown away by this village like a used tissue. He would steer clear of Sasuke if only to keep his sanity intact from his constant moaning and imanes. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino walked into class screeching about their Sasuke-kun and asking him how he was after his clan was massacred. Funnily enough, this only served to make his sulk more. Stupid girls reminding him of what he lost. It was going to be a long 4 years until he was able to graduate. Magical ninja time skip. 4 years, laughing face. It had been 4 long years since the massacre. Sasuke Uchiha was the village's new golden boy. They tried everything to keep him happy and content, so he didn't defect to another village, from letting him have a personal trainer before he was even a genin to allowing him to have a few low-ranking ninjutsu so he wouldn't hurt himself. The civilian council were throwing marriage proposals at both him and Itachi. Itachi shut them down right away before they could even get started, stating that if the Uchiha clan was to continue, it would be with someone they loved and not forced. That didn't stop Sasuke's fangirls from nearly raping him on multiple occasions. Mikoto grew older, but she was still content. She didn't need a lover so much as long as she had her family. She was happy with her life out of the Uchiha clan. She rarely left her home because she felt that she had all she needed, but when she did, it was for groceries under a few injutsu henge that a dojutsu couldn't detect. She still didn't stop worrying about her nephew. She asked about him a lot, and she got Naruto and Itachi to keep an eye on him. He had asked that Itachi train him when he was younger. He didn't like the answer he got. Itachi stated that as long as he wanted revenge against Danzo, that he would never train him because he was fighting for the wrong reasons. This made him angry, and he moaned to the civilian council about it. In fact, they called him for a meeting with the council and asked him why he refused to train his brother. He responded by saying, "This is clan business. Stay out of it." Of course, they hated him for this response. They thought he was jealous because they labeled an average ninja a prodigy that was to surpass Itachi. What a joke. Itachi had resigned from Umbu 2 years after the massacre. He felt that he had given enough for his village and wanted more time for his family. They weren't happy about this because he was so skilled, and to lose him then it would weaken Konoha as a whole, but accepted it nonetheless. Naruto had changed the most. He still wore the same outfit he had when he met his family, albeit in a bigger size. He had adopted the same personality as Itachi. He was cold and calculating in public and with people he didn't like and or know, but with people he liked and his family or those he loved, he was a kind and gentle man who would do anything to protect them. He and Kurenai grew closer due to their love of genjutsu, and when he turned 12 he actually asked her out on a date. She said when he made chunin she would go. This obviously spurred him on in training, as it was no secret to his family, Hokage, Kakashi, Genma and Yugao, that he had a crush the size of the Hokage mountain on her, but he was quite mature for his age, which led them to believe that when he did become a chunin they would try it out for a while and see where it leads. He continued his genjutsu training, creating new genjutsu and recreating some others have made that can only be cast with a dojutsu. Amongst the small group of ninja that knew about him, he was quite popular and respected as a person who enjoyed messing with someone's head. If he was having a spar with someone, he would use genjutsu to make you think he was doing one thing and do another, or make you see things that weren't really there. He had once been asked by the Hokage to interrogate someone with his genjutsu, so Ibiki and Anko were added to his little group of people that knew he wasn't a fool. This person was a rogue ninja who tried to assassinate someone important within Konoha, and after 20 minutes he was crying like a baby from continuous genjutsu that slowed down time for the user and subject, but increased the pain reception of the subject. He told them everything in order to stop this little kid. He learned his father's taijutsu style at age 8, not 3 months after the massacre, because he felt that it was nice to have a different style to fall back on when against an opponent that his style wouldn't work with. He took to his father's style like a fish to water. He felt more comfortable with it, and it was easier to use with his type of body. This soon became his primary style, but he felt that it could be improved like everything else his father made. It was a style that wasn't complete. He never had time to finish it. Naruto felt the best way to finish the style was to add another style to it and combine them to create an ultimate style that would devastate enemies using his fast movements and precise punches and kicks. He didn't know which style to add to this until one day at the academy he was watching a girl with pale eyes spar. She hit some places along the target's arm and they couldn't mold chakra anymore. He was ecstatic about adding this to his style. Upon asking his mother and brother what style this was, he found it was a clan style from the Hyuga clan that used their Kekkai Genkai, so he couldn't use it but soon found a way around this little problem. His Sharingan allowed him to see chakra and could see how they introduced it to the body at vital points such as organs. He reconstructed this and found out it was about timing and chakra control. When the user touches the target skin, they release the chakra through the points at the end of the fingers. He was going to do this, except he was going to use it on a wide scale for a whole fist or foot. He studied the human body for 2 months to find out where the weakest joints were and the easiest and most deadly organs to injure, were then spent another year perfecting it with his Kage Bunshin. By his 10th birthday he had finished the style and wrote it down in a scroll that he placed in his family vault. The style was deadly, and he named it after the base style of his father that he completed. Hummingbird, he called it Hummingbird because it relied on fast movements but also to be able to turn at a second's notice like the hummingbird. He learned this style in secret. Even his mother didn't know, and that was difficult considering she lived with him. Once finished, he asked the Hokage if he could get the resident taijutsu master Mato guy to look at his style. The Hokage didn't know anything about this since it was a secret, but once he learned that his father's style was incomplete and his son finished it, then he was quite happy to see the work of 2 geniuses, even if one didn't like to be called as such. So that day Guy was added to the list of people who knew he wasn't a fool and sworn to secrecy like the rest. Flashback. Naruto's family and the Hokage, Kakashi, Yugao, Genma and Guy were at the Hokage's personal training ground that was protected by multiple seals to stop people spying on practices. "Wosh Hokage-sama, what did you call me for?" "Guy, calm down. I called you to get your input on a new taijutsu style that has been created by one of our upcoming ninja." At this, Guy became quite serious. He loved taijutsu, but when new styles were created they were often made amateurishly, which lead to a lot of pain from the user. "Who made it, Hokage-sama?" Everyone turned to Naruto, who just waved sup. "Are you kidding me? He's what, 9? 10? My point still stands." At this, Naruto stretched and yawned. "How you say something, Guy?" Everyone paused whilst Kakashi was crying anime tears, thinking he had a little apprentice in the up-and-coming group of Genin, and Itachi had a barely noticeable quirk of his lips into a barely perceived smile. "Curse you, Kakashi, and infecting the youthful with your cool and hip attitude. How you say something, Guy?" The Hokage chose to intervene at this point. "Stop, both of you. Yes, he created it and he wants to try it out, and since you will be able to find flaws in it, we decided you're best to try it out against, but everything you see here is an S-class secret." "Fine, take your position." Naruto nodded and got into stance whilst Itachi watched with his Sharingan active to see how this worked. He knew his brother well enough to know that he always had a trick to this type of thing. He would never go against an opponent that could beat him senseless easy enough. Guy took the opening stance within his own personal style called Goken, or Iron Fish, which consisted of fast movement and strong punched. The Hokage signaled for them to start it, and Kakashi opened his Sharingan eye to watch the same as Itachi. Naruto already disabled his chakra weights, which were set to around 70 kg apiece and hadn't been upped since his 8th birthday since he didn't want to stunt his growth. Naruto shot off with speed that was unheard of for an academy student, easily low Chunin speed, which surprised Guy. Naruto went for a feint with his left hand whilst bringing his right hand across Guy's chest. He went to block this with his right hand, which he did successfully, but Naruto twisted his body round to kick him in the side of the head with his left leg using the momentum from his earlier attack. Guy was not inexperienced with a type of style like this. From what he could tell, it was based on similar principles as his Goken, so he expected him to hit hard, but when he blocked the kick to his head he jumped away and couldn't feel his right arm where he blocked. Seeing the unasked question, he responded, "This is my style, based of speed, strength, and internal chakra damage." His eyes were wide. The only ones he knew that were able to do internal chakra damage were the Hyuga, and if he had managed to recreate it and add it to a style that didn't rely on closing and opening Tenkesta points within the chakra network, then his style would be deadly even if people block. The others were amazed at this, and Itachi had confirmed it with a smile on his face. He watched in pride as his little brother transferred a small amount of chakra from his fist to the opponent's body. They continued fighting, albeit at a faster pace, so that Guy didn't get hurt. He stopped half an hour later when he was just getting feeling back in his right arm. That style is deadly. As soon as your speed gets up higher than what it is right now, you will decimate your enemies. Your speed at the moment is around low mid Chunin. Still haven't released a resistance seal I've had on me since birth, so it's probably higher than that. Guy just nodded dumbly since he didn't know what to say to that and smiled. "Wosh, you will be a most youthful ninja in the future. By the way, if you're wondering, I named the style Hummingbird." End flashback. He smiled when he remembered Itachi asking if he could learn the style. He obviously agreed but stated that he might not be proficient in it because it relied on speed and huge amounts of chakra. Unlike the Hyuga who have great control, this was made for people with terrible control but huge amounts of chakra such as him and other Jinchuriki. After that he started learning nature transformation. He started off in his primary element which was lightning, and ever with his clones it still took him 2 months to finish the transformation to an acceptable level, but he wasn't happy with it. He wanted to be able to expand huge amounts of lightning from his body and continued for another 6 months with his clones until his nature transformation was like second nature to him and he could do it as instinctively as sending chakra to his feet to stick to surfaces. He asked the Hokage if it was possible for him to intern at the local power plant by using Raiton output to power the generators. He accepted as long as he wore a mask, which he agreed, and thus he had to adapt to huge amounts of lightning chakra nature output, which he was quite happy with. So after 6 months of the job and his clones working constantly, he was finished with his primary affinity. Before learning his second and third affinities, he decided to learn a few jutsu for his affinity, but soon found out that Raiton was rare in Konoha, so he learnt what he could and consulted his book he got for his birthday a few years back about creating jutsu. He always had ideas about creating jutsu and wrote them down but could never find the time recently to work on them, so when he set time aside for the creation of his new jutsu for his lightning element, he was happy. He spent a month working on a jutsu that he felt could be deadly and effective for large groups of enemies. He called it Raiton. Ryanzu Roa, otherwise known as Lion's Roar. The base idea for this technique was when he was working at the power plant learning to output high amounts of lightning. He figured if he could shape it correctly, then it could be devastating instead of untamed like it was. When the user of this jutsu activates the final hand seal, then they release high amount of Raiton chakra into the air, shaping it into a 6-meter tall lion that sprints at its enemies from range, and when it's about to bite its opponent it can either disperse into the group shocking them all or focus on its one target for a multipurpose takedown. He spent 1 month with 600 clones working on it 8 hours a day. It would have taken forever without the clones to create this jutsu. After he created it, he worked on mastering it to one hand seal, and it took another 4 months since it was such a complex jutsu. He shown it to the Hokage at one point and it was labeled a kenjutsu due to the amount of chakra output needed and the damage it could do to allies. This didn't stop Naruto mastering it, though it was his first actual jutsu creation. Sure, he made some genjutsu before, but this was special. He spent the rest of his academy days working on jutsu theory and came up with one that was going to take forever to work, but if it did, then it would be an army killer. This leads us up to today. When he arrived at the academy for the graduation test, he scoffed such a poor excuse for a test. He wondered if the civilians had anything to do with the academy standards. His mother and brother both stated that the academy was much harder when they attended, more so in his mother's case since she attended in wartime. A simple test which happened to have a genjutsu on, he sighed. He was getting tired of Mizuki's attempts to slow his progress within the academy and decided it was best to leave it be until a later date. A kunai and shuriken throwing test which he got a moderate 7 out of 10 and Sasuke got 9, which his fangirls were screaming up a storm about. Next was a small taijutsu spar with the academy teachers. Mizuki was chosen as his opponent and he could feel the hidden Umbu laughing at him in the tree. Most Umbu knew better than his mask that fooled most younger ninja and civilians. They knew that although he was taught wrong in the academy, he could still beat the students. He felt it was time for a lesson in humility for Mizuki and smirked towards the hidden Umbu, who just shook his head. Naruto got into the opening stance of his hummingbird style and the Umbu gasped. He, like most other Umbu, had heard of a new style that incorporated the Hyuga chakra infusion with a new unknown style. No one knew where it came from and no one saw it, but they all know the opening stance to allow them to react accordingly. Itachi was watching from a roof opposite with a smile on his face. His little brother had informed him of Mizuki's constant annoyances and told the Hokage, but he just told him to deal with it. Apparently Naruto was about to. They called the match and Mizuki ran at Naruto with Chunin level speed. Naruto just scoffed and sidestepped whilst hitting the bottom of his spine with a chakra infusion which would stop his attempts to work the lower half of his body for the rest of the day. Irika was gobsmacked and called the match in Naruto's favor whilst he just walked off. Last but not least was the ninjutsu portion of the test. He was embarrassed to be called a citizen of the leaf at the moment. This test was stupidly easy. A henge, kawarimi, and clone jutsu was all it took to be called a ninja. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. He passed the test in dead last position to hide his true skill. He would reveal it all at the Chunin exams unless the situation called for it beforehand. Today was the day. Today was team assignments. After the pitiful test that was designed to weed out the worst of the worst yesterday, today he would be assigned to a team and start his ninja career. Itachi and Mikoto both explained to him that teamwork was necessary throughout his career even if he was teamed with someone he didn't like. They both told him what to expect for the first 2 to 3 months as a genin, deranked missions, nothing more than garden chores that civilians are too lazy to do themselves. He had already deduced from his class that he would be on a team with his cousin and his fangirl, which could prove disastrous or could prove to be one of the best teams to ever come out of Konoha if trained properly. He figured that he would be part of a combat team because he had skills in most ninja arts, while Sasuke would be the close-distance fighter with taijutsu and Sakura would be the medic with a possibility of a genjutsu user. Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Higuita and Shino Aburame would all for a scout and capture team. Each had a bloodline. The Aburame and Inuzuka limits may not be well known and may be considered clan jutsu, but they were Kekei Genkai all the same, and with all three of them combined they would make an ideal scouting team with the option of capture and ambush. He took a rough guess and came up with the second generation of the Ino Shikacho trio that was so popular in the Third Great Shinobi War due to their teamwork that would specialize in capture and field interrogation. These teams would work in tandem to protect the lives of Konoha's citizens. If he had to guess about the team senseis, then it would be Kakashi for his team due to the fact that he has one of the only Sharingan left in Konoha and his brother refused to teach him until he dropped his thirst for revenge, and he was his father's student, not to mention he knew of Naruto's Sharingan. Speaking of Sharingan, he wasn't quite sure how to work around that one. Sasuke would find out sooner or later and would be pissed, not to mention his is fully matured and has a Mangekyo which he wasn't even sure Sasuke knew about. He knew about the Mangekyo techniques that cost the user's eyesight per use. His brother snuck him into the meeting room of the Uchiha clan to read the tablet that was left by his ancestors. He was visibly annoyed by the fact that it basically goaded a Uchiha into killing their best friends for power. He had used each technique once just to see how to use them and was already starting to get annoyed with his eyesight. It appeared that the techniques deteriorated the eyes faster than anybody realized. At this rate, if he used them a couple more times, then he would have to swap his eyes with his brother, which if he was honest he wasn't wanting to do because it meant that he may become reliant upon his Mangekyo. He decided to take the wait and see approach, and if needed he would get the transplant before the Chunin exams in just over 9 months. Walking towards the academy for team placements, he left a few clones at home to start his fire manipulation training like he did with his lightning. He was rather happy with his progress in the ninja arts. Before he knew it, he was at the academy in front of his classroom door. He sighed. Whilst he may have been cold and calculating to the majority of people like his older brother, he was a kind person at heart, and few in the academy knew that because they had made friends with him. Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, albeit partially, and Hinata Higuita. All three of these were what he would consider friends. The last one was a request from Kurenai. She explained that her father was an asshole and she needed more confidence. He of course knew she had a crush on him. He wasn't an oblivious fool that he portrayed to the world. He used this to get her to become more confident. Whilst it would end up breaking her heart sooner or later, by then she would hopefully have enough confidence to stand on her own without him helping. He just hoped that she would go crazy ex-girlfriend mode and try to kill him. That would be bad. He decided to once again take the wait and see approach when it came to her. He didn't want to harm her, but she needed to learn on her own. Sighing, he took his seat by the window and waited for everyone to arrive at class when suddenly a loud boom was here and lo, and behold, there on the floor were Sasuke's two biggest fangirls, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. "I win, Ino pig. You right forehead." Sasuke Keiwen, they both screeched at the top of their voices. He wasn't sure why they were like this. He was one of the last Sharingan users in Konoha. He would be required to take multiple lovers/wives/girlfriends in the future. Maybe they didn't know? Oh well. He may dislike his cousin, but he didn't hate him enough to force that hell upon him. He shivered just thinking about it. Poor bastard. 10 minutes later, an Irika walked into the room. Yet another person Naruto considered a friend, one of the few that didn't hate him for what he contained, or at least was professional enough to work around it for the sake of the other kids. He liked him for that, and he respected him for it as well. All right, class, settled down. Kids were still shouting about how awesome they were going to be as ninja, and he finally got tired with a developing tick mark above his head. He used his own personal jutsu called Demon Head no Jutsu, A/N. So original, to make the class quiet down. Now before I read out the team selection sheets, may I say that I am proud to have taught each and every one of you, even if some of you were a pain in the neck most of the time. Oddly enough, most people were looking at himself when Irika said this. I wasn't that bad, was I? Continuing on, teams 1 through 6 are still in rotation from last year. Team 7 is Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Sakura screamed about true love conquering all or something whilst Naruto was repeatedly banging his head on the desk while saying why me Gigi. Is this payback for teaching Konohamaru that jutsu? I said I'm sorry as he cried anime tears of pain. Little did he know though that all the Jonin senseis were in the Hokage's office with the old man and his crystal ball that he uses to spy on his villagers to make sure they aren't doing anything bad. Kakashi smirked at Naruto's antics. Ugh, Hokage-sama, what jutsu is he talking about? Kurenai asked, actually concerned about his grandson. Oh, nothing that you need to know, Kurenai. You would most definitely kill him, and from what I understand he gets on quite well with you, am I right? So no need to tell you. He winked at her. Kakashi, you're going to have your hands full this year. If they pass. I'm feeling good about my team this year, Asuma. Back in the classroom, Naruto was finished banging his head repeatedly and getting his sympathy pats on the back from his friends when Irika carried on. Team 8 is Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto side, that wouldn't be a bad team to work with. Team 9 is still in rotation from last year, and Team 10 is Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Wait here until your senseis come. With that, he disappeared in a shunshin. In the office, the Jonin were getting ready to depart when Kakashi sat down on the chair and started reading his book. Kurenai smacked him on the head. You better not turn Naruto into a pervert or so God help me. Isn't he a bit young for you, Kurenai? What? I mean, isn't he a bit young to be your boyfriend? She was spluttering whilst Asuma and Hiruzen watched on in amusement. Truth be told, she and Asuma had a few dates here and there, but it led nowhere and she was getting tired of it. She had agreed to have a date with Naruto when he was a chunin because he was kind and generous, but she liked the fact that he would go out of his way to help someone precious to him. He's not my boyfriend, said a red-faced Kurenai. Yet, she didn't even dignify that with a response and shunshin to the class to get her team whilst Kakashi and Asuma burst out laughing. She is going to kill me one day, isn't she? Yep. And if she doesn't, Naruto will beat me up because I'm being mean to her, right? Yep. Am I screwed? Yep. Oh well, I suppose it's time to get lost on the road to life. He disappeared in a standard leaf shunshin only to reappear 3 hours later in the classroom. Yo. You're late, the pink-haired thing known as Sakura shouted. I wasn't told what time to arrive at, so how could I be late? She just shut up at that. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. He shunshined to the roof and waited. As soon as Naruto's 2 teammates were out the door, he vanished in a flock of crows only to reappear on the roof with Kakashi, watching in amusement. So you know Itachi's crow shunshin? Naruto snorted. Who do you think taught it to him? What do you mean? Asked Kakashi, generally surprised. He thought Itachi made it since he was rather famous for it. Who do you think taught him it? It is genjutsu with shunshin no jutsu. I taught him how to do them together. Before he could respond, Dumb and Dumber walked through the door to the roof. Okay. Tell me about yourselves? What do you mean, Sensei? Asked the so-called smartest girl in the new generation. They were doomed. Kakashi just flipped a page in his book and looked up. How you say something? Sakura and Sasuke face faulted whilst Naruto was laughing up a storm inside. He always liked how Kakashi could rile up anyone by doing nothing. Tell me about yourself. Name, likes, dislikes, and anything else you find important like your dream? And since you asked, you can go first, Pinky. My name is Sakura Haruno. My dreams are to, she said whilst looking at Sasuke the entire time. And your dislikes? Naruto baka. Oh, how will I live with myself? I know how, because I don't give a shit. Sakura just glared at him whilst Kakashi just I smiled at him. Broody MC Brooder. Sasuke Uchiha. No likes and I dislike everything. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill Danzo for what he did to my clan and surpass my brother. Naruto and Kakashi just sighed expecting as much but were quite surprised at the last bit, especially Naruto because his brother hadn't informed him of his brother's dream to beat him. Sakura in her normal fangirl ways squealed like a pig. And lastly, the one that looks normal. Everyone turns to Naruto whilst he just looked bored and didn't respond. 2 minutes passed and still nothing, so they asked again, and his simple response was, Huh, did you say something? Kakashi was crying anime tears at the fact that his sensei's son was embracing the cool and hip attitude while Sasuke and Sakura were fuming. Oh well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. I like a lot of things including my friends and precious people, and my ramen. No one touches my ramen or they die. Unfortunately, my precious people have seen fit to cut down on my ramen intake, which I dislike completely. I dislike people who label prodigies and geniuses because they tend to take the easy way out of things instead of working for it. Anyone can be a prodigy, but that gathers too much attention. To be a ninja means to hide in the shadows. We deceive, lie, cheat, and steal to get the job done. Dreams? To one day have a family, help my precious people achieve their own dreams. Make Hokage, and I suppose to live long enough to see my friends and their families live a happy and eventful life whilst protecting them the best I can. Sakura and Sasuke were looking at him in a new light. This wasn't the dead last of their class. What had happened to him? Kakashi smiled behind his mask. He expected something like this, but didn't expect it to be so detailed. Good. Meet me at Training Ground 7 and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning for the test. What test, Sensei? We already passed the academy. I suppose you're right, but this is a test to see if you can cut it as a genin, not graduate the academy. Don't eat breakfast or you will simply be sick. Before anyone could ask any questions, he shunshined away. Naruto just waited for them to leave and also shunshined but to a nearby roof where Sensei was waiting. So you came. You know they won't work with me, right? So you know the test. How long have I known you, Kakashi? What did you drill into my head whenever we trained together? Teamwork. The test will most likely incorporate this and they won't work with me, however you will be forced to pass us anyway. And why is that? Because if you don't, the council will give you hell for failing the last Uchiha. Amazing they don't consider Itachi an Uchiha just because he isn't able to be molded into their little pet that they want, isn't it? This test is a farce and you know it. Sigh. You're right, I am being forced to pass the team and focus on Sasuke's training. We both know that you don't need much training and we don't even know your real speed since you have never released the resistance seal on you. Speaking of which, do you know how to? Yes, I know how to, but I've never really found a situation that requires it at the moment. I will have to release it before our first mission outside the village to get used to the new speed. My chakra weights are up to 100 kg now. It took some time to get past 70 and I'm slowly adjusting to the weight each time and it takes longer each time as well. How much skill do you want me to show? High Genin/low Chunin. We don't want Sasuke getting jealous now, do we? Naruto snorted. When he awakens his Sharingan you will have your hands full and the council will try to make you shove your techniques down his throat until he knows them all. Agreed. I won't teach him any personal jutsu on principle because he is just too unstable. Good, sooner or later he will want to fight me and I don't particularly like the idea of being run through with a Chidori-enhanced fist by some genin who got a sneaky shot from behind. Kakashi nodded and took out a scroll from his chest pouch. Speaking of Chidori, congratulations. I told you when you graduated I would give you some jutsu as a special congratulations, and since we have this situation with the council it will help you even more now. Chidori is in there. I don't have to tell you not to use it on comrades ever, right? Of course, Kakashi-sensei, what do you take me for? Just saying, now is there anything else? My Sharingan, sooner or later I will need to use it. What will I do? You don't depend on it that much for fighting. You made that taijutsu style that is deadly and you already know quite a few jutsu that are mastered to a high degree, so you should be fine, but if you need it then hide it under a powerful genjutsu or make sure Sasuke and Sakura are knocked out. When we eventually fight outside the village feel free to use it to copy enemy jutsu and even mine since I can't teach you properly due to the council. Hi Sensei, see you tomorrow. And with that Naruto disappeared with the crows. He could make anything with a shunshin, to be honest, since it was a genjutsu. He was just waiting to see an IWA need to make it a flash of yellow like his father to just make them shit themselves. It would be hilarious. Arriving at home, he sees Mikoto in the garden doing one of her favorite pastimes nowadays, which is gardening. Since she didn't leave the house that often. He smiled. She always seemed so happy these days since the massacre. It made him feel bad that she was so sad when she was in the Uchiha clan. He hoped that one of these days when he was powerful enough to protect her that she could come out and come clean to the village showing that she was still alive. He was waiting for that day. It wasn't fair that she had to change herself to hide. Walking up to her, he gave her a hug. Ka-san. I was placed on Sasuke's team with his most loyal fangirl and Kakashi. When she heard this she sighed. She knew just how much her son hated Sasuke, but he tried multiple times to make friends and steer him from revenge for her sake. It seemed like a lost course to be honest, but he didn't give up. Do your best, Sochi. I know you can work past the fangirl and Sasuke to become a great ninja. Thanks, Ka-san. Kakashi is being forced by the civilian council to pass the team because of Sasuke and is also being forced to focus on training Sasuke but has agreed not to teach him any personal techniques such as his Chidori and Raikiri, but he gave me a scroll with some techniques since he isn't allowed to train the demon brat, and he said the Chidori is in there, so I'm quite happy. She smiled. Kakashi was always a good person, and even though he wasn't allowed to train him personally like he wanted because it would pay back his debt that he felt he owed to not only Obito but also his sensei, he still gave him some stuff to help train even if it was in secret. That old monkey probably knew he would do this, so he assigned him for this reason and more. I've agreed to only show high Genin/low Chunin skills until the Chunin exams, and only use my Sharingan under a high-level Genjutsu or if Sasuke and his fangirl are knocked out. Good. You look tired, Sochi. Why don't you go lay down whilst I make some dinner for us and Itachi? Hi Ka-san, arigato. That was another thing, since Itachi refused to train his cousin. Sasuke practically said he didn't want anything to do with Itachi. This actually hurt Itachi pretty badly, and the civilian council seemed to forget that Itachi was heir and now clan head and not Sasuke. So at least 4 times a week Itachi would come over for dinner with his mother and brother. Sasuke lived in his own apartment that was paid for by Itachi with the clan funds. He may not act like his little brother that Itachi knew and loved, but he was still family. 6 p.m. rolled round quite fast because of his nap. He awoke to a lovely smell of curry that filled the house and made him practically drool. He walked towards the kitchen rubbing his eyes and found Itachi at the table and Mikoto at the stove. Itachi was the first to notice him and smiled at him. Hello Nisan, Ka-san. Something smells good. That would be Ka-san's cooking otudo. He smiled and sat at the table. Did Ka-san tell you about my team? Yes, she did. I know you don't like Sasuke, but please look out for him out on missions. Of course, he may be a douche, but he is family even if he doesn't know it. Itachi smiled. If you pass tomorrow, then I will let you finally sign your contract from your father and enter the library, but no learning more than one thing at a time and no taking things out of the estate. He grinned and nodded furiously. He had been waiting to get into the library for 8 years now since he first saw it when he was 5. After dinner with his mother and brother, it was getting pretty late, and he wanted tomorrow to come earlier so he could leave a clone or 2 to explore the library in his stead, looking for his father's legendary scrolls for the Hiraishin and Rasengan, and went to bed ready for tomorrow. He was going to have a little fun with his sensei. Tomorrow came fast enough. He was pretty worn out recently from acting like the idiot. It was stressful to act stupid when you were quite smart, watching every word you say in case you say something that was above your supposed level. He woke up and went through the normal routine of 1 hour training, then shower and breakfast, not to mention speaking to his mother. His brother would always leave to sleep at the Uchiha compound, and he hated it. It felt like his family was split apart, and he traced the split back to the civilian council. He would need to fix this now that he was a ninja. He walked towards the training grounds where his team would meet and looked at the time. He was 3 hours late, but he didn't care. The chances were that Kakashi wasn't even there yet and wouldn't be for at least another half hour. He could see Sasuke and Sakura in the distance doing nothing but sitting down by a set of 3 wooden posts. He sighed. Ninja are proactive. If their sensei was late, then they should trust in the fact that he was late for a reason and start their own training to be ready for when the sensei arrived. He decided to skip them and stealthily go sit in a tree and relax. He liked sitting in trees when the sun shone just right through the leaves. It was a beautiful feeling and sight. It always relaxed him. Half an hour later, as predicted, Kakashi shunshined into the clearing to see 2 of his team and noticed the third in a tree about 5 meters away. Ignoring the banshee scream, he just smiled. Alright, test time. Sensei Naruto Baka is missing. No, he isn't. Huh? Came the intelligent reply. He's in the tree behind you and has been for the last half hour. I was here 2 hours ago watching you all to see how you would work together. Then why the hell did you make us wait? Screamed the banshee again. I just said why. Naruto just shunshined into the clearing in a normal leaf shunshin. Obviously no need to let his cousin see he can do what Itachi can, otherwise he may put 2 and 2 together, although he would probably come out with 5, but still. How nice of you to join us, Naruto. The time is currently 9 a.m. You have till 12 to get these bells from me. The one who doesn't is getting tied to the post and forced to watch the winners eat lunch whilst getting sent back to the academy. So that is why he didn't want us to eat, thought Sasuke and Sakura at the same time. Idiots, it wasn't an order, thought Naruto. I wonder if the new Ika is out yet, came the obvious thoughts of Kakashi. He took out a timer from inside a scroll and placed it on the log. Go. A simple command, yet only 2 followed it. Naruto waited in the clearing smiling at his sensei. Well, aren't you an odd one? It's too boring to be normal, don't you agree, sensei? Too true, but there are limits, unlike Guy and Guy Jr. Both shared a shiver at the thought of the green spandex-wearing duo. So what are you going to do? Wait until you knock them both the fuck out and then have some fun. Kakashi smiled. He hadn't fought Naruto since he was younger and was sure that he became more powerful in the recent years, so he quickly went away and found Sakura. He was completely annoyed by her for a simple reason. He placed her in a genjutsu of her family being slaughtered in front of her, and she breaks it instantly but places her in a genjutsu of her Sasuke riddled with kunai and she faints. What is up with that? He finds Sasuke hiding in some bushes and figures that since he has to pass the team anyway that it was a moot point in testing him. The report said he had genin-level stamina, taijutsu, and knew the standard ketan jutsu of the Uchiha clan, so he just knocked him out by hitting the back of his neck. Once they were both out, he carried them over to where Naruto was and tied them up against the posts. He sighed this would be an annoying team to teach, but at least he had a competent member within the team. He looked at Naruto. I smiled and clapped his hands together. So how are we going to do this? I'll show you mine if you show me yours? He nodded and placed his book in the safety of his pouch whilst lifting his headband to reveal his implanted Sharingan whilst Naruto activated his own 3-tomoed Sharingan. All out until they wake up? He nodded once again. Naruto stopped sending chakra into his weights and stated Lesson 1. Taijutsu. Naruto sped at Kakashi with high chunin speeds pushing low jonin and started fighting. Kakashi was relatively familiar with his taijutsu style because he guarded him at times when he was practicing, not to mention he could see chakra transfer from the user to the intended target, that poor target dummy. He actually found a weakness in the style which allowed him to go into hand-to-hand combat with him. As long as he didn't get hit by either his fists or his feet, then Naruto didn't have enough concentration to transfer chakra from any Tenkesta point just yet, so if he blocks by the arms and redirected the attacks, then he could only be hit with brute force and not chakra like the Hyuga. He had actually came up with this just for Naruto because he knew that one day he would have to fight him, but that didn't mean that Naruto wasn't strong. Naruto was getting rather tired with Kakashi redirecting his hands and feet when he tried to hit him. It seemed that he had been studying Naruto's style for this moment and smiled. He liked not to be underestimated by allies and enemies alike. Jumping away, he smiled at Kakashi whilst Kakashi smiled back. He was truly having some fun. This wasn't the kind of spar he got from Guy. This was the kind of spar he used to get from his sensei when they battled. The fierceness and unpredictability that Naruto provided was a wonderful change from the static and monotone style of Guy. So what will you do now, Naruto? He grinned. I figure that since I have to release them sometime, why not now, eh? Kakashi's loan I went wide. If he was talking about what he thought, then Naruto was going to get a rather large speed boost. After all, he had the resistance seals active since birth. I don't know what current level I'm at since they go up gradually, so when I reset them I think I will start at 5 and work my way up until I feel trouble again. He sent chakra to his stomach and produced the half-ram sign for Genjutsu and said Kai. Instantly a wave of air came off him. He wondered what level they were at because he felt so light right now. Now Kakashi, shall we dance? Without waiting for another word, he sped off towards Kakashi once again at mid-jonin speed. Kakashi could only muster one thought before he felt his right arm go numb fast. Kakashi quickly recovered. Although he felt his right arm numb, he wasn't a jonin for nothing and could keep up with his speed thanks to his Sharingan, but he was also one of the top jonin within the village and as such still have mid-high jonin speeds. One of Naruto's favorite tricks with ninjutsu was to use the hand seals for the jutsu so quick it looked like he hadn't moved, which was quite doable considering he had mastered most if not all his jutsu. 10 minutes later and they were both breathing hard. 2-minute break, then start lesson 2. Ninjutsu. Since this is more of a test to figure out my level than the bells, we might as well do it relaxed then rush through. Don't you agree, Kakashi? Agreed. 2 minutes later and they were both breathing normally again. Although Kakashi took longer since he didn't have Naruto's monster stamina, the break was more for him than Naruto, and he knew it and silently thanked his little comrade for the breather. After all, having a Sharingan implant working at full speed for a non-Uchiha was a severe drain on the chakra system of its user. Shall we start again? Kakashi nodded and started through a few hand seals. He saw no reason to hold back against Naruto. He could take it, and if he did somehow get injured he would heal quickly thanks to his tenant. Raiton. Ryokan, Kakashi said whilst his fist lit up with lightning. This attack formed a dog made out of lightning from the fist, and the dog chases its target up to 10 meters away before exploding and shocking the user's opponent. Naruto, seeing this, jumps backwards by 5 meters just out of reach from the lightning hound. "Oh, that's a nice technique, Kakashi. Want to see my first ever Raiton technique I made? You can use it if you have the chakra, but don't teach it to anyone and be careful not to use it around Broody so he can't steal it?" Kakashi nodded. They shared jutsu sometimes because they knew they could trust each other, so it was okay. Naruto smiled and started his own hand seals for his first ever Raiton jutsu, making sure to use the full chain of seals for Kakashi's Sharingan. "Raiton, Ryanzu Roa," he shouted. This was his first ever technique he made when he was 10, just after he was starting to learn how to expel large amounts of Raiton chakra. A lion formed behind him, 6 meters tall and 15 feet long. It was incredibly detailed, but before Kakashi could get a decent look at the lion, it ran at him with high Chunin level speed, quite fast for most jutsu. He didn't know how far the range of this jutsu was, so he started jumping back as it reached him 15 meters away, and then jumped again and again before the lion dissipated with a large electrical current, shocking everything in its wake. Those poor bugs. Damn, that was good. Would take almost half my chakra to do that once though. Yeah, I made it when I was 10 after learning how to use large amounts of Raiton chakra. It was made to shock large groups to death, so it would use a lot of chakra to be fair. Continuing on. Kakashi said whilst going through some hand seals. Naruto saw this and with his Sharingan produced the same seals. He hated this aspect of his dojutsu. Whilst it was okay to copy enemies, it wasn't okay to copy friends, and he knew that he did with Kakashi, but he was happy to find that it was a jutsu he already knew and had mastered to a decent degree when he was learning chakra control at an early age. Katan. Gokaku no Jutsu both shouted and launched equally sized fireballs at each other, before jumping out of the way and landing in a clearing. He couldn't see Kakashi anywhere, and something felt off about this. He felt the ground rumble and knew it was one of Kakashi's favorite earth jutsu, since he had been subjected to this little useful jutsu enough when he sparred Itachi, so he listened to his instincts and jumped out of the way. Kakashi appeared out of the ground and looked at Naruto, panting a little bit. He was getting tired. He wasn't an Uchiha and Obishio's. I was using a lot of chakra to maintain. Naruto saw this and smiled. "Kakashi, we both know you are getting tired, so how about we skip to lesson 3? I've shown enough competence with ninjutsu for you to rate my progress." Agreed, although I might need some help getting to the office after. Okay then, lesson 3. Genjutsu. Ninpu. Kimono no Shinen-ryu. Kakashi was instantly frozen. He remembered this genjutsu from a couple years ago, and whilst he hated to admit it, this genjutsu was probably one of the best anyone would ever make, but it could only be utilized properly by anyone with Kage-level reserves or someone with Sannin-level chakra control and high Jonin reserves. He cursed himself for falling into this genjutsu, and the worst thing was that even if he did break it by causing himself pain, it didn't matter because he would simply fall for it again since it was a later version of the genjutsu he created that involved a constant stream of chakra to the system, so even if it was disrupted then it would simply start again until he let it go. "Sorry, Kakashi," Naruto said and walked up to him, taking the bells away before releasing the genjutsu and watching Kakashi fall to his knees. He had never been under this genjutsu, but from what he was told it felt like a crushing pressure due to the amount of chakra introduced to the system so quickly. Naruto helped Kakashi up and walked over to the clearing they were in earlier. In their fight, neither of them noticed that they were moving away from the clearing, and it was a good thing too because he noticed from afar that Sasuke and Sakura had woken up. Quickly deactivating his Sharingan so Sasuke couldn't see it, he walked over with Kakashi leaning on him, his breathing steadily slowing back to its normal pace. "What happened? Why am I tied to a post, and why is Sasuke-kun but not Naruto Baka?" Everyone had ringing in their ears. Kakashi sighed. "You two are tied because neither of you learnt the importance of the test whilst Naruto did and got the bells off me. Good work, Naruto." "Arigato, Kakashi-sensei. Now explain the purpose of the test." "Teamwork. No one man works alone in a team and must work together to get the job done efficiently and effectively." Kakashi nodded and Naruto threw a bell at each of their laps. "You passed since Naruto gave up his bells for you, which proved teamwork. Come here in 2 days' time at 7 a.m. for team training and missions. I'm going to need the time to recover," he said with the last bit under his breath so only Naruto heard it. Naruto started to walk with Kakashi away, leaving his teammates to get untied themselves. Once out of the clearing, he shunshined to the Hokage's office in a flock of crows. In the office were all Jonin Sensei waiting for Kakashi as usual, but all of a sudden a flock of crows appeared and started to circle everyone before joining into one being. Naruto with an exhausted-looking Kakashi. "Yo, sorry I'm late, I got beat up by my student." Everyone except Kurenai, the secret Umbu, and the Hokage that knew Naruto looked at him like he was crazy. Well, I'll just wait here since I will take him to the hospital afterwards, Naruto said. Kakashi and the Hokage both nodded in acceptance. Kurenai went first, Team 8 pass. Hinata Hyuga needs a major confidence boost but is skilled just too shy to actually inflict damage to an opponent, most likely due to the fact that the main house practice on the branch and she doesn't like hurting them, so it's probably force of habit by now. Kiba is a goddamn pervert. He thinks that because he is a clan heir that he is the alpha dog of the team when the other two are just as good if not better. He needs to calm down and get his hormones under control. I swear if I catch him looking at my ass once more I will put him under a Jinjutsu, she said, and no one but her, the Hokage and Kakashi, heard a small growl come from Naruto. She smiled at him. Although they weren't dating, she did like the fact that he was protective of her. Shino is most likely going to be the captain of the team. He is logical like all Aburame and quite skilled in his clan jutsu, although I will need to up his training for endurance, speed and taijutsu since his clan are mostly long-range fighters. The Hokage nodded at that. It was a decent team and fairly laid out, although Kiba worried him a little bit since something may happen on missions. Guess it's my turn, said a rather tall man in the standard Jonin uniform but with a sachet around his waist with the kanji for fire on it. He had black spiky hair and a pointy black beard. He was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage. I have the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio, they pass. Ino is a fangirl of monumental proportion. It's quite sad but she worked together with Shikamaru and Choji, so she might have some hope, and she is quite proficient in the clan jutsu she knows. She will probably make quite the interrogator when she is older. Shikamaru is the brains of the team. I suspect that he almost qualified as dead last at the academy because he thought it would be too troublesome to pass at a higher ranking. He is a hidden genius in every sense of the word. I think he takes after his father in the thinking department. Choji is the muscle. His strength is easily higher than the rest of the team and his endurance is up there as well, but he needs to work on his speed and Jinjutsu since his clan is mostly nin taijutsu. Once again the Hokage nodded. He saw hope for Ino, and the second Ino Shikacho trio could prove to be extremely helpful assets in the years to come. He turned his head to Kakashi, who was still leaning on Naruto. This would be a headache from the looks of Kakashi. Team 7, pass, he said with an eye smile. Everyone looked at him shocked. Even if he looked like shit and even if he had Naruto, they hadn't expected him to pass a team. Asuma was the most surprised since he didn't know about Naruto. Let's begin with Sakura Haruno. Who is their right mind let this girl be a kunoichi? Did she pass the academy by paying off the instructors or something? It was ridiculous. I found her quickly and placed her under a basic Jinjutsu which her file says she should be able to break easily. It was her family being slaughtered in front of her and she broke it quickly, realizing it was a Jinjutsu, so I decided to take a different approach. I placed her in a Jinjutsu and she saw Sasuke, who was riddled with kunai, begging for help. She screamed and fainted. Everyone was thinking the same thing. She's going to die on her first C rank. The Hokage sighed and said, continue. Sasuke was a bit better, although I still knocked him out with a quick chop to the neck. He was, as his stats said, high genin level endurance, ninjutsu and taijutsu, but I didn't check Jinjutsu. He smoothly lied so that he didn't have to admit that he just knocked him out so he could fight Naruto. Everyone nodded, feeling a bit better since the team wasn't a total failure. Do you want Naruto's report in present company? Yes, Asuma, whatever you hear is an S-class secret, as is most of the stuff pertaining to Naruto. Asuma sighed. Whilst he didn't hate the boy or have anything against him, in fact he did understand the need for secrecy when it came to him. I used my Sharingan straight away and we started through the principles, starting with taijutsu. I guess he disabled his weights right off the bat since he came at me with high chunin speeds. Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. They knew he wore weights. Well, everyone except Asuma knew. But they didn't know he had progressed to such a speed already. We fought for about 10 minutes and his taijutsu style is deadly, as you already know, but it needs more refinement. I feel he could have gone further in creating it when he did, and I will help with this when I can, but the council are making me concentrate of the brooder. Anyway, after 10 minutes he jumped away and told me he was disabling his resistance seal for the first time in his life. He had never done it before and I was instantly on guard since he would get a huge speed boost, but I didn't think it would be that much. He came at me with mid-jonin speeds, which is really fast, and if I didn't have my Sharingan out he would have done more damage to me. He got a quick hit on my arm, making it numb, so I couldn't cast hand seals, and we continued to fight before stopping. He let me have a 2-minute breather since we were both panting heavily. 2 minutes later and we started off again, but this time on ninjutsu I started with one of my own creations, Raiton Ryokan, and sent the lightning hound at him. He jumped back far enough so it wouldn't hit him and then countered with a jutsu I've never seen before called Raiton Ryoanzuroa, which created a 6-meter-tall lion made out of lightning. It was incredibly detailed, but before I could get a proper look at it, the thing shot at me with high chunin speed. I jumped backwards, so I was 20 meters from Naruto, and it came still, so I jumped again, and it seemed to dissipate around 25 meters, but not without shocking everything around it. I saw some poor bugs get electrocuted. We both launched fireballs at each other before I disappeared underground trying to get him with Doton. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, but he jumped away before I could get him. I came out of the ground panting because of the amount of chakra that was being used by my Sharingan, and Naruto suggested we move on to Genjutsu so I can come here and still be able to report without heavy chakra exhaustion. He cast multiple hand seals quickly. I didn't see how many, and used a Genjutsu of his own creation again. I couldn't move and I couldn't hear what it was called, but it felt like I was being crushed by the amount of chakra invading my system. I bit my lip to exit the Genjutsu, but as soon as it stopped, it started again. He walked up to me and grabbed the bells, then stopped the Genjutsu, at which point I fell to the ground panting because of the chakra that was in my system. Everyone was wide eyes. Most of them knew Naruto was good, but he beat Kakashi, even if it sounded like it was more a battle of attrition than experience, since Kakashi was using a lot of chakra to keep his Sharingan active. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and asked Naruto, "What is that Genjutsu?" "Remember the Genjutsu I showed you and the others? It's an updated version where I constantly stream the chakra necessary instead of invading the chakra system once, so if they do break it, then they are caught automatically. The only downside is it takes a lot more chakra. You won't be happy until you give me a headache, will you?" "Me? Never. Anyway, need to take Sensei to the hospital and got some stuff to do, so Johnny." And with that, both were gone with a flock of crows. Remember what I said about the S-rank secret? Asuma and Kurenai nodded. Naruto dropped off Kakashi at the hospital with a mild case of chakra exhaustion. He would be out in enough time for team training in 2 days, but with only light sparing if he chose to fight. He shunshined home to inform his mother and brother, who was currently on leave from missions due to a stressful A-rank mission, about his test. Both were rather shocked about what he did, and both looked rather proud but expected better since he wasn't meant to go full out. He explained how Kakashi had knocked out both Sasuke and Sakura, and they said that it was okay. He signed the contract for the crows that evening, but had yet to summon a crow since he had to summon the boss first, and decided to speak to Hikari about it later. He left a clone in the library that evening to add his personal jutsu collection to it and maybe update a few jutsu and look for the scrolls for both Hiraishin and Rasengan. Whilst he slept, he didn't expect it to be easy to find. If his father wanted to hide something, then it would be hidden. He was a master of seals after all. He decided that he would finally start learning how to use his chakra sabers. They were to be part of his legacy, so to speak. People would forever remember his dual sabers from the battlefield. His father was remembered for the flash of yellow before killing his enemies. His mother was remembered for her kenjutsu and speed, and he would be remembered for them seeing only his blade before he struck. 2 fucking months, Naruto thought. 2 months since he had become a genin and started the chores that every fresh genin did that were known as D-ranked missions. The only thing that Kakashi had taught them was to work together as a team, and even then it was limited. Naruto felt that this team was made for short-term purposes rather than a long-term team such as Kurenai's or Asuma's team. He confided his thoughts in Kakashi only for them to be confirmed. Sasuke Uchiha had no one he could work with effectively from their graduation class, and as such Naruto was placed as a guard, so to speak. He was to protect Sasuke when they went out on missions and hopefully make up for the loss in teamwork. Naruto had other ideas though. He could see the darkness in the picture that was Sasuke Uchiha. He could see that the boy would do anything for power, and he hoped to God that he never found out how to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan or Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, because there would be hell to pay, mostly because he couldn't obtain the Eternal version due to the fact that Itachi wasn't really his brother. No, Naruto in his own mind was on this squad to prevent Sasuke from absconding the village for power when the time eventually came. He spoke to his brother about the fact that he could see this happening in the future, and Itachi agreed that his foolish cousin would eventually do something like that to gain power. They both hoped that he wouldn't, but what could they do? They had tried time and time again to work with and befriend Sasuke, even though it could cause problems down the line, but he had none of it. They were realists. Nothing had really happened in the last 2 months. Naruto upped his weights on both him and his resistance seal. He found out by trial and error that when the seal was disabled, it was originally set to level 6, so he set it to level 7 and added 5 kilograms to each weight. Naruto followed his father in the speed department. He was a demon with speed for his age, and it would only get faster as his body grew. Naruto slowed on his genjutsu training to focus more on taijutsu and learning his new kenjutsu style for his chakra sabers that his mother had made for him before her death. He had asked Mikoto what Yuzu metal was, and she explained that it was a rare metal only found on the island where his mother's village was before it was destroyed. The metal itself is almost indestructible without chakra, and can be enhanced with both normal type of chakra and elemental chakra, such as futon. The style left to Naruto by his mother was a hidden style that was from Whirlpool Village before its downfall. People would kill for this style simply because no one knows much about it, and when you fight with such a style you would have an advantage in surprise. Not to mention Whirlpool was famous for its kenjutsu styles amongst other things. It relied on speed like all his other styles, but there was a difference. The style used shallow, easy to make cuts and vital points on the body to make the enemy bleed out, so you can understand that when Naruto started to learn this, he mostly used Kage Bushin to spar against or his brother's Doton Bushin since he was rather well versed in Umbu Kenjutsu. He had signed the summoning contract for the crows the night he passed his genin test, but had yet to summon anything other than the boss thanks to a little help from Hikari. Flashback 1 month ago. Hikari-chan, you awake? What do you want, Naruto? I was trying to sleep. Sorry, but I was wondering if you mind giving me a boost in chakra to summon the crow boss so I can get his approval? Sure, whatever, just don't die. I knew you worried about me. You warm my heart, Hikari-chan. She blatantly ignored the last comment from Naruto and sent some of her chakra into his system. Behind him was his mother and older brother with the Hokage. They all wanted to see this since they never knew that there was a crow contract. Naruto bit his left thumb whilst wiping the blood on his right palm before going through several hand seals at a fast pace and shouted Kuchios no Jutsu after slamming his hand into the ground. What happened next was least expected. 3 giant puffs of smoke appeared. He had expected 1 summon to appear, not 3. It was a good thing that they were out at one of the furthest and largest training grounds in Konoha, or they would attract quite a crowd. All 3 puffs of smoke cleared to show 3 giant crows with Naruto on top of the middle one's head, which was slightly bigger than the other 2. Who dares to summon the crow triplets Bertramus, and Bertrand? Ugh, that would be me. I guess I put too much chakra into that. The crows looked up on the head of the biggest of them, Bertram, and on his head was a small human. Who are you and how did you summon us? The crow summoning contract was left to me by my father in his will. I was to sign it when I made genin, and since I did, I signed it 2 weeks ago, but you 3 are the first crows I summoned. Us? Yep. You must have massive chakra to summon us. Thanks. Anyway, I would like to humbly ask to be allowed to summon the Crow clan since the contract was left to me. Also, my brother down below would like to sign it as well. Pass my test and I, the summon boss of the crows, Bertram, shall allow it. Cool, what test? Look into my eyes and let me see your life through yours. Naruto looked into the eyes of the crow and he felt like the crow was gazing into his very soul. He felt the crow shiver at the memories of his life. You could tell that he had passed the test before it had even begun if you knew Naruto. You pass. Naruto smiled a true smile. What did you do though? Simple. I looked into your very soul and saw the best and worst moments of your life and what you did or didn't do to deserve both. Have your brother sign the contract as per our agreement. If he is anything like you, then he will work well with us. A sudden puff of smoke beside Naruto, and there was a small crow that looked just old enough to fly. This is my daughter Corbin. She is quite young and just learned how to fly recently. She shall be your familiar and be the easiest to summon of the crows. He nodded and they all disappeared, leaving Naruto to fall to the ground screaming until he was caught by Itachi, who was laughing at the crow's sense of humor. End flashback. He got to know Corbin quite well since she was his familiar with the crows and found that she didn't like being cooped up at home with the rest of the crows and liked to explore. He explained to her that he would soon be going on missions outside the village and would take her if she wanted. She happily agreed. She grew in strength every day. Naruto had her fly around Konoha several times to increase her wing strength. She of course complained every step of the way, but upon consulting her father he agreed that it was best for her to learn early because it would save her life one day. Naruto shown the crows his Shunshin variation and they were quite impressed to find he already knew one of the jutsu they taught their summoners. He asked what they meant and they explained that he accidentally recreated the variation of Shunshin that they teach their summoners. He was quite happy about that. Soon after he found out that the crows were more trap, ambush and genjutsu-orientated summons. They had maybe 5 battle summons amongst the Crow clan and he had already summoned 3 of them. Needless to say that Naruto was happy being a crow summoner when they used genjutsu. Naruto asked Kakashi for a spar in kenjutsu every now and then, just like his letter stated. Kakashi had a normal ninjato type of sword. Naruto found this strange. When asked where the White Fang was, Kakashi replied saying it was broken when he lost his teammate in the Third Great Shinobi War and he found no reason to have it fixed. Naruto disagreed with this and stated that if he saw no reason to have it fixed, was it because he had nothing worth protecting? How could you protect something without a weapon to help? Kakashi went on to tell him about the incident and how he lost his right eye before his teammate allowed him to transplant a Sharingan eye into his eye socket from his deceased teammate. Naruto came to the conclusion that the Sharingan eye and his father's white fang blade were a reminder of bad times that he didn't want to relive. Naruto asked him if he could see his father's blade or what was left of it, and against his better judgment he allowed it. What he didn't notice, however, was Naruto had his Sharingan active the whole time to find out how to get to it, since it was obviously well hidden. He had planned on getting it fixed himself and giving it back to him as a present. That was just over 3 weeks ago, and he was due to pick it up later today. Right now he was currently with his team, and he used the word team ever so loosely. They were waiting for Kakashi to appear at the training grounds and was due to appear any minute now. Sakura was still in her fangirl dress, which was pink. I mean, come the fuck on. Pink that's just as bad as neon orange that Naruto used to wear. Sasuke was in his white shorts with a dark blue high-collar shirt with the Uchiha clan emblem on the back, meaning that he had passed the rite of passage from within the Uchiha clan of learning the C-ranked Jutsu Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto had swapped up his wardrobe after his mother moaning that he was still wearing the same thing for the last 8 years. Sadly, Itachi agreed and told him to get a new set of clothes. It was a sad day, he liked his old clothes. Now he wore black umbu cargo trousers with a loose red belt that hung down at one side. He had foregone his normal t-shirt and chose to wear a dark orange/red hoodie that could be zipped up or left open. He tended to leave it open just to mess with people. To finish the look, he wore a necklace that his mother got for his last birthday. The necklace itself wasn't that extravagant, but it was well designed and well made by a personal jeweler in Stone Country. Like Tsunade's, it sat on an old-looking piece of rope/string made from thick leather with 3 crystals, and in between each crystal was 2 balls of smaller crystals holding the bigger ones in place. On the back of each crystal was an emblem of each clan he represented: Namikaze, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. He couldn't wear any but the Uzumaki out in public yet, so Makoto got him this so that he could still wear his clan emblems with pride. He wore his dual chakra sabers on different locations on his body. He had a triangle-shaped harness that allowed for ease of access when in battle. One saber was aligned horizontally ready to be drawn in reverse grip, whilst the second was aligned diagonally left ready to be drawn from the left side. Unfortunately for Naruto, this new look sort of got him quite a bit of attention from girls his age, and although he didn't mind the attention, he didn't want it, and thank the gods he knew Shunshin for difficult times. Fangirls, even he had them. Apparently they were something every Uchiha male had to deal with, even the part Uchiha apparently. It would be 10 minutes later when Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke, and so began the shouting of Sakura and the lame excuse of Kakashi. Did she not learn? Kakashi would always be late. Mission time, let's go. Kakashi said tiredly. Truth be told, he was getting tired of listening to Sakura complain about D ranks and how Sasuke should automatically get better missions due to being the last Uchiha. It was times like this he thanked whatever merciful being that Naruto was placed on his squad. Arriving at the mission office in short time, they knocked at the door and walked in. Hello, Team 7, here for a mission again? Hi, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied whilst trying to stop himself from crying due to D ranks, even if he forced his genin to work for him. Let's see here. We have gardening, walking the Inuzuka dogs, delivering medical supplies to the hospital, or catching. Gigi, don't say Tora. Naruto interrupted pleadingly. The third Hokage got an evil gleam in his eye. Catching Tora it is then. He was about to hand over the mission scroll when he heard a loud girly scream and looked over to Sakura. Do you have something to say, genin? Yes. How dare you give us such lousy missions? Sasuke-kun is the last Uchiha. He needs tougher missions to progress in skills and strengths. Everyone rubbed their ears from the banshee-like scream, and the Hokage looked over to Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. Are they ready? Of course Kakashi knew what this meant. It wasn't "are they ready?" as much as it was, is Sasuke and Sakura ready? Hi, Hokage-sama. I believe this mission will do them good. The Hokage smiled. He knew Naruto was taking great self-restraint in cursing every being of his body for repeatedly giving him the Capture Tora missions, but before he could assign them a mission, a hawk landed on the window with a scroll that had red tape. Red tape in the ninja world meant urgent. Quickly unraveling the scroll and reading, his face went through several emotions: surprise, anger, and finally revenge. Naruto was confused. Well, team, you have an B-ranked, maybe even A-ranked mission now. Hokage-sama, are you sure? Kakashi asked. Yes, teammate was sent to Nami no Kuni with a bridge builder named Tazuna. Unfortunately, he lied about the mission and they encountered several missing nin. The demon brothers were both killed by the genin team, but Kiba was hurt whilst Kurenai was forced to face Zabuza Mamamichi, more commonly known as the demon of the Bloody Mist Village. She survived barely by using a genjutsu to be able to strike him down, but before she could kill him, a fake hunter nin landed and took his body. She has several cuts and gashes on her body and is currently suffering chakra exhaustion. Your mission is to back up Team 8 until the bridge is complete, and if Gato arrives with bandits or something, assassinate the midget. Do you accept? The third Hokage was currently looking at Naruto, worrying about him. He knew how he felt about Kurenai and that could lead to trouble. Naruto was standing there with barely restrained fury. He was trying best not to release killing intent, and it was working to a degree that only Jonin and up would feel the small amount he was releasing. His eyes hardened and they were morphing between his normal blue eyes and his red Sharingan showing his rage. It was a good thing he was behind everyone else. We accept, Hokage-sama, Naruto stated in a serious voice. Meet at the gate in 1 hour, Naruto said before vanishing in a flock of crows, surprising the genin in the room. He didn't care at the moment about showing off. All this meant was he was angry. Aren't I supposed to give the orders? Kakashi asked, to no one in particularly. Leave him be, Kakashi, you know what he is thinking right now, watch him. Hi Hokage-sama, you hear Naruto, 1 hour front gate. With Naruto. Naruto arrived home with haste. Ka-san, he shouted. Makoto was in the back garden, and she heard her son shout, which meant he was rather angry. He never raised his voice unless someone annoyed him beyond his limits. She hurried through the house to the door to see her son with his Sharingan blazing. What's wrong? Team 8 was ambushed by Zabuza Mamamichi because the client lied about mission parameters. Kurenai is hurt and my team is going to back them up. Now she knew what was wrong. The woman he cared for was hurt and he could do nothing to help her at this moment in time. How are Itachi's eyes nowadays? She was caught off guard by the question. His eyesight is getting worse by the day due to the constant use of his Mangekyo. Why? When we get back we will do the transplant. I might need my Mangekyo in this mission, and if Zabuza dares hurt my friends I will make his life hell before he dies, he said with such venom. She nodded and left him to pack. 20 minutes later he came down with 3 scrolls in a holder on his left leg, presumably full with equipment. He hugged his mother and said goodbye whilst telling her he will be careful before shining to the Hokage's office for a quick word. Hello again Naruto, what can I do for you today? When Itachi gets back please take him off mission at the moment, we will need to do the transplant. So soon? Well, not for me. Itachi's eyes are getting worse because Umbu forces him to use them on tough missions to save his comrades. However, I will be using them this mission on purpose, even if I don't need to, for the single reason to kill Zabuza Mamamichi. He will learn not to mess with people who I cherish. The Hokage nodded in understanding. He and Kurenai became quite close in the past years, and although they weren't dating, it was only a matter of time and everyone that knew them knew it. Naruto shunshined to the gate and waited on his team. Everyone except Sakura arrived on time, which was a change. She arrived 15 minutes late carrying a suitcase. Naruto had a tick mark above his eye showing how increasingly annoyed he was becoming. Sakura. Yes? What is in the suitcase? Oh, clothes, makeup, shampoo, different sets of shoes, and other things that aren't ninja-related. Why? To look my best for Sasuke-kun, of course, Yubaka. Naruto was about to explode at this girl, and she said something that pushed him over the edge. Of course, a clan less dope like you wouldn't know anything about looking good for someone they loved. Kakashi inwardly cringed and waited for the shitstorm that was about to be unleashed. He knew Naruto well, and some things you just don't say around him, but this wasn't one of them. No, this was 2 months of built-up aggression raging to the surface about Sakura. Listen here, you pink-haired banshee of a fangirl. My friends and a woman I care about deeply are waiting to get help out there because a dick of a client lied about the mission, and here we are waiting for you to turn up only to be 15 fucking minutes late. And what for makeup? I swear to God, if they die because of your bullshit, I will kill you in front of your family whilst torturing your banshee of a mother in front of you before your death. The last thing you will ever see if me smiling whilst I gut you. Do you understand me? At this point she was crying and currently backed against the gate, not sure what to do. Naruto threw her suitcase up in the air before shouting Ketan. Gokakyu no Jutsu and breathing a fireball, leaving nothing but ash of what was left. Let's move out, Kakashi said, hoping to ease the tension. They fell into line with Naruto after Kakashi and Sasuke smirking all the way after Naruto with a scared Sakura crying about her stuff after Sasuke. It took about 4 hours for them to reach Wave, and it didn't do much to calm Naruto's rage. The town of Wave was a poverty-stricken place with children begging on the street. It reminded Naruto of his idiot mask from when he was younger. He sighed, "Let's find this Tazuna and get this done. I'm itching to fight a certain sword wielder." They found Tazuna's house half an hour later by asking in town. They were reluctant to tell, but after showing them their headbands and saying they were from Konoha to reinforce the team that was already here, they agreed rapidly. Knocking on the door, a woman in her late 20s opened. "Hello? Hi. I'm Kakashi Hitaki, Jonin Sensei for Squad 7. We are here to back up Squad 8. She smiled. "Okay, they are in the living room." He nodded and walked in with his students following behind. They saw all 3 of the students resting on the couch/floor with Akamaru on Kiba's head. They all looked worse for wear. Kiba had a ripped jacket. Hinata had a small bit of blood on her arm, meaning she was hit by some small weapon, probably a senbon needle or something from the fake hunter, and Shino looked like he was suffering chakra exhaustion. "Hello, where is Kurenai?" Kakashi asked. They all pointed upstairs. Kakashi and Naruto walked up without their team due to Sakura and Sasuke not really caring. When they walked in the room, Naruto's feature automatically became hard, and he was already visualizing ways he could kill this demon of the mist. Kurenai was laying down asleep, but her dress was ripped on the stomach, and you could see clearly that there was a rather deep cut on the abdomen that wasn't healing right. Naruto sighed. He was going to do something really stupid. "Kakashi, I'm going to scout the island and find Gato's base. I won't engage and report back to you. We both know I can do it without being spotted, and the team needs training. We need to know where they are and when they will attack." He reluctantly agreed. He knew Naruto's stealth was superb. Hell, he could probably steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office without being caught and get halfway to IWA without the Hokage knowing it was missing. "Fine, no fighting though. I know how mad you are, but please don't do something stupid." "Fine, also I have a gift for you. Call it insurance to my comrades' protection in the future," he said whilst taking a scroll from his pouch and giving it to Kakashi before walking out. Naruto walked down to the room and explained everything. "Kurenai is out for at least half a week. Kakashi is going to train you, and I'm going scouting as per orders, Jana," he said before disappearing into a puff of smoke. Up in the room, Kakashi was opening the scroll, and out popped something he thought he would never see again. His father's chakra saber, the white fang fixed in its holster. He smiled, "Sneaky brat," and attached it to his back. Naruto appeared in a clearing and decided to consult his tenant about recent events. "Hikari-chan, I presume you saw and heard everything and know what I want to do?" "Yes, and I must say I approve. It is a plan well, though up in a little time it's worth the mightiest of the Biju," she declared with a puffed-out chest. "Well, as much as a giant fox can." "What plan?" "I'm going to find his base, kill them all, and kill Zabuza and that fake hunter Nin." "There isn't much of a plan." "Exactly, I like it. Kick ass, take names, and care about consequences later." He smiled. He knew she was doing this to cheer him up. "You staying up to watch the fireworks?" "God, yes." He smiled again whilst biting his thumb and going through hand seals. "Kuchios no Jutsu. Kakasuhanta." A huge puff of smoke appeared. This was the group of crows known as the carcass trackers. They specialized in hunting a prey, allowing others to kill it. They tracked the best of the best. 20 crows stood before him. "Naruto-san, what do you need the Kakasuhantu for?" "Someone I hold very dear to me has been injured by a missing ninja named Zabuza Mamamichi. According to Kakashi-sensei, he is about 6 square feet, wears cow leather trousers with a tank top and medical bandages around his mouth and lower half of his face. He has a sword almost as big as he and should be very adept in Suetun ninjutsu. I need to find him. The chances are he is near a big group of bandits since he is working for a local crime boss. Spread out and find him, then report back to me if you don't mind. We have never failed to find a target, and we never will. We shall report back soon." The lead crow said whilst flying away. Naruto sighed before summoning Corbin. "Corbin, we are currently outside the village, and I'm on a mission. I would have summoned you earlier, but things have happened that have caused my attention to slip. Feel free to fly around and be careful. I don't want your father trying to eat me because you got hurt or something." She nodded. Well, as much as a crow can nod, and flew off. She understood that whatever was going on was most likely nothing to do with her and left him alone to his thoughts. Half hour later, the leader of the crows arrived back to give his report. Apparently this Gato person was stupid enough to live in the daimyo's mansion and didn't even try to hide. There were about 300 thugs in Gato's main base. He could handle that no problem, especially since he hadn't restricted him using the Mangekyo, although after this he would need some serious rest and relaxation, not to mention his eyesight would be significantly worse than it currently is. He was okay with that as long as he got to help this country and kill Zabuza for what he had done to Kurenai. It would be another hour and a half before all crows came back and explained that they found Zabuza and his little hunter Nin in a small cottage outside of the town that Gato owns resting. The hunter was taking care of him because apparently being put into a false death state fucks with the body, who knew? It had been about 3 hours since he arrived in Wave and he wasn't tired at all due to his monster stamina from being a Jinchuriki, not to mention the fact that he had been resting in the same spot for the last 2.5 hours waiting for the crows to report. Thank you guys, you may go now, sorry for calling you guys if you were busy. No problem Naruto-san, it's our job and we enjoy it. He smiled as they dispelled. It was time for some payback. It would take half hour to reach Zabuza's little hideaway, and then he had to check for guards and eliminate them before he could proceed. He stopped and sent out 5 Kagebushin using his unique henge as birds and rats to scout around the building and inside it if need be. He was sure Gato wouldn't leave Zabuza unattended since he was paying for his services, and he was right. There were 3 guards. 1 on the roof and 2 at the door. The number seemed awfully low to him, but if he had to guess, he would say that Gato didn't want to waste manpower on a missing Nin. Sending hand signals to the clones to eliminate the target quietly, they did so. The one on the roof got a kunai covered in Raitun chakra to the skull, whilst the 2 at the door both had their necks snapped. Those weren't his first kills. No, Itachi called a favor in with the Hokage when he was younger and had Naruto kill a prisoner that was due to be executed to get over the first kill issue, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He sighed. Before the night was out, his hands were going to be covered in blood. Naruto covered his eyes in a powerful Genjutsu whilst activating his Sharingan. One of them may get away, there was no need to have rumors spread about a Sharingan wielder with blonde hair. Dropping from the roof to the floor, he just stood there. They didn't even notice him. Zabuza, he said in nothing more than a whisper. Zabuza, he said a bit louder this time. Zabuza turned his head. Zabuza, he shouted. This defiantly got his attention. Who are you, Gaki, and where are you? I am Naruto Uzumaki. You hurt someone close to me, so I'm going to kill you, but not before extending the same pleasure to you, Zabuza. What do you mean? The woman you hurt to get to the bridge builder. Kurenai Yuhi. I care for her and you hurt her. So you think you can just come in here and kill me, do you? He said, looking around hoping to find this mystery voice. Yes. He heard in nothing more than a whisper in his ear. He turned to see nothing there. He turned again to see a chair with his adoptive son tied to it. This hunter Nin is important to you, isn't he? I can see it on your face, Zabuza Mamamichi, demon of the mist. Not at all, Gaki, do what you want. I plan to, he said before stabbing Haku in the leg with a kunai. No, Zabuza shouted. I thought he wasn't important to you, Zabuza? I lied. Obviously. You are going to die today, Zabuza, but the question is, will your adoptive son die with you, or will he run from me and spread the word about me? Naruto said, dispelling the genjutsu he had on Zabuza to show he was alone in the room. I will not die today, brat. I will find you and kill you. Will you now? Come outside. Let me see what kind of demon you are. Without a second thought, Zabuza ran outside with Hyde's sword on his back. Outside in the clearing was Haku tied and gagged to a tree with Naruto standing calmly with both chakra sabers drawn blazing red. This is the real Haku, he was easy to defeat. Now before we start, I have a question, Zabuza, how does it feel to be a chick? What? He looked down and saw he had high C-cup breasts and his voice was slightly higher than normal. I hate genjutsu. You mad, bro? Dispelling the genjutsu, Naruto got into stance. This is the first time these sabers have been used outside training. Give me a good fight. Immediately Zabuza went through hand signs Kirigakure no jutsu, a thick mist rolled in around the fighters, or so Zabuza thought. He didn't know that he was still in a genjutsu that reacted to his jutsu, a Sharingan genjutsu that Naruto came up with in his spare time. If he knew what the jutsu did and what its name was, then the user supplied the hand seals, thus making them think they are fighting for real when they aren't. Zabuza, I said a good fight. He said before blowing a stream of condensed wind at the fog, clearing it away from the field. They clashed blades and Naruto had to admit, Zabuza was strong and had an advantage due to height. The clash of the Kenjutsu blades was going on for about 5 minutes and Naruto was starting to lose due to speed. He wasn't going to have that, so he dropped his weights down to 30 kg and left his resistance seals intact. Using the newfound speed boost from his weights, Naruto rushed Zabuza and nicked the back of his kneecaps, forcing him to the ground by cutting the tendons, and he held both his chakra sabers glowing red with his anger at his neck before looking at Haku. Watch him die and then feel the pain I felt when you tried to hurt someone precious to me. With that, he slit his throat and Haku tried to scream but couldn't, and then it was all over. They were back standing where they began and Zabuza was panting and looking at a smirking Naruto. What the fuck was that? Genjutsu. So you aren't good in nin, tai, or kenjutsu. I take offense to that. Of course I am moron. The skills I displayed in the genjutsu were relative to my skills. I tire of this fighting. You bore me, demon of the mist. Allow me to show you a real demon. His eyes turned into his Mangekyo Sharingan under the genjutsu before locking eyes with Zabuza. Tsukuyami, he declared. Before Zabuza knew it, he was tied to a post with his arms stretched out and he couldn't move or break free. Welcome to my world, Zabuza Mamamichi. In this world I am God. I control everything. You will be here for 72 hours being tortured by a friend of mine. He looked behind him to see his tenant and friend, the nine-tailed demon fox which attacked the Leaf Village. Hikari, knock yourself out, but make sure he's dead by the end. Oh Naruto, you know how to treat a girl. I try. The genjutsu broke and Zabuza screamed whilst Naruto dropped his genjutsu over his eyes to show his normal blue eyes, except his right eye was bleeding profusely. Zabuza fell to the floor in a coma due to pain overload. He looked at Haku. You will live, you will spread the word that Konoha is protected and no one messes with my friends. He said before walking over to Zabuza and taking his own sword to cut off his head, ending his life. Haku was crying at the sight. It was the second time his family was taken away. Naruto felt bad for him, he really did. Sealing Zabuza's head in a scroll, he walked over to Haku and stabbed his sword into the ground and placed a sealing scroll beside it. Haku looked confused. You saw that man as a father, did you not? He nodded. Then take his sword and head to Kiri and fight for the bloodline rebels. I don't need his sword, and from what I understand from the bingo book that I read, he only left Kiri because he tried to kill the Mizukage who started the bloodline purge. Naruto pulled down the gag and apologized for his loss before walking off and hearing Haku shout, "Aren't you gonna untie me?" He laughed and Haku was confused why until he reappeared. You won't be coming to seek me out, Haku. I will defend my precious person, and that is the reason yours died, unfortunately, because he injured mine, and as to freeing you, you've been free for the last half hour, he said whilst dispelling the genjutsu and himself with it. He cursed. That boy was good with genjutsu, and from what he said he excelled in nin, tai, and kenjutsu as well. He would be sure to spread the word about the boy who used red chakra sabers and killed Zabuza Mamamichi, the demon of the mist, if only to cause the boy issues in the future. He would be remembered as Konoha's Red Devil. Naruto was already well away from this Haku character that was with Zabuza in case he decided to try and attack him when he was slightly weakened from using his Mangekyo. He waited for 20 minutes to calm down a bit from the fight he just had. The Tsukuyami takes a shit ton of chakra even for him. He checked his levels and found that he was down to March 4ths after that little genjutsu of his. His eyes stopped bleeding and he popped a soldier pill to get his levels back up. He originally liked the idea of running in with Susanoo and see how they dealt with that, but came up with a better idea. He was a one-man army after all, so why not put it to use? He created 50 high explosive clones and they each had high Chunin level chakra, enough to blow everything to Kingdom Come and back. He told them to henge into various small animals and bugs and infiltrate the camp, but not the main building. He would take that himself. After 30 minutes more of waiting and his chakra levels sufficiently restored after he created his little army, which took a lot of chakra considering one explosive bushin is worth 5 normal kage bushin, he used his Umbu level stealth to sneak into the mansion, missing all the guards including the ones on the roof. He killed the 2 outside Gato's office quickly and quietly. He Sparta-kicked Gato's door and found him sitting at his desk trying to rape a young woman. She couldn't be over 14, and I say trying because he is too small to reach her when she bent over. / and Gato is a midget. Gato looked over to the door and found a man covered in blood, but none of his guards screamed, so it couldn't have been them. It must have been his earlier fight with Zabuza, Naruto mused. Oh Gato, I'm about to kill everyone here except your little slaves and take them back to wave to their families. Now you have a chance to live if you do 2 things. He said in a sweet voice that promised pain. And what are they, Nin-san? He asked, scared for his life. 1. You will sign over your company to Konoha where it will be passed down to the respective Kage at the time, and 2. I'm gonna raid your vault for stuff because I can. Deal, he shouted rather quickly, already drawing up the paperwork. It seemed this worm knew when he was either beat or when to save his life. The woman that he was trying to rape hugged him closely, and he just told her to get dressed and wait outside. He explained that the guards were dead, so it was fine. After signing the paperwork, his eyes shifted again. Amaterasu, he said as black flames consumed Gato's body. He walked away muttering, I said you had a chance, that didn't mean you would. Naruto walked downstairs towards the vaults whilst clutching his left eye. It was bleeding profusely due to the Mangekyo. Just as it stopped, he arrived at the vaults. He killed the 2 guards and walked into the vaults. Gato was nice enough to give him the combination before he died. The walls were lined with scrolls from different villages. Rare jutsu that he couldn't use due to not being a ninja but kept for sales purposes. Different elements, Raiton, Suiton, Doton, Katon and Futon. There were even a few Mokuton, which surprised him. He came to the conclusion that someone stole them from the Senju clan. Their loss his gain. He filled a spare storage scroll he had with about 700,000 ryo that was laying in the vault before filling another with the rest. He would have the 700,000 one whilst the village would have the other one that had millions of ryo. The woman led him to the slave rooms. Some men were violating the woman, and this made him mad, so he killed them quickly and painlessly. When done, he stood in front of them and said, all right, listen. I am Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja of Konoha. Outside this mansion are about 300 thugs and bandits, and they are about to die. Then I'm taking you back to Wave so you can go home. I will hand a scroll with money from Gato's vaults to the daimyo to help rebuild Wave. He said before creating a clone and dispelling it to let the other clones know it was time to detonate. Blast upon blast was heard outside of the mansion and screams could be heard. He turned to the woman, it's alright, they were my explosive clones, I left to go boom and kill the bandits. He said, calming some of the woman down. The explosions died down and Naruto walked out with the woman behind him into what could only be described as a war zone. There were bodies everywhere, some in pieces and some not, somewhere alive but not for long. The woman hurried up behind the man who calmly walked through the carnage. He turned and told them to get behind him, and when they did he said, what I'm about to do is going to take a lot out of me, so I will need help walking back to Wave if you don't mind. They all nodded. It was the least they could do for this man who saved them. Naruto smiled and turned to face the mansion with all the bodies in front of it. He closed his eyes and formed the ram seal to gather his chakra before opening his left eye and shouting Amaterasu. Black flames sprouted from his eyes, covering the mansion and the courtyard in them before they burnt to leave nothing left. He opened his right eye to reveal his Mangekyo, and the flames immediately died down, showing no signs that they were ever there except ash on the ground. Naruto stumbled back a bit, holding both eyes, and grunted. These Mangekyo techniques hurt like a bitch. I hope when I get the Eternal that they don't bleed like this. The woman he saved earlier from being raped by Gato caught him and smiled at him. Arigato. She nodded and started walking with his arm over her shoulder, providing support towards Wave. Halfway there, he decided to pop another soldier pill. He knew this was dangerous, but if any of Gato's men were still around, then he would need to protect the women. He hear Hikari agree, I will take care of your body when you sleep, but you will be out for about 3 days. What needs done needs done. Walking into town, he could see that people were walking around. It was about 7 in the morning at the moment, and he had been up all night. He needed rest. Cheering was immediate, and they all said it was thanks to Naruto. He sighed and thanked God that he had enough chakra for a shunshin to Tezuna's. As soon as he reappeared at Tezuna's front door, he fell to a knee and began breathing heavily before coughing up a little bit of blood. He wasn't surprised, it was part of the Mangekyo issue that was soon to be solved. He banged on the door twice before he heard footsteps from inside the house. Sakura answered before seeing Naruto and screamed. He inwardly cursed her banshiness. Everyone came running to see Naruto on his knees breathing heavily except Kurenai, who was still asleep due to chakra exhaustion. Naruto, what the hell, you were meant to scout, said Kakashi. Would you believe me if I said Zabuza caught me? He asked pleadingly. The genin seemed to accept this, but Kakashi frowned. Fuck no, I sent you because I knew you wouldn't be caught. Fine, I killed Zabuza, went to Gato's mansion, killed him, freed the slaves, killed 300 bandits before burning his mansion to the ground and using too much chakra, so can one of you carry me up to bed? He asked whilst throwing 2 scrolls at Kakashi. One contains Zabuza's head. His apprentice/adoptive son got away, but I think he got the message, and the other contains funds for the Wave daimyo to rebuild Wave, not to mention the paperwork stating that Gato signed over Gato Industries to Konoha and the respective Kage at the time. Now someone take me to bed, I'm about to collapse. And with that he closed his eyes and fell face first. No one said anything before Kakashi picked him up and took him to one of the spare bedrooms and let him sleep. It would be 3.5 days until he awoke again. Magic ninja time skip 3.5 days later. Naruto rolled over in his sleep whilst he grunted. He was half awake and felt pain everywhere. He decided to ask Hikari what happened. You collapsed after using 98.2% of your chakra, which is a lot for you. I'm guessing your eyesight is worse and you have about 40% chakra back from before. Good news though is that your reserves have grown by about 5%, which is also a lot for you. Must be the constant use of the Mangekyo from last night strengthening the coils behind your eyes. Anything happen whilst I was out? No idea, I was asleep as well. It took quite a bit of chakra to heal you after the soldier pill trick you did. Sorry Hikari-chan, you know I don't like forcing you to work on my body. I know, but it needed doing, so wake the fuck up and go see the Cyclops. Naruto did just that and opened his eyes to find he was alone in his room. Bursting for a piss after 3 days of sleep, he hobbled to the bathroom and opened it before relieving himself. Walking downstairs he found it was oddly quiet and found no one in the house. Weird, where is Kakashi, Emo and Banshee? He thought to himself. He walked outside and found his eyesight had diminished greatly. He didn't notice yet because he had no need to see far away, he sighed. This was going to be problematic until he got the transplant. Activating his Sharingan under Genjutsu, he found he could see normally and not more advanced like when he used to use the Sharingan. He sighed again and looked for any chakra usage. He found the teams in a clearing about half a mile away from Tezuna's house doing tree climbing. They were all taking a break at the moment with Kurenai and Kakashi watching them since they didn't really have to guard the bridge anymore. Naruto hobbled over using the tree to help him stand. He looked up and everyone was staring at him. Sup? Kurenai was first to talk. Don't sup me, young man. When we get home I'm telling your mother. Naruto paled. Anything but that he hated when she was mad. She was a kind woman until you pissed her off. Anything but that, Kurenai-sama? He begged. She smirked and gave him a hug and whispered into his ear, thank you for what you did. No problem, Kurenai-chan, you know I would tear a city apart for you if need be. He whispered back and she nodded. Parting ways, the others looked at him and Kakashi asked what happened when he went scouting. I was kind of angry about something and Zabuza was a good stress reliever. I sent my summons to find him in Gato whilst I meditated. They found him. I killed the guards and tied up his adoptive son and made him watch whilst I fought Zabuza and killed him multiple times. I say multiple times because I made him think he died in Genjutsu like 3 times before I got bored and killed him for real. The adoptive son was the hunter Nin you guys saw. I think he was 15 and from what I could tell by watching him he used Hyutan. So I placed Zabuza's sword in front of him and left after telling him to spread a certain message, then he went off to fight in the bloodline purges of Kiri. They all nodded dumbly whilst a certain Emo was scheming to get Naruto's power for his own. Then I went to Gato's and made 100 explosive Kagebushin and snuck them in via Henge into the camp, at which point they just stayed doing nothing. I popped a soldier pill to refill my reserves and infiltrated Gato's office, at which point I saw him attempting to rape a 14-year-old woman. I say attempting because he was a midget and couldn't reach her. I forced Gato to sign over Gato Industries to the residing Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and it will never be in the council hands so they can't steal from the company. I then raided the vaults and maybe stole all his rare jutsu that he had and stored them in a blood storage seal. He said, not really wanting them, or rather Sasuke and Sakura, to hear the end of the last bit. I set off my clones and took the woman outside past the carnage, where then I used a certain Katan jutsu to burn all the bandits and the mansion all to the ground in seconds, at which point I practically fell over due to chakra exhaustion. I popped another pill, which I realized was a stupid-ass thing to do, but I needed it in case I needed to protect the woman from any of Gato's thugs. We got to town around 7 in the morning and the people cheered for me and I ran away with Shunshin and fell to my knees at the front door when someone screamed like a banshee and you all appeared. He finished. Sasuke was annoyed that he couldn't have Naruto scrolls. Sakura was scared of Naruto. Kiba was annoyed that he couldn't prove himself to be the alpha male to Hinata. Shino was Shino and Hinata was surprised the boy she loved could kill so many without blinking. Kurenai and Kakashi looked on in pride. Oh, wait 1 second, he said and walked over to a tree before heaving his stomach contents onto the ground, and Sakura screamed that he was being disgusting. Well, you try killing 300 people in one night and not be sick, he snarled at her. They continued to train after lunch and Naruto went back to sleep to regain what strength he had lost. 2 weeks later the bridge was finished and they named it the Great Naruto Bridge. which Naruto actually disagreed with the name, but everyone told him to shut up because he was being modest. Naruto remembered his talk with Kurenai after he was healed, explaining what really happened. Flashback. Kurenai was in the forest at night by a small lake watching the moon, and Naruto was out walking for some air. He was still trying to get over what had happened and was slightly angry with himself for taking so many lives, but he remembered what his brother once said, that their mother had told him after a similar mission where Itachi had to slaughter hundreds of bandits at a young age by himself. He said, "Kill one, save 1,000. The bandits we kill are nothing but thieves and liars that do nothing to help those around them. They are selfish and deserve death for what they do to their prisoners." Naruto actually agreed. Walking into a clearing, Naruto saw Kurenai and stared at her. The moon was shining just right that it illuminated her and made her look beautiful. He couldn't help it. He gasped. "You can come out now, Naruto." Naruto slowly walked out of the trees and sat beside her. She was still staring up at the moon. "What are you doing out here by yourself, Naruto?" "I was trying to clear my head. I killed so many people recently and I feel rather guilty, even though they deserved it for what they did." "Why did they deserve it?" "I saw you laying there, Kurenai-chan. You were asleep with a big cut right across your stomach from Zabuza's sword. I was mad to begin with when we entered the Hokage's office, only to be given this mission due to what had happened, but when I saw you I snapped. I demanded from Kakashi to go scouting, to which he agreed once I pointed out that I can get in and out without being seen, and hunted Zabuza down. He was getting ready to attack the bridge builder in the morning and I was angry. I led him outside with a genjutsu to provoke him and shown him that I already caught his little hunter Nin. I immediately placed him in a genjutsu that I made, which made the opponent think they are fighting when they aren't. I killed him in it and then he fell to the ground panting with the genjutsu at an end. I repeatedly beat him and shown him how weak he was and explained that if he hadn't hurt someone I consider precious then he might have lived. I got annoyed that he wasn't even sorry and used my Mangekyo on him. I had Kyuubi torture him for 72 hours in Tsukuyomi, at which point he fell into a coma from pain overload and I chopped off his head with his own sword. I burnt Gato to a crisp with Amaterasu and then burnt his whole mansion and the bodies with it again. My eyesight is greatly diminished and will continue to do so until I get the transplant, but it was worth it. I would do anything as long as it meant the people I care for are safe." He finished whilst looking up at the moon. He turned to look at her and gazed into her crimson-red eyes, and she slowly leaned forward to give him a gentle kiss on the lips. It was a passionate kiss, not the hungry type of kiss, and it lasted for 30 seconds before she stopped. "Arigato, Naruto-kun," she said before she got up and walked away. He smiled. It was worth it as long as she was safe, as long as she didn't view him as a monster for what he'd done. He could cope. Flashback end. They arrived at the village, signed in from the mission and started to walk towards the Hokage's office, but noticed that people weren't glaring at Naruto as much. In fact, some were actually looking at him with looks of respect. He looked at Kakashi and asked quietly, "Does it look like less people are glaring than usual?" He nodded. "I wonder what happened?" "We will find out later." Arriving at the Hokage's office, they all walked in and began to give the mission report as standard. Kurenai just finished hers up to the point that Kakashi arrived and started to explain his. Kakashi explained what happened during Naruto's scouting expedition and he sighed. He looked over to Naruto and watched in amazement as Naruto was looking so innocent that he couldn't stay mad at him. "Damn puppy eyes, no jutsu shouldn't work for a 13-year-old. I'm labeling that a kenjutsu. If it gets out, everyone is going to use it." It came to the end of the report and everyone left except the Jonin and Naruto. Naruto threw a scroll to the Hokage and he looked at it before asking what it was. "That is Zabuza's head for bounty collection and the deed to Gato Industry that I made him sign over before I may or may not have killed him." He smiled innocently at the Hokage, who just sighed. "Will you be happy when I die of stress due to headaches caused by you, Naruto? This is going to take so much goddamn paperwork." Naruto smiled and tossed another scroll. "Read that when we get out of this meeting and are out of the tower. Also, you wouldn't happen to know why villagers don't seem to glare openly anymore, do you? In face, some seem to respect me in some small minuet way. Well, it seems you're famous." "How so?" He tossed Naruto a book and told him to turn to page 113 and read it out loud. "It's been 2 months since what was described as the massacre in Wave. News spread amongst the ninja world of a young blonde-haired boy who was capable of killing Zabuza Mamamichi with ease, and people began to get scared of the leaf. It looked like they had another Minato Namikaze rising up through the ranks quickly, except this time he was younger rather than older. Naruto himself wasn't happy about all the attention he was getting now. It meant that he had to try harder to keep his skills hidden, more so than he has ever had to. For the last 2 months Naruto wanted to expand on his jutsu repertoire and spend his time that wasn't spent training his body in his father's library. He wrote ideas about jutsu that he wanted to make and or recreate. One such jutsu that he wanted to recreate was a widespread jutsu that Uchiha Madara was famous for, Katon, Goka Mekyaku or Great Fire Annihilation. It was a personal jutsu that Madara created in the clan wars that was meant to take out hundreds of enemies with one attack. Due to chakra requirements, Naruto took a rough guess at saying he would be the only one ever to be able to use it in the hidden leaf for the next couple of centuries. The clones were making progress on jutsu creation or recreation, but it was taking its time, and that was something Naruto didn't mind. However, he did set extra clones to recreate Madara's jutsu. He felt like something was going to happen to the leaf soon, and even if the people had wronged him worth a lifetime, he still had people he loved and trusted here. A week after the wave mission, Itachi came back, and the next day they had their eyes swapped under the careful supervision of Naruto's personal nurse that he trusted, and so did Sarutobi. But that didn't stop either of them, reminding her it was part of an ongoing S-class secret. They were both in hospital for a day after and then sent home to rest with both sets of eyes bandaged to allow the muscles to heal and relax before working. Itachi was quite proud of his brother for what he did in Wave and also quite scared of the fact that he may have trained him too well, and if he were to ever snap in the line of duty, then only a select few would be able to stop him, and even then it would be difficult due to his prowess in Jinjutsu. Naruto went to learning his family jutsu in his library, and so far due to his clones, he had learnt many different jutsu so far for his fire and lightning element. He felt that since everyone knew his Jinjutsu was totally awesome thanks to the bingo book, then he should have a backup such as ninjutsu. He decided that his taijutsu was good so far and still sent clones to practice the katas for muscle memory, so he didn't forget it, but he didn't practice it as much. He decided to grow his hair out for the hell of it. He was getting tired of having it short and thought about changing it. Imagine his shock that due to its natural spikiness and length it looks very similar to Uchiha Madara's hairstyle, yet lacked the color. He decided to tie it in several knots going down his back to prevent it from looking like Madara's. After they got back from Wave, Naruto noticed much to his annoyance that Kurenai was acting differently. He felt he should just leave it be, but his training kicked in from Itachi and his mother about reading faces to help in battle. She was feeling guilty about something, and Naruto found it rather sad how easy she was to read. She was a jonin after all and shouldn't be easy. Naruto wondered what was wrong with her, but instead of asking her straight away, he decided to ask Itachi or Mikoto if either knew what was wrong. Neither knew obviously, and he felt like a moron for asking them, so he decided to ask Old Man Hokage. The Hokage had initially been happy to see the blonde in his office. After all, even though he changed dramatically, he was still his surrogate grandson, who he loved dearly, but that soon changed with the topic of conversation. Flashback. Yo, old man. Hello, Naruto. How are you today? Rather annoyed. I feel like Kurenai is hiding something from me. She looks like she feels regret and guilt about it, but I am not sure if I should ask or not. The Hokage was beginning to sweat now and was cursing Itachi for teaching Naruto how to read emotions on faces, but what he didn't know is that Naruto witnessed the slight flinch in his posture and twitch of the lips into a frown before disappearing. It's official. Someone is hiding stuff from me again, and I don't like it. You know what, old man? Forget about it, I will leave it till after the Chunin exams. Said Old Man let a small sigh of relief go, which once again Naruto noticed. He sighed to himself and walked out of the office. The Hokage was now having a terrible day. Kurenai was indeed having to keep something from our young Uchiha, and it wasn't very nice what she was keeping either. Flashback in a flashback, good game. Kurenai was having a terrible day. Ever since she learnt what Naruto did in Wave, she had been feeling guilty because it was basically her fault for everything. It had been 2 days since their return and the unveiling of the newest bingo booker from Konoha, and she decided to voice her opinions to the Hokage. Walking past the secretary and into the office, ignoring the guards, she asked for a private audience from the Hokage, which he agreed to. So Kurenai-chan, how goes your mission? Ahead of schedule, sir, but I feel terrible. How so? Did you not read the report from Wave? He slaughtered over 300 men just because someone hurt me, and all for my mission. The Hokage sighed. Someone on the council found out about her mission to train the demon brat, and the civilian council thought that in their infinite wisdom that he should be controlled, which was seconded by his advisors, including Danzo. Not to mention that I and Asuma are very close now because he finally admitted he wanted a proper long-term relationship unlike before, but can't due to this mission. I know you two are close, but keep with the mission, and when the time comes let him down gently so he does trust again, because I don't need to tell you what will happen if his heart breaks. He will never trust anyone but family again. She sighed before nodding and leaving the age-old Hokage to his paperwork. End flashback. Stupid civilian council and stupid power grab schemes. End flashback. 2 months had passed after they returned. He was called for a team meeting with his team at Training Ground 7 at the usual time, which for Naruto and Kakashi was 12 and the other two was 9 in the morning. He wondered what this meeting was about. They never had meetings anymore since the first one was such a pain in the ass to listen to the banshee screech. He soon got his answer when he took his time to notice all the foreign ninja around the village the Chunin exams were on and hosted here this year. He grinned, finally a chance to not only get off his cousin's team but also get his date with Kurenai. This was going to be magnificent. He arrived at the training grounds to find his normal teammates just sitting down and waiting. Kakashi arrived not 5 minutes later and handed out the forms for participation. He had already promised the old man that he wouldn't show off his Sharingan in the finals or the Chunin exams for that matter. Who said he needed it? He was proficient in most areas without the Sharingan and could handle himself quite well. Naruto immediately signed it and handed it back to Kakashi to hand to the Hokage with a smile on his face. He went home to prepare and inform his mother and brother, but not before Kakashi told him to be at the academy for 9 tomorrow in room 301. The next morning he went to the academy as told, only to meet Sasuke getting his ass handed to him by some guy in a green jumpsuit and giant eyebrows. He couldn't stop laughing for 5 minutes. He met up with his team and went to the exam room where Sasuke was jumped by his hordes of fangirls. He looked to Naruto for help, but his mind was elsewhere. He was staring at the Ichibi container from Suna. He was confused why send a container to another village to attend the exams, especially when said container is unstable. He remembered how he had to save Konohamaru from the Suna Genin yesterday and how the man with the makeup was going to hurt someone he considered a little brother. He was furious at the time and placed them both under a genjutsu where they were met by their worst nightmares. The Ichibi came out when the screaming had stopped and both his siblings were on the floor unconscious. He would have just thought he was another batshit insane genin if it wasn't for Hikari within him telling him that the genin was batshit insane because the demon was even more crazy. He felt sorry for his Jinchuriki brother but ignored it since he had his own problems to deal with. A tall man with a bandana and trench coat appeared in the room. Naruto knew this was the head interrogator at the T&I department Ibiki. He had quite the reputation as the sadist and Naruto knew it was true. This was one of the few people that knew about Naruto's true skill. Well, he didn't know his true skill, but he knew that he was smarter and stronger than most genin. Naruto knew his game as soon as he turned up. This would be a written test where he would freak out the genin and make them doubt themselves, leading them to quit the exams. Brutal yet efficient, he mused. And like he said, it was exactly that, but with a twist thrown in at the end which he didn't see coming. He sent a nod towards Ibiki saying he understood and appreciated the effort he was putting in trying to get the other teams to quit. Before long, just over half the teams remained and he said those 2 words that sent a feeling of relief over most genin: you pass. He started to explain what the test was actually for since no one understood. Before he could explain much though, there was a banner that came through the window in a ball-like shape that then spread out to say, "The sexy and single proctor Anko Mitarashi." Naruto sighed. This was Anko second in command at the T&I department and another person who knew Naruto faked his strength. If he knew Anko, then she would try to make him fail just for the fun of it. Sadistic bitch. All right, brats, get to training ground 44 for the survival test. If you aren't there in half hour, then you fail. She jumped back out the window and somehow the band went with her. Weird. A lone genin stood up and looked around. Does anyone know where training ground 44 is? No one answered. He sighed and grabbed his teammates before shining them to the ground. Listening to the banshee bitch about not being able to find the field would be annoying as hell otherwise. Anko explained the rules to them since they were first to arrive and told them to wait. Naruto created 100 clones and had them henge into flies. When the genin arrived, he assigned 1 clone to each squad, including the Leaf's own for protection, well protection for the Leaf and destruction for the rest. The clones would wait and unhenge whilst in the forest. They would take the team by surprise, knocking them out and taking their scrolls. He had a feeling this wouldn't work with the sand team, but did it anyway. Anko once again went over the rules, but this time scared a few genin via kunai before screaming for them to go. Naruto smirked and took off into the forest, but not before getting the faintest whiff of snake in his nostrils. He frowned at this. He never liked snakes. Naruto, thinking 2 steps ahead as per usual, deduced that the only other person with the smell of snakes should be Orochimaru, and since it didn't smell of dango as well, then he had a pedophile after him, which made him annoyed. He knocked both his teammates out and replaced them with a sturdy shadow clone that had higher chakra levels to handle blows before assigning clones to run to the tower with his actual team. He gave the clones his scroll and told them to meet some of his clones on the way to get another scroll. They nodded before running away, leaving the boss to deal with the snake in the grass. He couldn't understand what he wanted. It had to be something that only this team had that no other had, and it had to be a very precious thing. "Come out, snake, I can smell you." A rather tall girl for her age came out of the bushes and snarled at him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You're Orochimaru? A woman? Am I insulted or not? I don't know." He grinned. "Kukukuku Naruto-kun, so nice to see you. It appears you know me, how?" "Oh, rumors around the village, bingo books, and of course my favorite, you're the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." Naruto just continued grinning, and for some reason this infuriated Orochimaru. Why was this child not scared? Was his life in this village so bad that he would throw it away? "Well, that's nice and all, but why don't you tell me why you're here?" "Well, I want to give Sasuke-kun a present. I'm not sure if he swings that way or not. I'm not gay. Chasing little boys tells me different." "Shut up. Did I hit a sore spot?" Orochimaru was getting mad and charged Naruto. This boy would die for insolence. Unfortunately, Naruto had other ideas. "What did Sarutobijiji teach you anyway? Can't you tell when you're in a genjutsu? So much for the so-called prodigy of the Sannin." That stopped him immediately. If this was a genjutsu, he couldn't tell, and that annoyed him to no end. He tried to dispel it, but nothing happened. He tried again and again before it broke, showing the exact same thing he saw before. Why did he make a genjutsu with everything the same? Simple, he had already won and wanted to waste time. "Ho ho, you dispelled it. Well done. Quiet boy before I make you one of my experiments." "Yee, that's not going to happen. You're still in a genjutsu that I placed on you. It was double layered, and the second layer was a genjutsu that slowed time down for the user inside the genjutsu, so what has been 5 minutes in here has been well over an hour out there, and my team is already at the tower. I figured it was Sasuke you wanted for his eyes or something, so I took precautions. The two teammates I was with earlier were henged bunchins. I win you pedophile," he said before dispelling the genjutsu completely and finding that he was in some serious pain. Apparently the brat took the time to give some much-deserved revenge for his victims and beat the shit out of him with his fists without him knowing. He let loose an angry roar into the sky, showing how mad he was. Naruto was at the tower in his bedroom by the window, listening the roar that filled the forest. He smiled and decided to go see the Hokage about this. Walking to the temporary command post in the tower, he met with the Hokage, Ibiki, and Enko. The Hokage put up a barrier around them to keep all quiet. "All right, Orochimaru is in the forest." They all blinked at him before what? "He came after my team in the forest. I smelt him before he met us, and so I knocked both Sasuke and Sakura out and sent them here with my clones with our scroll so we could pass. Also, don't expect many other teams besides the Leaf and Sand teams to pass. I had clones trailing them all, but it appears only the Sand team was good enough to get past my clone. My clones gave out spare scrolls to every one of our teams so they could pass." He grinned. "Back up, how did you escape, Orochimaru?" "He underestimated me, so I put him in a dual-layered genjutsu showing everything exactly the same as it was before, and we talked. I told him 5 minutes later after I finished taunting him about the genjutsu, and he tried 3 or 4 times to break it before telling him it was dual-layered. The second layer was meant to slow time down when in the genjutsu, so my clone and him were in it for over an hour whilst I was here, and it was just under 5 minutes in there. He sounded pretty mad when I heard the rage-filled roar across the forest 5 minutes ago." They all just blinked before dismissing him to go sleep or something for the next 4.5 days, so that was ready for the finals or prelims depending on how many arrived. Time skip prelims. All the Leaf teams were present, with the only foreign team being the Suna team with the Ichibi container. He would have to fix that later or inform Sarutobi if he made it to the finals. It didn't bode well for Konoha as a whole if a foreign Jinchuriki makes it to the finals without being detected as a Jinchuriki. /n presume Hayate coughs like he has lung cancer. Welcome and congratulations about making it to the finals. Now, without waiting any longer, we will pick teams for the finals in 1 month's time. Ugh, Hokage-sama. Can I interrupt? What is it, Hayate? Well, I was going to take it from there, so... Fine. There are too many people, so we are going to have prelims. You will fight whoever your name is drawn against. The matches were being drawn and Naruto tuned out. Ever since he started training at the age of 4, he began excelling at an extremely fast pace. He hated it. There was no thrill to battle. Only when he battled to protect those he loved did he get the thrill of the match, to face a greater opponent than yourself and come out victorious. He didn't even get this when he fought in the Forest of Death against Orochimaru. Well, not fought, more like tricked. It infuriated him to no end. He had to test his limits. He wanted to know what they were and if he could push past them, but he also wanted to know where this need for battle came from. He presumed it came from his Uchiha blood and holding a 50m tall demon in his stomach. By the time he was paying attention again, he noticed it was Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. The match itself was rather dramatic, with Neji obviously hating Hinata and Hinata being too kind to actually hurt Neji, so she lost, and rather badly in the end. Neji actually tried to kill her with several strikes around the chest area, hoping to damage her heart, causing cardiac arrest, but the Jonin stepped in at the last minute to save Hinata from certain death, only to prolong it until proper medical attention was provided. Naruto couldn't be sure, but he's certain that some damage had already been dealt to her. He sighed, not really caring. Gaara the Ichibi container was obviously batshit insane, and he was facing someone equally insane. Rock Lee. Maybe not the same type as insane, but still, the match itself was a rather good look into what made Gaara. He had little to no taijutsu or ninjutsu. He controlled his sand and had an automatic defense, although Naruto wasn't sure if the sand was from Ichibi or his family's Kekkei Genkai, since Suna had something similar before. The match shown one big opening to anyone who fought Gaara. A defense that reacts is never absolute. If you get enough speed, then it can't react in time, allowing you to hit the opponent. This was all well and good in theory, but apparently Gaara was a sore loser and had a second layer of sand on his skin to provide extra cover. With it cracked, he was mad. Apparently he was never hurt before, so seeing him take a punch or two was laughable, but it all came to an end when Lee opened the inner gates on his body and shredded his muscles in his legs and lower back, which led to him getting caught by Gaara's sand and crushing his left leg and right arm before his sensei intervened to save his student's life. Tenten faced the Ichibi sister. Her name was Temari, and she was a wind user, whereas Tenten was a weapons user, both melee and throwable, meaning she was totally outclassed when it came to fighting because Temari used her fan to simply swat away the weapons like bugs. In the end, Tenten lost, and painfully, by landing on her iron fan after being tossed in the air. These sand nines were rather brutal, Naruto thought, and it excited him to have the chance at maybe fighting one like himself, albeit less trained. Naruto of Konoha. Naruto's head perked up at that, seeing he was about to fight. Versus Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha. Naruto grinned, threatened to split his face when he heard Sasuke's name. He had been meaning to beat the shit out of the Uchiha for a while now, and to be able to do it in front of everyone was a plus in his books. Sasuke was already walking down to the arena wearing his patented Uchiha smirk when Naruto was about to jump over the railings before Kakashi grabbed him. Go easy on him. You're obviously going to win, but don't humiliate him too much. Kakashi whispered so only he heard. Naruto sighed. I'll try not to injure him. Naruto jumped over the railings and landed in the arena. I thought you weren't going to come, dope. Naruto just ignored him and stood there with his arms crossed and a small smirk in place on his face. People didn't understand what he was smiling at, but those who knew him understood. Those who truly knew him. Activate your Sharingan, Uchiha. I want your best. A simple statement, but enough to cause him to get angry. What right has this dope got to demand his best? What right do you have to demand my best? Your parents probably abandoned you at birth because they knew you were a Dobyu clanless loser, and your mother was probably some no-name chunin that spread them to easy. Kakashi sighed. Naruto was going to forget what he said now. Sasuke just had to mention his parents, didn't he? You know what, Sasuke? I think it's time you get to know a little bit of truth about me. He closed his eyes whilst the Hokage prayed to God that he wasn't going to do what he thought he was going to do, but his prayers were unanswered as they opened to show a fully matured 3-tomoed Sharingan. Everyone gasped, and Kiba summed it up in 2 words. The fuck? Sasuke was seething. How do you have those eyes? You don't serve her those eyes. Naruto stood calmly watching Sasuke get more and more mad before simply replying, I got them from my mother. Those who knew his mother was Kushina didn't understand, but others did. I didn't show these eyes in public to get you to stop being such a douche. No, I don't rely on my eyes like you do, you little fool. My foolish cousin. I bought them out to show you these. He said whilst his eyes in front of everyone morphed into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, even though people didn't know the difference. Another row of gasps from most the Jonin who knew what those eyes meant, to kill your best friend. Now you fool, you will witness the day your life became hell for 72 hours, and if you survive that long I will forfeit. Tsukuyami. Sasuke's world fell to nothing whilst he was pinned to a cross, Sharingan blazing. The clouds and moon were black and the sky was red with crows flying in the background. Fool, you had to mention my mother, didn't you? Now you will pay, but first, do you know where you are? A genjutsu? Yes, and the most powerful genjutsu known to man. This is the ultimate genjutsu provided by the Mangekyo Sharingan. I will not tell you how to get the Mangekyo and you will never know. I only unlocked it by accident, but to use it causes blindness eventually. However, I don't have that problem. Naruto faded from view and left Sasuke hanging there whilst a voice projected across to him. In here I am God. For 72 hours you are mine to do with what I feel like. All of a sudden scenes started playing in his mind of the Uchiha massacre, of how he walked in on Naruto and Itachi in their umbu gear and all the dead bodies he saw. When this was finished, the voice spoke again. 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Sasuke Uchiha. 20 hours later, and his mind is still hanging on strong but weakened severely. Naruto decided to take a different approach to the fight and stops the clips of the massacre. You will now be stabbed for the remaining 52 hours repeatedly with this katana. Naruto stated whilst killing him with the katana, but all of a sudden Sasuke gasped for air as he was tied to the cross again, alive and well. Fool, I am God in here. I chose when you die and when you don't. Another 20 hours passed and he was just barely hanging on. For the last 20 hours you will be tortured by a friend of mine for insulting my mother. He stated whilst Hikari in her giant fox form came forward. Meet Kyuubi no Kitsune. Both Kyuubi and Naruto smiled. Before Naruto left her to her business, he didn't want to know what sort of shit she got up to in there. The genjutsu dropped and Sasuke screamed like a little girl before collapsing. Foolish little cousin. He said in a cold voice that sent shivers down the spines of most people there. Without even waiting for the announcement of him whining, he shunshined in a flock of crows back to his seat in the rails and sat down, ignoring all questions posed to him. Kurenai looked his way and gave him a look of regret, which he could only assume was to do with the secret she was holding. He loved her dearly with his life, but they were growing apart recently due to Kurenai holding secrets. He sighed and waited for the rounds to be announced for the tournament in 1 month, but before that happened, Naruto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used Tsukuyomi on everyone present to make them forget about what he did in his match. He let Kakashi, Kurenai and the Hokage remember, but everyone else he wiped. Whilst he was doing the Ichibi container, he found that when he entered the mindscape, the Ichibi was there on a very small leash with a 4-year-old Gaara. He sighed. This was obviously the representation of where he started listening to his demon, so he walked past him and told the kid to follow. Both of them walked over the Ichibi before Naruto shone his Sharingan at it, breaking a genjutsu that was placed on him. He thanked him profusely and allowed his host to sleep. In return, the older Gaara told him about the invasion and how Orochimaru and the Sand planned to invade during the finals. Naruto could only smile. The thrill may not be there when facing a single enemy, but what would happen when he faced an entire army? He couldn't wait. Matches were drawn and he got Niji whilst Gaara got his sister, and a few other unimportant matches were picked. In the last month, Naruto trained harder than he has ever pushed himself for one purpose and one purpose only, to protect those that were precious to him in the upcoming invasion. He already informed the Hokage about it and they had agreed to people's various roles in the attack. Flashback. Hokage-sama. Naruto said whilst he bowed. With this one word he had the Hokage worried. Naruto never used respective suffixes like this, which meant something was up and it was serious. Naruto, what's wrong? The Sand and Sound are going to invade. This got an immediate reaction out of the Hokage. What, how do you know this? Remember the prelims? Well, everyone else doesn't. I kind of Tsukuyomi'd them all into thinking I did something else to beat Sasuke, so they don't remember my Sharingan. However, when I did this to Gaara from the Sand team, I entered his mindscape. We all know he is the Ichibi container and is known for being bloodthirsty, but what you don't know is that for the last 400 to 500 years Ichibi has been under a powerful genjutsu, making him that way. I entered his mindscape, met a 4-year-old version of Gaara and freed the Ichibi of the genjutsu. They both thanked me and told me of what they intend. Gaara is now able to sleep as well. I kind of thought something was up anyway, since the Sand sent a Jinchuriki to a foreign nation's Chunin exams. He said with a nonchalant roll of the shoulders. This is very serious. Calm down, old man. Gaara isn't going to fight us and his siblings won't either, since they are scared shitless of him. I'll leave the Kazekage up to you, but one of my clones will be hinged into a fly on your shoulder should you need backup. I, on the other hand, will be clearing the city of enemies. What do you mean clear the city of enemies? You're a genin. A strong one, but still a genin. I mean just that. Ever since I awakened my eternal Mangekyo, I have had a thrill for battle, but only when it is protecting my loved ones. For some reason I do not know why, and it is utterly infuriating me to know that no matter how much I battle I can't get the thrill. I'm sure Itachi will be having this issue as well, but he keeps his emotions in check better than I. What will I do if you die? Mikoto and Itachi will be grief-stricken, not to mention me, Yugao, Kurenai, Genma and Kakashi? If it gets bad, I will summon the boss of the crows and toads if I get the contract before then. Also, I can use Susanoo in full, which is the ultimate defense of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It looks like an ethereal warrior. I don't use it because when I use it I tend to go overkill, and it stands at 40 m tall, which can be seen by all in the village. Also, as for Kurenai missing me, I doubt it. She is hiding something from me and it is tearing us apart. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I actually make Chunin if I still want the date she promised or not. And finally, I grow tired of hiding who I am. I will reveal myself to the world in the aftermath of the invasion to boost morale within our ranks. Fine, but we will look into this thrill for battle thing. It sounds an awful lot like what Madara had. It might be something to do with the eternal awakening. He nodded and started to walk away before the Hokage called him back. Your godfather is at the hot springs, so go meet him. He began to walk away once more and was about to reach for the door when he stopped and looked down. You wouldn't happen to know what Kurenai is keeping from me, would you, Hokage-sama? He asked in an all-too-innocent voice. I told you already that I didn't. That's what I thought. He walked out of the room with a sigh. He now had his suspicions of what was being kept from him by using his common sense to come to a conclusion, and if it was what he thought then, he wouldn't be happy and likely never trust anyone outside his family again. End flashback. He spent time with his family that he hadn't been able to in a long while due to missions and being out of the village. His mother heard what he did to Sasuke and she wasn't pleased. She understood why he did it. After all, he basically called her and her best friend a whore in front of everyone, but that was no excuse. He told both of them of the coming invasion and his mother agreed that she wouldn't go to the finals since she was meant to be dead and a Sharingan user would defiantly set off some alarms. He told them of his role in the battle and they were both shocked. Mikoto was about to go and hunt Sarutobi down before he explained that he was best suited for this due to his summons, Sharingan and Susanoo, that was somehow more advanced than his brother's since he could use all 4 arms on it instead of 2 like his brother. He then went on to explain this feeling about fighting he had, and his mother was shocked and started to think that her son was beginning to like killing, which was quickly batted away from her mind as he explained it only happened after he awakened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had asked his brother if he had the same issue from time to time and he agreed, but since he was an Umbu captain he got battles quite regularly and knew better to keep his emotions in check than him. He promised to be careful when he was fighting. He understood that his family would be at a loss if he suddenly died. The day after the meeting with the Hokage, Naruto went and met his godfather, which was an interesting meeting to say the least. Flashback. Naruto was walking to the hot springs to look for his godfather. From what he knew about him from Mikoto, Itachi, and Sarutobi, he understood that he was a huge pervert and wrote the Ika books that Kakashi read. He honestly didn't care about that because all older ninja have their vices that allow them to deal with the stress of fighting, but so God help him if he's ever peeked on someone he loved. His thoughts were suddenly brought to an abrupt halt when he heard a slight giggle coming from the cliffs overlooking the female portion of the hot springs. He smiled evilly before sneaking behind him and kicking the pervert in the balls, which unfortunately for him made him lose balance and fall into the bathhouse. He heard the sounds that could be described as the righteous feminine fury beating down on his godfather. Against his better judgment, he peeked over the edge and saw several of Konoha's most wanted women beating the crap out of his godfather. Kurenai looked up from the Sannin to see from where he fell and saw Naruto smiling down trying to hold in a laugh. It was obvious to her what happened to Jiraiya, so she left without even saying a word to Naruto or thanking him for stopping his godfather from peeking on her and her friends. 5 minutes later, Naruto got tired of waiting for the Gamasenin before walking into the female side of the bathhouse and dragging him out, carefully placing the women under a genjutsu so they wouldn't know he was there, and grabbed the pervert. Splashing some water over the badly beating Sannin, he shot up straight and immediately looked for who pushed him in and, more importantly, who kicked him in the balls. Whoa there, Erosenin, calm down. Erosenin? Do you know who I am, kid? Jiraiya the Gamasenin and my supposed godfather. That's right. I am Jiraiya the Gallant, the Toad Sage and your godfather. About 30 seconds passed before. What? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. He said with a smirk whilst he activated his Sharingan at the 3-tomode level. A minute or two passed whilst he was looking at his so-called godson that he had never met. So you're Minato's kid? And Kushina's? He nodded. Then how in blue blazes do you have a Sharingan? and fully matured at that? He sighed. Mum was barren due to Kyubi's seal being rushed, so Mikoto-Kasan gave her one of her eggs which was implanted into her, and then my parents went down and dirty and boom, here I am. As to the Sharingan, I activated it when I was falling to my death off of the Hokage mountain, when I was 5 due to no one being there to look after me like my godfather should have been, he said in a slightly agitated voice. Jiraiya wilted under his gaze. How are you alive? I fell to my death and met Kyubi, who isn't evil or anything, just misunderstood. I came back to life with a sense of betrayal of the village and activated my Mangekyo, to which I later swapped eyes with Itachi and have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now on to business. I don't care that you weren't here because I did get a chance to have family at one point in my life, and I still don't care if you don't want to be in my life because I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart I just don't give a shit. But there are 2 things I would like from you, and one of them is needed if you want to be in my life. The first one is that in my father's will I was to sign the Toad summoning contract along with my Crow one, and the second thing that I need if you want to be in my life is training. Being the marvelous spy master you are, you should know that we are going to be invaded, and I will be on the front taking out the enemies hopefully before they have chance to actually do damage to Konoha. I am strong, probably the strongest of my age group, and almost stronger than Itachi when it comes to Genjutsu alone. My taijutsu is nothing to scoff at, and my ninjutsu, well, let's just say I leave shadow clones learning jutsu from my father library daily to lean and master. Okay brat, no need to be so apathetic all the time, and for what it's worth I received a letter from Sarutobi saying you were dead, hence I haven't been here in the last 13 years. I doubt the old man would have done that, but his advisors have his stamp as well, and since I hadn't set them straight at the time, then it is highly likely that they forged it. Jiraiya growled openly at that before taking a scroll off his back and opening it in front of his godson. This is the Toad summoning contact. Sign it with your blood. He nodded and bit his finger before writing his name, Naruto Namikaze, since that what he went by on scrolls like this. Jiraiya nodded before taking his godson to a isolated training ground and telling him to do the summoning ritual as usual, but think about toads instead of crows since he had 2 contracts. His chakra control was much better than what it was at the time of summoning the Crow Boss and his brother, but that didn't stop him from majorly overcalculation the amount of chakra needed to summon Gamabunta the chief toad. The entire training ground and the one next to it was covered in smoke. He thanked the gods that it was empty. When the smoke cleared, the entire Toad clan was there, including the 2 elders that taught Jiraiya Sage Mode. He openly gaped at the display of chakra. Jiraiya boy, why have you summoned us? Me? Do you honestly think I have enough chakra to summon the entire Toad clan, even down to the last tiny tadpole? Well, I hope so, since I only know you as our summoner. Am I bad? It was me that summoned you all. Every Toad looked to the right to see a 13-year-old version of what Minato looked like and gasped, what? Do I have something on my face? No Gaki, you look like your father. Oh sup, he waved to them. Father, Fukusaku finally spoke. Meet Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. Minato's and Kushina's brat. I let him sign the contract because it was in Minato's will for him to. So you want to be tested for the rites of summoning? Yes please. No need Gaki, you can summon us. My name is Gamabunta. I am the chief toad and I was your father's familiar. My son Gamakichi will be yours. A small red and orange toad sprang forth and landed at his feet. Yo. Thanks for letting me summon your clan, but you guys should go. I think the chakra usage and smoke has attracted some unwanted attention. He smiled. They nodded back and all dispersed before he turned to a fish-looking Jiraiya. What? What do you mean what? You just summoned the entire Toad clan. Do you know how much chakra that takes? Nope, he said in a happy tone. About 2.5 times the amount of chakra I and the Hokage have, he said flatly. Oh well, now what about training? Fine Gaki, activate your Sharingan and copy this technique. He went through several hand seals before saying ninpu. Hari Jizo, his hair extended around him and covered him in a defensive type of barrier. This is a defensive barrier I made with hair. It can hold anything lower than a B-rank jutsu, and it is also extremely useful for taijutsu defense. He let the technique go before going through some more hand seals and saying ninpu, Hari Jigaku, and needles of hair shot towards a tree opposite. This was meant to be used with the first technique I shown you, but can be used on its own obviously. Now get and let me do some research. Come find me if you need any help or any more techniques. Naruto nodded before thanking him and leaving him to his research. End flashback. After his eventful meeting with his godfather, Naruto decided to spend the rest of the month working on his jutsu recreation for the upcoming invasion. He firmly believed that these jutsu will help save his and his friends' lives. He was in the library at one point, while his clones were, and one of them was at the desk his father used before him, writing down jutsu theory before becoming stuck on a particular hand seal sequence. Becoming increasingly frustrated, the clone banged his head repeatedly on the desk only for something to fall on his head and dispel. Naruto got the memories and went to check what it was. Apparently above his father's desk there was an engraved leaf insignia like on the headbands that the ninja wear, and the middle bit of the leaf fell off and landed on the clone's head. Naruto didn't like the idea that part of his father's library was falling to pieces, so he went to put it back but found inside 2 scrolls. Genuinely surprised, he pulled out the scrolls to find his father's legendary techniques, the Rasengan and the Hiraishin. Naruto took note that they were extremely well hidden, apart from the fact that the little hole had no seals active over it, and he had to admit it didn't matter because he would have never thought to have looked there. Placing the Hiraishin back in the hole, he left some clones to work on the Rasengan, hoping to get it down within the 2 weeks that were left before the finals. A clone dispelled after reading the instructions, and he couldn't stop laughing. Apparently his father had made this jutsu and explained it with children in mind to allow them to understand how to create the ball of chakra. I mean, seriously, who uses water balloons? Step 1 and 2 were both about using chakra and learning how to manipulate it into a shape. He finished these quite quickly due to his elemental practice, with both Raiton and Keton chakra needing something similar for the advanced exercises he came up with. Step 3 was combining Step 1 and 2, which Naruto found quite difficult, like looking left and right at the same time, and it irked him to no end. He eventually found a way around this by using a shadow clone to perform Step 2 whilst he performed Step 1, but wasn't happy with it due to the fact that Itachi had drilled into him perfection when it came to jutsu. He told his mother and brother about finding the scrolls for his father's jutsu, and they were both happy for him. His brother asked him if he could learn the Rasengan, but said that the Hiraishin was his father's legacy to him and him alone until his children were old enough. Naruto agreed but was sad that he didn't want to learn Hiraishin. However, he understood where his brother was coming from. With 2 days left and about 400 balloons for stage 3 wasted, Naruto finally finished the Rasengan, but not without the help of an army of clones. He had to give his old man credit. He was a genius in every sense of the word, and while some of his father's genius passed to him in certain areas such as jutsu theory and creation, he did not think he was on the same level as his father, but felt that he made up for it in sheer determination. Finally, the day of the finals arrived. He was standing in the center of the arena with the rest of the finalists. His brother was in the stands with Sasuke, and he had a small smile of pride on his face watching him. His promotion was a definite thing, the exams were just formality. Being the genjutsu expert he was, and knowing the plans for the invasion ahead of time, allowed him to see that there were several jonin in the stadium under a genjutsu henge, so the enemies couldn't tell them apart from random civilians. However, if you were a genjutsu specialist, you could tell that there was a genjutsu in place over certain civilians. He was brought out of his thoughts when a cough drew the attention of finalists. The same sickly proctor that was in the prelims was standing in front of them, looking as sick as ever. Naruto was wondering if he faked his illness like he himself faked being dead last. Apparently he was scheduled to track the Sand Jonin known as Baki before Naruto gave the Hokage knowledge on the invasion. He would have been killed due to the fact that he couldn't hide from enemies thanks to his cough, and that would have made his friend Yugao sad. Luckily he was called off it, and Umbu were assigned thanks to Naruto's information, to which Yugao thanked him continuously until he said there was no need to thank him. /n. He still coughs like he has lung cancer. Welcome to the finals of the Chunin exams. Look alive, you guys are the main attraction. The Hokage stood up, trying his best not to ignore the faux Kazekage that was beside him to deliver his speech to begin the Chunin exam finals. Welcome one and all to the Chunin exams finals. He received a roar of approval from the crowd. Now that I have said welcome, let's enjoy the exams. Please do not leave your seats until the interval, and even then do not leave the stadium. Thank you and enjoy, he said in a happy tone before sitting back down. All right, you heard the Hokage. All of you except Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki go and wait in the contestants' box. 2 minutes later, and Naruto and Neji were alone on the field staring at each other. Are both fighters ready? He got 2 nods. Begin. Nothing happened for a moment before Neji smirked and said, "You should give up dead last. Fate has decided that I am to be victorious." In a matter-of-fact tone, like he knew he was going to win. I hate it when people underestimate me, Naruto said plainly in a monotone voice that reminded several jonins of Itachi Uchiha. Neji raised an eyebrow. Fate has determined me to win from birth. I am to be a genius selected by fate, and you are the dead last selected by fate. Mention fate once more and I'm going to test out a new genjutsu on you that will be extremely painful," he said with slightly narrowed eyes. The jonin that knew of his hidden strength and penchant for genjutsu cringed. They all knew that he had skills in the art that surpassed Itachi at his age and even Kurenai now. Fate has. He didn't get to finish. Naruto determined his genjutsu level to be high enough and Hikari explained that he should be able to cast genjutsu with eye contact without the Sharingan now like he does with jutsu depending if he memorized the chakra flow or not for the jutsu. Naruto locked eyes without the Sharingan and calmly stated, "Megan, Norawa no Torai." Seconds passed as the Crowd watched on and saw Niji with a glossed look in his eyes showing he is currently under a genjutsu and Naruto standing there with his arms crossed before Niji starts screaming and holding his head in pain. Those that knew of the cage bird seal that was branded on every branch member knew what it looked like, but the Hyuga knew it was a genjutsu. After a minute or two of screaming, he stopped the genjutsu and Niji was out cold on the floor drooling. "Brutal but effective. I warned him not to mention fate," he said in nothing more than a whisper as he was announced the winner. Everyone in the contestant box except Gaara looked at him strangely. "What? I warned him and genjutsu can be damn painful." He ignored all the matches until the second round and heard his name called again. Apparently he was fighting Gaara. They both looked at each other and nodded before shining to the field in their respective flickers of both sand and crows. Many were surprised to see that he knew Itachi's crow Shunshin and wondered if he was training the boy, but he refused to answer questions even to Sasuke, who was trying still to get Itachi to train him. Naruto looked into the eyes of Gaara, his Jinchuriki brother in all but blood. "Let's give them a good show, brother?" Gaara actually smiled, scaring the shit out of the Suna team. "Agreed, brother. Let's see how one does against 9. Jonin, who knew of the plan but didn't know of what Gaara contained, widened their eyes, and civilians that were smart enough to pick up the reference hoped that he would kill their local demon. Just as they were about to begin, feathers started to fall from the sky. Apparently Orochimaru ordered the invasion to be moved up in time due to his previous experience with Naruto in the Forest of Death. "Looks like we have to wait, brother. Contain your family and friends and try your best to contain Sunanins. I'm going to the front and I will try not to kill Sunanins since Orochimaru is behind this." Gaara nodded in understanding before shining to the contestants' box and wrapping a sand dome around his siblings and Jonin Sensei, only to shin off again to place more Suna ninja in the dome. The Jonin under the Genjutsu henge released it and started fighting both Sound and Sand Ninja. Both were falling rather quickly due to the fact that Konoha employed its rather famous teamwork and utilized the element of surprise. Naruto appeared in front of Kakashi and the other Jonin. "I have orders, Kakashi, and you know about Gaara, so I'll be off then to get lost on the road to life," he said before disappearing in a crackle of lightning for speed. He developed 2 different Shunshin. One of them was developed for speed and one of them was developed for distraction, hence the lightning and crows. Naruto reached a roof far from the action before going through several hand seals and saying Kuchios no Jutsu, Karasu no Senshiraidan, Crow Warrior Brigade. 100 poofs of smoke appeared before him and crows wearing different sets of armor stood looking at their summoner. "Naruto-sama, why have you summoned the entire brigade? My home is being invaded. You are to search the village and attack any ninja wearing sand or sound headbands. Kill them if you want. It doesn't matter to me." "Yes, sir," the lead crow practically shouted in glee. He hardly ever got his entire brigade to fight together anymore. The crows all flew away in different directions before Naruto himself sensed a large amount of chakra being used near the main gate. He surmised that it was being used to summon something since it was about the size needed for a boss summon or a large summon. Rushing to the front gate, Naruto found it slightly unnerving how the village was empty of shinobi except in the stadium, and then he remembered the 3-stage plan that the Hokage came up with for any invasion. Stage 1. Secure prisoners. Stage 2. Evacuate civilians with genin whilst Chunin evacuate VIPs. Stage 3. Retaliate. Naruto wasn't going to let them into the village because of the amount of damage a summons that size could do, so before they would enter he would have to take care of them. He was starting to feel the thrill of battle. He was going to enjoy the battle but not the killing itself, however that was the life of a shinobi. Arriving at the gate, he shunshined to the top of the arch so he could see the approaching threat. There were 3 snakes the size of a large train. He sighed and pumped enough chakra to summon the Big 3, as Jiraiya called them Gamabunta, Gamahiro, and Gamaken. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto was standing atop Gamabunta's head. "All right, boys, listen up. We are being invaded and I figured you guys would like some snakeskin wallets." Let's go show those fools why you do not mess with our homes, shall we? What do you say, Bunta, Hiro, and Ken? Drinks are on me tonight. Gaki, I like you more and more each time you summon me. I am ungraceful, but I will do my best. I will try to help you, but I am clumsy. With that said, all three toads jumped towards the snakes. Gamaken dropped from the sky, quickly stabbing the snake on the left with his dual swords, one through the head and one through the tail, not giving it a chance to dispel before it died. Gamahiro landed on top of the snake of the left, causing it to dispel, and Gamabunta landed in front of the snake. Bunta, give me oil, right? Bunta sprayed a large stream of oil at the snake, which was too surprised of the sudden entrance of the chief toad to do anything, but Naruto created a stream of fire that lit the oil, burning the snake alive, forcing it to dispel. Bunta, you and your brothers can stay and watch this if you want, he said as they all looked on towards the army a mile away of 1,000 strong. All right, Gaki, I want to see what you're made of anyway, just don't die, you still owe me sake. I knew you cared, boss, Naruto said with a small smile before jumping down from the toad and started walking towards the enemy's army. He felt thrilled to be able to battle such a large number on his own, but a part of him felt sad that he would have to kill so many today. Forgive me for what I am about to do. I only take solace in the fact that this is for my home and you must be destroyed if it is to remain safe. Forgive me, Kurenai. Even after all stuff he thought she was hiding, he still loved her with all his heart and couldn't bear to think of her looking at him like a monster for what was about to happen. He deactivated his resistance seals and chakra weights to give him a speed boost. Hikari-chan, you are with me, right? I have always been with you and will be with you always. Naruto. Thank you for staying with me, Hikari. I am kinda scared at the moment. I mean, sure, I have faced several strong ninja and came out on top, but this is a goddamn army. I hope my father and mother are watching me from above, for my legend is about to truly begin. I'm sure they are proud of you, Naruto. He smiled as he felt her watching his every move, ready to lend him chakra if needed. He placed his stoic facade and continued walking towards the army that stopped as soon as they saw someone approaching. They laughed when they saw a boy no more than 14 standing in front of them with his arms crossed. 3 boss-ranked summons watched from behind, standing in all their glory, attracting attention from several jonin who have started with stage 3 of the plan. They would be here in less than 10 minutes. A jonin from Suna stepped forwards from the army and laughed. They send a boy to fight a war? What kind of village is this? I have one question, he said, making them laugh at him still. And what would that be? Do you want to dance? He said before grinning and activating his Sharingan, causing several of the army to falter before they even start. He started to walk towards the army before picking up speed and eventually running at full speed towards the army. I want to dance, he said as he met the first man in the army, quickly snapping his neck. Using his superior speed from months of training with his resistance seals and chakra weights, he made quick work of the smaller cannon fodder of the army. He was being brutally efficient when it came to killing the enemy because he didn't want to waste energy that he was sure he would need. Jumping over about 20 enemies before landing with his feet on an enemy Nin's shoulders and twisting his neck to snap it, he fell forwards and used his weight to grab 2 kunai from the enemy's pouch. Sharingan eyes ablaze, twitching at all the information he was taking in, predicting several movements from the enemy, allowing him to react. He threw the kunai he stole and plunged them into 2 enemies' chests. He didn't have time to react before a sound Nin threw a kunai with explosive note at him, hoping to hurt him. With the foresight of the Sharingan, he saw the kunai coming and caught it at the last minute in midair before sticking the tag on an enemy and kicking him into a crowd and throwing the kunai back to the sound Nin, leaving the tag to explode near the ninja's friends. Whilst this was going on, a crowd of jonin were forming by the summons. They watched as this 13-year-old boy systematically destroyed around 60 shinobi in under 10 minutes and was not even looking winded. Holy shit, look at the Gaki go, came the voice of one Anko Mitarashi, getting nods from several other jonin including Ibiki, Kakashi, Guy and Kurenai, who were finished at the stadium and came to hold the gate while sending their genin teams away to the shelters. Kakashi watched on with Itachi as Naruto got blown back from the crowd by a fan-wielding Suna Nin. Kakashi and Itachi's first instincts were to run to him and help him up, but the sword of Gamabunta stopped them in their paths. You will not pass. The Gaki wanted this and he will get it. Why? He said something about people getting in the way. Itachi and Kakashi stepped back whilst watching Naruto stand up and wipe the dust off of his skin. He had long since lost his t-shirt in the fighting and was now bare-chested in front of the army, standing defiantly. I've been waiting for a chance to use this, For months with 200 clones working 12 hours a day to recreate this jutsu that has been lost to time itself. Bear in mind that it isn't complete yet, but here we go. He said whilst going through several hand seals and gathering enough compressed chakra in his lungs to summon Gamabunta twice before saying Ketan. Goka Mikyaku. A stream of fire sprayed out of his mouth, and when it reached 5 meters away from him, it suddenly started to decompress and widen and grow in height till there was a wall of flames 15 meters wide that felt so intense that several of the Jonin had to look away from it. 200 men in a matter of minutes. Destroyed. Annihilated. Decimated. The Konoha Jonin watched on in awe and a little fear as they saw a legendary jutsu born anew in a boy that they all assumed was a demon. That was the worst possible combination. Anko whistled in admiration at the display of power. Hikari-chan. How much chakra do I have left? About 2/3Ds. Using that much chakra in the jutsu had amazing results but cost you some of your reserves. I will refill them when you get to 30%, otherwise it would bring you unneeded fatigue. Arigato, Hikari-chan. Now Lesson 1. Taijutsu is finished. Lesson 2. Ninjutsu is currently in progress. Lesson 3 is yet to start, and for an added bonus, why not include Lesson 4, which is Kenjutsu. The remaining army, which was about 750 enemies, were looking at him like he was a madman. They knew no one that had this much chakra or this skilled at his age, but they would be damned if they would give up. Their country was on the line, and as soon as this boy was out of the way they would storm the lead and take it. Too bad they hadn't noticed the group of Jonins by the summons yet. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared beside him, and both nodded to each other and started the hand seals necessary to perform the jutsu they had in mind. Ketan. Karyu Enden Futon. Daitapa, a dragon, was breathed out by the original, whilst the clone created an extremely strong gust of wind to increase the dragon's strength from lower rank to high A rank. Some of the army was unprepared for what was coming, and it took out a group of 30 nin once again, causing havoc within the enemy's ranks. Last part of Lesson 2 for now, guys. Prepare yourselves. Hikari-chan, prepare please. This is mostly going to drain me to about 25%, so if you could refill me that would be great. No problem, Naruto-kun, she said, without noticing the kun suffix she added by accident. Kakashi had wide eyes at what he was seeing Naruto do. This was turning into a slaughter rather than an invasion, and the combination jutsu he saw Naruto use was amazing. Most Jonin don't have the harmony to do attacks like that, but he supposed that when you do the attack with a clone of yourself, timing wasn't really all that important. His eyes widened even further when he heard Naruto's next jutsu. He wasn't aware that Naruto had managed to upgrade this. Raitun. Taju Ryanzu Roa around his body. Lightning seemed to shoot off of him, and he shot both palms forward in a thrusting motion to begin the jutsu. 10 massive lightning lions shot out of his palm and looked towards the army before charging a good space apart. Jumping into the army, the lions dispersed, leaving the shocking effect that killed a good 30 people per lion and leaving others stunned. A good 400 men were left standing from the original 1,000 that approached the gates. Hikari-chan. Refill please? Already happening, Naruto-kun, she said with neither noticing the suffix again. Naruto heard cheers from behind him and turned around to see around 150 Jonin looking at him and what was left of the army. He heard a collective gasp from them. Took him a minute or two to figure out, but he realized that he was using his Sharingan and didn't have any genjutsu covering them. He sighed. Ah shit. Cat's out of the bag, Naruto. No shit. He sighed again before turning back to the army. Lesson 2. Ninjutsu. Complete. Lesson 3. Genjutsu. Commence. He looked over the army and cast a wide area genjutsu that would eat up his chakra like a bitch since it was spread so wide. He created it to take advantage of a genjutsu that someone had already made. It would be dual-layered, with the first layer showing the opponent's teammates turning into a clone of the caster, and the second layer would activate a subtle genjutsu that someone made a long time ago called Megan. Higai Mozo no Jutsu. The two layers fuse to become one big genjutsu, which forces the recipient of the genjutsu to think that they are being attacked by clones of themselves when really it's just their teammates under genjutsu. They forget to check thanks to the second layer of genjutsu, which induces a bout of paranoia, making them think they are being betrayed by anyone. Megan. Jinsei no Uragiri, he said loud enough for the Jonin by the summons to hear. Itachi smirks as they all watch the sand and sound turn on each other, trying to kill their enemies that have infiltrated their ranks. Itachi chose to explain this genjutsu since no one except him and Naruto knew about it. This genjutsu is a genjutsu that he created when he was younger. He decided that it is a technique not to be used against a comrade. He made it purely for turning enemies against each other. He thinks about genjutsu from outside the box, so to speak. Instead of layering genjutsu like most jonin do, he creates the layers and merges them together, making it harder for them to break, and only he knows how to do this. I know the theory of how to do it as well, but I can't. He is better at genjutsu than me. This technique makes the enemy think that their ranks are infiltrated by shadow clones before they become paranoid because of the second layer of genjutsu, which utilizes a genjutsu created long ago called Magen. Higai Mozo no Jutsu. They forget to break out of it due to the second layer attacking them with paranoia, and soon they all turn on each other. By the time Itachi had finished explaining the genjutsu, there were only 70 men left. He decided to stop the genjutsu and move on to the added lesson of kenjutsu. Men were shouting about how they killed their own friends, and only now did they realize they were in a genjutsu. Congratulations to those of you that are left. You have survived the standard 3 combat situations that I was taught by my previous senseis. Now this would be all well and good, but I decided to add an extra lesson today to explain why I earned my nickname as Konoha's Red Devil, Kenjutsu. So without further ado, welcome to class. Lesson 4. Kenjutsu. Commence. Unsheathing both chakra sabers slowly with one in reverse grip whilst the other was held forwardly, he passed his chakra through the blades and made the glow visibly blood red. The jonin stood by the summons, amazed by the weapons. Chakra sabers were really rare nowadays since they were hard to make and even harder to find the metals for them. Yuzu used to be a key supplier for chakra sabers before it fell. Wasting no more time, he sprinted at high jonin speeds before decapitating 3 and slitting the throats of 2 others. Dodging under the wind-enhanced kunai from a Sunanin, Naruto quickly used his speed to slice at key points on the body to make the ninja bleed out quickly. This continued for 10 minutes. Naruto would use his speed and built-up flexibility from his training to weave through the enemies before slicing at an unshielded artery or stabbing them in the livers through the back. When all was said and done, one man stood away from Naruto begging for mercy. "You will go back to your precious Sunagakure and you will tell them why it is a bad idea to attack my home. I will lay waste to Suna should they consider this again, and I will not stop until I have torn Suna asunder. Do you understand me?" The man nodded quickly before turning around and fleeing. The world would know why attacking his home was bad. They would know how far he would go to protect those he cared for, and they would know that there was a Sharingan user besides Itachi, Kakashi, and his foolish little cousin left in the world. He sighed before turning to the jonin that were half a mile away with the summons. He started to walk away from the massacre that took place and left the bodies. When he managed to get away from the corpses, he stared at the jonin before activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and turning to face the aftermath of the battle site. Amaterasu black flames covered the corpses, burning them till nothing remained but ashes. He sheathed his sabers and started walking towards the jonins. The last thing he remembered before he blacked out was Kakashi and Itachi calling his name before he fell face first on the ground. He remembered thinking about how Kurenai didn't even look at him when he collapsed. He would have to figure things out between them before their relationship went any further. She was starting to hurt him quite badly, and he had been hurt too many times to not intervene anymore. Naruto groaned as he started to stir from his mini-coma, as Hikari called it in his mind. Apparently he used so much chakra even with the boost from Hikari that he suffered rather severe chakra exhaustion due to the increase and then decrease of chakra through his coils, thus putting him into a miniature coma. The first thing he saw was the white ceiling of a hospital. Oh, how he hated hospitals. They would mistreat him when he was younger like the rest of the village. He stopped coming after the accident on his 5th birthday because he was protected and didn't need to go anymore, which made them happy. His mind went back to what happened before. He cursed himself. The village now knew about his Sharingan, and the more experienced shinobi knew about his Mangekyo, not to mention his skills. He also remembered falling to his knees before losing consciousness and everyone who cared for him calling his name, all except Kurenai. This hurt him. It felt like someone was crushing his heart. He steeled himself. As soon as he was out of hospital, he would find out what she was keeping from him that was tearing them apart. They weren't even a couple yet, and he knew they wouldn't work. Before he could think anymore, a voice he recognized all too well spoke. "Yo. Hello, Ero Senin. Gaki, how many times do I need to tell you not to do that? I lost count. I'm not in the mood at the moment, Sensei. Please tell me what you want so I can be alone to think." That stopped Jiraiya in his step. If his godson called him Sensei, it meant he was serious as he could be. "I want to take you on a 2.5 to 3 year training trip. I know you're strong, but you won't be strong enough for what is to come if you don't come with me. Let me think about it. I will be at the North Gate tonight between 6 and 9 if I am going. Please wait for me there. I need to sort some things before I go." Jiraiya nodded and left him alone. Naruto sighed and decided he would visit his inner demon, not that he could call her that after all she done for him. She was practically his big sister, and he silently vowed to find a way to allow her some sort of freedom from the seal. Entering his mindscape, he still marveled at his previous work of changing it from a big sewer to what it was now. He found Hikari laying on the hammock in the front porch of the house like she was expecting him. "Hello, Hikari-chan." "Hello, Naruto, great fight earlier." "Arigato. Tell me, did I or did I not imagine it when I heard my friends call my name when starting to fall unconscious, but Kurenai just looked away." She hesitated. She honestly liked her container. He was a good person and a friend, and she came to think of him like a little brother that she doted on to keep safe. She knew of his little crush on the genjutsu mistress when he was younger but said nothing. Apparently he was finally figuring out what she had long ago. "Sigh, it's true." His shoulders slumped and he let out a heavy sigh. "We will have to look into this later. What's the damage report for my body after that little fight?" "If that was your idea of little, I would hate to see big, but I digress. You had severe chakra exhaustion from the increase and dramatic decrease of chakra in your coils from me pumping you full of chakra in the fight. It put you into a min coma, so to speak, and you've been out almost a week." "Any visitors?" "Kakashi, Itachi, and your mother under a few injutsu hinge. The old Hokage survived his fight with Orochimaru thanks to your clone, but was unable to visit due to hospitalization. He is old after all, and he does replenish chakra slower than younger people." "So no Kurenai again?" he said with slight anger in his voice. "No, sorry. Is it all right if I just stay here with you for now? The outside is cruel at the moment," he asked, and she immediately agreed. What kind of sister would she be if she didn't comfort her little brother? And so they sat under a tree and fell asleep next to one another with the sun inside his mind shining through the tree leaves onto their bodies. That was until he felt someone enter his hospital room from outside his mindscape. He left Hikari sleeping and exited his mind. He opened his eyes to see Sakura and Sasuke. "Hey guys." They both were startled by him suddenly waking up. Before Sakura could get a word in, Sasuke, being the almighty Uchiha that he was, demanded that he fight him. "Why? You are strong. Stronger than I would like to admit. The rumors are already spreading. Konoha's Red Devil capable of taking on an army of men by himself. I need that power. I want that power so I can fight Danzo and avenge my family." "And you think fighting me will help you?" Sasuke looked on and activated his two-tomoed Sharingan and looked directly into his eyes. "Yes." "All right then. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes." Sasuke nodded and walked off towards the roof with his loyal fangirl in tow. She had wanted to come see her teammate and thank him for what he had done to help with the invasion, but apparently Sasuke had other ideas. Naruto lay there for a minute or two before shining to his compound, where he was immediately hugged for dear life by his mother, who was in the garden. "Ka-san, I'm fine." "I know, but don't you ever worry me like that again. It's a mother's prerogative to worry, and with what you done a week ago, no one is going to take it away from me," she stated finally. "Hi Ka-san. I have some things on my mind. Could you please tell me where Nisan is?" "One of the things involves him. He is in the kitchen making some lunch." "Arigato Ka-san, and I will try not to scare you as much. Although this is the lifestyle of a shinobi, but I will try my best not to seek out such battles in the future for your sake, mother." He finished with a small smile before walking into the kitchen. "Hello Otudo, you're looking well," he said without turning around and before he stepped fully into the kitchen. "How do you always do that, Nisan?" Naruto asked. This was annoying. Itachi always could tell when Naruto was around him since he was younger, and he had no idea how he did it. Itachi turned round and smiled before poking his brother in the head. "It's a secret," he said simply as Naruto rubbed his head. He stuck his tongue out at his big brother like a little kid before sitting at the table. "In 2 minutes, I'm gonna fight Sasuke," he said simply, but expected some kind of fuss from his older brother, but all he got was a raised eyebrow. "I woke up and went into my mindscape to meditate on some things, and I fell asleep under a tree but awoke when he and Sakura came into my room, and he demanded that I fight him, stating that he needed power and he could get it from me." I laughed a little at the end. "I think he wants to use his Sharingan to copy my techniques and such, but I doubt he would be able to use them. Also, I won't be using them since it will be on the hospital roof and I'm just out of the hospital. I need to give my coils a chance to rest, not to mention I have about half my chakra." He continued. "Why are you telling me? I know you can make good decisions." "Well, I thought you would like to see the match since you hardly see him anymore because he refuses to be around you since you said no to training him. The match will be on the hospital roof in a minute once I get dressed from this hospital stuff." He finished, getting a nod from Itachi before going to his room to get changed into his regular gear. He didn't know why, but he liked having his t-shirt open without anything under it. It got a reaction from most women and provided a distraction to his opponent. Walking downstairs, he nodded to his brother before hugging his mother from behind and telling her bye. Like always, it still amazed him how much time Itachi spent here instead of the Uchiha compound, but he was family. He shunshined to the roof of the hospital. "About time you shown up, Dobe. Sorry about that, I had to go home and get changed. I don't think you want to fight me in my hospital gown now, do you?" He felt Itachi's chakra signature on a roof opposite, watching them. "Rules?" Sasuke asked. "Well, I'm not long out of hospital and my body still feels rather raw, so no ninjutsu or kenjutsu. Taijutsu and jinjutsu are fine. How does that sound?" "Fine, Dobe," he said, but on the inside he was seething. He wanted to copy his jutsu. Little did he know Naruto always mastered a jutsu before attempting to learn another, so they couldn't be copied. Kakashi landed next to Itachi and asked what was going on. "My foolish little cousin wanted to fight Naruto to copy his jutsu, but he is just out of hospital, so he is still rather weak compared to his normal level. He asked me to watch the fight since I don't see Sasuke that much due to him refusing to be around me, but I think it was more due to the fact that he was afraid of his body cutting out on him mid-fight and Sasuke using some stupid technique he copied and not stopping." Kakashi nodded and stood there watching Sasuke try to attack Naruto in taijutsu. Naruto was much slower than what he was in the finals and in the invasion that followed, but he was still faster than Sasuke. His seals and weights were still released from his fight in the invasion, but he couldn't move anywhere near his max speed due to strained muscles, so his taijutsu style wouldn't be near as effective. Sasuke was still getting beat around. Sure, he was getting a punch in here and there, but he was losing even with his Sharingan. Naruto punched him in the face with a slightly enhanced fist full of chakra and sent him flying into a water container on the roof. Sasuke was not happy about this and began the hand seals necessary for Keton. Gokakyu no Jutsu, but before he could finish, Kakashi appeared, grabbing his wrist. "I thought you agreed no ninjutsu." "Eichin," Sasuke said before turning his attention back to a smiling Naruto. "What are you smiling about, Dobe?" "Hm? Nothing, just I won because you broke the rules." He continued smiling, which infuriated Sasuke. "You think you're so much better than me, Dobe? You're not. I see the umbu that follow me as my minders because this village thinks I'm a flight risk, and we both know you're a flight risk, so where are your minders? You will have some even if you don't see them. I'm loyal to the Hokage. I proved that multiple times in my younger days, as I'm sure several umbu can vouch for me. I have no minders." "Sure, Dobe," he said before disappearing in a leaf shunshin. Naruto's smile turned into a frown. He was starting to put it together now, how he and Kurenai were starting to fall apart, how she never wanted to spend time with him, and how she didn't even call for him when he just finished killing an army of 1,000 to protect her. He hoped he was wrong and being paranoid, but his instincts wouldn't let him rest until he checked out the possibility of his thought process. The frown went unnoticed by everyone in the group except Kakashi and Itachi, who both nodded to each other. Naruto disappeared in a flock of crows, and moments later both Itachi and Kakashi disappeared as well, going after a different objective. Kakashi went to give Sasuke a speech about hurting comrades, and Itachi went to make sure his little brother did nothing stupid. Itachi arrived on a roof far away from his current position and stood behind his little brother as he relentlessly pounded away at the concrete wall in anger. "What is it, Itachi?" Itachi stood there for a moment. He never called him Itachi unless he was about to do something others considered extremely stupid, but he considered genius also when he was pissed off, which was a hard thing to achieve, but apparently his cousin managed it. "Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Don't you see it?" "See what?" "Your umbu, Itachi. Look underneath the underneath and apply it to my relationship with one Kurenai Yuhi." Itachi did so and started seeing little bits here and there showing that she didn't really care for him, but he didn't understand what this meant. He wasn't a person who shown his feeling that much apart from with his family, and he certainly wasn't a person to ask for advice on a woman's heart. "So she doesn't love you?" If that was it, then I wouldn't be so angry but more annoyed with myself at this moment. Apply what you have just learnt to what Sasuke said on the roof. "You think you're so much better than me, Dobe? You're not. I see the umbu that follow me as my minders because this village thinks I'm a flight risk, and we both know you're a flight risk, so where are your minders? You will have some even if you don't see them." He was thinking about it and then it clicked. "Oh shit. I see you understand. I let myself fall in love with a woman who was using me. I left myself vulnerable. After all I've done for this village, Sarutobi would do this to me. I am angry at myself for falling for it as well. I need proof before I confront either," he said before looking at the sun in the sky. It was around 1:30 in the afternoon, which was the Hokage's lunchtime. He smiled deviously before shining towards the ledge outside the Hokage's window and applying a genjutsu to everything in the office to make them think that no time in passing. He opened the window and walked towards a room full of records where he knew records and secrets were kept. The Umbu were meant to be enough to stop anyone from getting into this room except the Hokage, but they had never seen a genjutsu master like Naruto before, and would probably never again, and thus were unprepared for the surprise genjutsu he used. He was still fuming but knew better than to let personal life interfere with the job at hand and started searching the files for the letter N for his name. He had hoped that there was no record for him, but he would soon be proven wrong. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. So it has my full name, huh? Fools. Hikari was watching from inside his mindscape, hoping beyond hope that what she thought wasn't true. It would break his heart. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. Alias: Konoha's Red Devil. Handler: Kurenai Yuhi. Mission type: seduction. Mission parameters: relationship between one Naruto Uzumaki and Kurenai Yuhi. Reason for mission: loyalty of Jinchuriki. Mission: seduce the Jinchuriki to make sure he has ties within the village to provide mental stability and loyalty. Assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mission status: ongoing. The entire village felt the Ki released by Naruto. It felt like the one-tailed demon Shikaku had been released and they all shivered. Civilians fell to the ground unconscious. Shinobi and Kunoichi fell to their knees and the Umbu were shaking. As quick as the Ki appeared, it disappeared with only a few who knew what or who it was, and those few who did felt sorry for whatever person pissed him off. He walked out of the room with his Genjutsu and Sharingan active due to his rage. He almost lost control of his Genjutsu but managed to control it. His anger building and only affecting his control of his chakra. He only had enough time to place one more Genjutsu on the guards, making them believe that the third Hokage called for an emergency council meeting of all clan heads and civilian council. They left immediately to inform all members of council. The Hokage was informed that the civilian council wanted a meeting. Within the hour, all council chamber seats were full and all members were in attendance. The third Hokage sat in his seat looking weary as ever. He almost had a heart attack earlier when he felt the unknown Ki in his village. He was sure to bring that up at a later point in the meeting. Who called this meeting? He asked, getting confused looks from both councils. Hayashi Hyuga stood up. Hokage-sama, we were told to attend this emergency meeting by your Umbu who said you called it. I was told by the Umbu that someone in the civilian council called it. He said, getting a slightly bad feeling. Called it. Naruto said, appearing from the shadows with his Sharingan active, staring impassively towards the Hokage. Naruto, you can't call a meeting. Oh, but I can. No, you can't. I did though, did I not? The Hokage started to feel a vain throb in his head. Why? I found something out earlier. It has come to my attention that I have had, for a better choice of words, shall we say, minders, looking out for me to report to the Hokage about me for the past couple of years since I was 8 years old. The Hokage was starting to feel slightly uncomfortable at the stare he was getting from Naruto. You have had no such thing. Think again, you decrepit old fool. He said rather harshly, getting gasps from everyone in the room. They all knew how much Naruto cared for the third Hokage, and even if some council members agreed with part of his statement, they would never have the balls to say it to his face. In my hand, he said, showing a folder with a red stamp saying HEO, meaning it was for the Hokage's eyes only and no one else, is a file of the mission assignment. Naruto, how do you have that? He said, not even trying to deny it now since he had the file. You don't even try to deny it? This could just be a blank folder? A ninja should look underneath the underneath, right? But I digress. This is the actual folder and I'm going to read it out loud for everyone, at which point you will know what you have lost. He cleared his throat and opened the folder. He began to read the start of it. Name: Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. Alias: Konoha's Red Kiba. Handler: Kurenai Yuhi. Mission type: seduction. Mission parameters: relationship between one Naruto Uzumaki and Kurenai Yuhi. Reason for mission: loyalty of Jinchuriki. Mission: seduce the Jinchuriki to make sure he has ties within the village to provide mental stability and loyalty. Assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mission status: ongoing. Everyone was staring wide-eyed at this revelation. not because of what the mission was but because of the name, his full name. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Uchiha. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha. My father was the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and you fools have lost everything I could have given you. Did you know that the Namikaze wasn't a clan until my father came to power as Hokage? They own several buildings that both civilian and shinobi live in. Not to mention that I have inherited the Uzumaki fortune and Whirlpool Island, which is still to this day protected by barriers that only an Uzumaki can pass through. Did you also know that on this island is the most bountiful supply of rare minerals? I awakened my Sharingan at the age of 5, also awakening my Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. He said, pausing for dramatic effect whilst he sent more chakra to his eyes to display his Mangekyo. I have since gained the final level of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and am the only one who can pass the Sharingan onto my children. Itachi is unfortunately sterile and can't have any kids. Sasuke is most likely interested in men and will defect in the future to anyone who will offer him power, and then you have me. I will never, and I mean never, love someone from the village again. My Sharingan will die with me. Everyone was wide-eyed at what he finished saying. Here was the son of the 4th Hokage, and Sarutobi was stupid enough to assign a seduction mission against him? He was known as the Professor. He should have known what would happen to him if the mission failed like it was right now. Now we have that out the way, the civilian council members that live in buildings owned by my family will have the rent tripled as recompense for when I was younger. I survived for 5 years with you, tripling the price of my food, clothes, and other basic necessities, and so will you. I want to say one more thing before I leave on my training trip for 2.5 years with Jiraiya. I care not for this village anymore. I care for only my family, and if anyone hurts them, I will tear them apart. As long as this village is my family's home, it shall be mine, but the moment they die, then I shall leave. Earlier in the week, when I departed the army that approached, I did not for only the village. Their faces haunt me at night because of my Sharingan active, yet I accept this because I did it for my family. This village can burn to ashes for all I care. Announce to the village who and what I am, Sarutobi, and by the time I get back from my training trip, I expect there to be a Godame Hokage, otherwise I will go to the fire daimyo seeking compensation for what you and this village has done to me over the years. Also, that Ki earlier was me when I found out what you had done. With that, he shunshined home, and Itachi stood calmly and said, well, you fucked up my brother Sarutobi. I hope you realize that he was restraining himself greatly from killing you. Yes, I do. And I hope you also realize he is deadly serious about what he said about his family. My brother never lies when it comes to family. A stupid civilian stood up. Does that mean Sasuke is the demon's brother? And we should force him into the CRA, he said, getting shouts of agreement from the other civilians and a round of facepalms from the Shinobi Council. No, Sasuke is our cousin. He was adopted by Ka-san when her sister died in the Kyuubi attack. We've always treated him like a brother, so he never knew, but now I suppose I will have to tell him. Also, I take it that it is civilians like you who will try to force him into the CRA. I've trained him since he was 5 and can tell you now he has pretty much surpassed me in most areas, so good luck. With that, he shunshined home to speak with his mother. Naruto arrived home to tell his mother about his training trip and tried his best to hide his anger. Ka-san, I'm going on a training trip with Ero Sennin. Sorry for short notice, he said, hoping she wouldn't ask how long for. Okay, Sochi, but how long are you going away for? He stopped mid-step and sighed. 2.5 years to get ready to fight S-clan criminals that want to kill me and extract the Kyuubi, according to Ero Sennin, he said with a slightly sad voice. Okay, remember to write and be careful, but most importantly don't turn into a pervert, she said with a small smile. Hi, Ka-san. He left to the library before sealing several high-class techniques and the Hiratian scroll into a blood seal on his wrist, allowing him to study when he was away. He grabbed a pre-packed bag of clothes and equipment, something he had picked up from his older brother's umbu duties. Always be ready. Shining to the front gate and leaving a note in his wake to his older brother, he met up with his perverted godfather. He could sense that his godfather knew something was wrong but waved it off. Let's go, Ero Sennin. I have 2.5 years away from this village and my family, although the former I don't mind that much, and I'm going to use them to train properly, he said, getting a raised eyebrow from his godfather being nodding. First stop would be Suna, but they are kind of scared of you right now, so we will go there at a later date. So first stop will be Taki to check on my spy network and work on your ninjutsu and chakra control. Later in the year we will work on kenjutsu, but all the while you will be working on your physical exercise with weights and seals. At some point we will work with the toads and maybe teach you a little bit about senjutsu chakra and how to mold it, but that won't be until near the end. he said, getting a nod from his young apprentice before leaving, not noticing the ruckus that was happening in the village from Naruto's little speech. The day was young. The sun was rising and the birds were chirping. We find the road to Konoha's northern gates occupied by 4 people, a 6'4" blonde male with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail down his back, a red and black jacket with the kanji for toad sage on the back, and the headband with spikes and the kanji for oil on his forehead. The next person was a 5'9" tall blonde woman with long blonde hair wrapped in bandages down her back, wearing a purple schemed outfit missing the midsection. She had a sizable C-cup bust and a smile that made her look like an angel. In the woman's arms was a 2-year-old toddler. She had 2 whisker marks on either side of her face with sun-kissed blonde hair at shoulder length and bright blue eyes. All in all, she was a 2-year-old female version of Naruto. The last man was the same height as the first but with pure white hair. He wore similar clothes to the first and had the same headband as him. These people were Naruto and soon-to-be Yujito Uchiha Namikaze, Jiraiya the Gallant, and the daughter of Naruto and Yujito Kushina, named after her grandmother Kushina Namikaze. The gate guards were doing nothing as per usual when the group of 4 just walked past them. They both held their mouths open as they saw the legendary genin walk through the gates to his hometown. Kotetsu looked to his partner in crime with a small grin. Things are going to get interesting around here now, don't you think? Sure do. Wonder what will happen when those 2 meet? A shiver went up both men's spines. It was bound to be explosive and not very good for one side of the conversation. Back with the group, Naruto had his 3-tomoed Sharingan active to remember all the small details of his first time back in Konoha since that fateful night almost 5.5 years ago when he was betrayed by his dearest friend. He sighed to himself. He was starting to get depressed with this place, and then he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back to see his girlfriend Yujito and his darling daughter in her arms, giggling away, trying to reach out and grab a butterfly that just went past. "Stop going Uchiha on me. I can't handle your depressed ass," she said in a tone that clearly held a lot of mirth. She always had a way to cheer him up. It was uncanny. "Fine, Kushina-chan, wanna go meet Bachan? What about your Aji-san?" he said whilst looking at Kushina. Both parents smiled when she stopped what she was doing and shouted "yeah," which was her best attempt at saying yes to date. "All right then, let's go." Before he could even start to move in the direction of his house, a voice called out in an attempt to rain on his parade. "Not now, Naruto. We have to speak with whoever the Hokage is." "Not today, Sensei. I don't want to return to that building today. How about tomorrow after breakfast? My treat. Just drop by the house, eh?" "Fine, you can go. I will speak with the Hokage about it and we will see you tomorrow." Naruto stood straight with a mock salute before grabbing his daughter and girlfriend and shining towards a place he hadn't been in such a long time, home. Arriving outside his home, wanting to surprise his brother and mother, he smiled. He missed this place. It was his only sanctuary when he was younger and training. His peace and quiet, his perfection. Sure, he had the spot on top of his father's head, but that could be interrupted at any time by ninja such as ANBU operatives in search of him. Placing his hand atop the lock and bleeding onto it, he heard a slight clicking sound signifying the gate had been opened. He carefully opened the gate and his eyes roamed his home in suspense, hoping that it was still the save bit of heaven he remembered. His eyes fell onto the front garden. Oh, how he remembered the days after the Uchiha massacre when his mother wouldn't leave the house, and when she finally did, she left for gardening. Naruto himself had no issues with this. He could tell that she needed a way to cope with what was happening, and this was it, so he left her to it and the garden became beautiful. He couldn't take it any longer and ran inside his home. It all looked the same. "Ka-chan. I'm home," he shouted, hoping she was at home. His hopes were well founded when he heard loud footsteps indicating running above him, showing that she was upstairs. She hadn't aged at all, Naruto thought, as she came running in the kitchen, still looking like she was 20 when she was closer to 35. He couldn't help but smile when he saw her. She couldn't believe it. Her baby boy was standing in front of her in the kitchen smiling at him. There was a blonde woman and baby beside him, but that was for later. For now, she was just going to hug her son for life and hoped he would never leave again. "What time do you call this, young man?" 2.5 years late? He said, shrinking down into himself, which Yujito found amusing since she knew how strong he was. "Damn right, if I hadn't missed you so much I would spank you." Deciding to change the subject before it became uncomfortable, Naruto had a bright idea. "Hey Ka-chan, did you know you're a grandmother now?" "What?" "Yep, meet my daughter and your granddaughter Kushina Uchiha Namikaze." It was then at that moment in time that she finally paid close attention to the people in the room. The little girl in the woman's arms had to be about 2 years old and had whisker marks on her face like her father. She stopped all her scolding and started walking towards an uncomfortable Yujito before rushing her and grabbing the little girl, trying to squeeze her to death via hug. "Kachan, I think she needs to breath." Mikoto noticed that the girl was starting to go blue and let her to. She fell onto the floor on her feet and stood for a few seconds before falling backwards on her bottom and smiling at her grandmother. "Before you go hugging her to death again, this is Yujito. She is the mother of Kushina and will be my wife eventually. I love her with all my heart and will do anything to protect her," he said, smiling as he hugged a blushing Yujito to his chest. Mikoto obviously awed at the sight, but inside she was incredibly happy that her son had found love. She, like everyone else, had heard about Kurenai's mission to seduce him and thought that he would never find love in the village. Apparently she was right, considering Yujito had a scratched headband on. "Where's Tachi and I? He rejoined ANBU whilst you were training because he was bored. Should have just taken a genin team." "That's what I said, but apparently the thrill of battle thing you had was building up, and with ANBU he could help the village and battle tough opponents. I bet he's gotten really strong. He was wanting a spar with you when you got back, so he wanted to improve since he had no doubt that you surpassed him a while ago. Does the village know about you yet, Kachan?" "Yes, they all had mixed reactions. Some wanted to hurt me because my son was the demon brat," she said, while sensing her son let out an overwhelming ki that could bring most jonin to their knees if it was aimed at them. Luckily it wasn't aimed at anyone in particularly, so she just smiled. His son was still incredibly overprotective of people he loved and family. "Others thanked me because of what you did just before you disappeared in the invasion. They tried to force me into the CRA, but I told them that if you found out along with Itachi, then they would have a serious situation on their hands, and the entire council don't want a repeat of last time," she finished whilst taking a breath and watching Naruto smirk. "What happened to the old man?" "He stepped down after sending a team after Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. How about you let your son treat you, his daughter, and his fiancée to some ice cream in town? It's a hot day and we can relax." She nodded. It was just starting the day and incredibly hot already, and was bound to become even hotter later on. Her son cheers whilst picking Kushina up and placing her on his shoulders whilst she was all the time giggling at the attention. He looked to his mother and held out his hand whilst he did the same with Yujito. Kushina was holding his hair for dear life as per usual, and they all shunshined via crows to the center of town in an alleyway. "To the dango shop," he said whilst Yujito was shaking her head at his antics. She could never get entirely used to them due to his unpredictability. She ended up just going with the flow. He suddenly stopped before leaving the alley and looked over to his mother. "1 second, Kachan," he said before going through some hand seals and saying Loli Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Smoke appeared, and through the smoke you could see a human figure around 20 years of age with the blood-red hair that most the Uzumaki clan were born with. "About time, Naruto. I was wondering when you were going to summon me," she said, annoyed at being locked up again after so long. "Sorry, Hikari-chan, had to get into Konoha and you would have been an incredible red flag." She nodded understandingly whilst Mikoto watched in amazement. "Who are you?" Everyone looked towards Mikoto. "Allow me to introduce you to her, Kachan. This is Hikari, or better known as the Kyubi." Mikoto just nodded. She had long been informed of Kyubi's role as the puppet in the attack nearly 17 years ago, so she didn't care that much, and her son seemed to trust her a lot, which also helped. Grabbing Yujito's hand and walking with the group, they started to head towards the dango shop. People were beginning to notice Naruto now and were greeting him with Uchiha-sama and a bow. It sickened him tremendously. Not even 5.5 years ago they scorned him and tried to abuse him both physically and emotionally because he was a Jinchuriki, and then all of a sudden he had the Sharingan, so he must be treated with respect. It was the height of hypocrisy to him. People were staring at the child on his head and the woman he had his left hand entwined to and were starting to get suspicious. She had a scratched Kumo headband on and people were getting nervous because of it, but no one, shinobi or civilian alike, dared to move against her because she was with Naruto and held hands with him. The female civilian and most of the female shinobi population all awed at the scene as Naruto carried the little girl on his shoulders and constantly watched her in case something happened, as the little girl was looking at everything excitedly. Arriving at the dango shop, the waiter led them all to a booth at the back of the restaurant away from the crowd so that they could eat in peace. None of them noticed Kurenai, Yuhi, and the 3 other ice queens sitting on the opposite side of the restaurant eating. Said ice queens were now in conversation about Naruto since he had just entered. "Maybe you should apologize to him, Kurenai?" Anko asked. She had seen what he had done for the village and was proud to have been a shinobi at that point in time watching him fight. Snort like he would accept it. Kurenai snorted uncharacteristically. I think he would. He seems quite relaxed with the two blondes, the mysterious redhead and his mother. Yugao replied calmly. She had been one of his guards growing up and was happy with how he turned out, but when she learned of Kurenai's betrayal she refused to speak with her for weeks afterwards. She considered Naruto like a little brother, just like the rest of her squad and his protectors did. Fine, I will go apologize, she finally said, although hesitantly. It was understandable she broke the man's heart when he was younger and was not looking forward to his reaction. Yugao nodded, accepting this as she watched her walk over to the table. Naruto and his family were all laughing at some of the stories Makoto was telling of what happened when they were away during the trip. When they all noticed Kurenai walking over, albeit nervously, Yujito knew who this was due to the description that Naruto gave her and held his hand tightly while smiling. She was the one to win his heart, but she was second best in the race and this woman squandered it. For that she disliked the woman greatly. Naruto sighed and looked up. Kurenai. Naruto. You're looking good, he said awkwardly, not really understanding what to say at this point in time. Thank you, I want to. She stopped when he raised his hand. Listen, it was a mission, and although I hate the fact that it was given, I will not hate you for it, but what I will hate you for is if you please don't leave me alone. I am having family time for the first time after 5.5 years. I think I deserve it. He finished. She nodded and left him alone whilst he let out a sigh of annoyance. Well done, Sochi, it takes a lot to be the bigger man, his mother said whilst the others agreed. Thanks, let's just carry on and have some fun, he said with a small smile. He had missed everything about this, and if he didn't fall in love and had Kushina not been born, he would have been sure he would have seen it as a wasted trip. They continued for another half hour just sharing stories when his mother asked how he and Yujito met. He was about to answer when a shadow was looming over him. He ignored it and started his story, but before he could really get into it, the sound of a throat clearing in the background was heard. He grunted in annoyance and turned around to face it whilst Makoto was thinking that the grunt must be hereditary since all Uchiha males seemed to grunt when annoyed. Yes? You were meant to report in. That can wait till tomorrow. No, it really can't. Yes, it can. No, it can't. You will come with me now and report it. Nope. Tomorrow I'm enjoying family time, which you are interrupting, he said, starting to get annoyed with the fact that this person was still here. They were starting to draw a crowd now. Apparently this woman was famous. Do you know who I am? No. Well, let me tell you, I am. She stopped when he interrupted her. Listen, if you are searching for me and considering I had a genjutsu over the table to make people not notice us, then that means you have Kage-level chakra reserves, but you also fit the description of this Tsunade person that Sensei mentioned a lot. Going by this, I would presume you are the Hokage that replaced the old man after his tremendous fuck-up before I left. Now I presume proper introductions are in order. How about you go first? He said with a disarming smile that made women's heart melt. Tsunade was beginning to lose her temper with this blonde brat in front of her, and the ever-growing vein in her forehead was proof of that. I am Tsunade Senju of the Senju clan and 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village, she said in a proud voice. Naruto smiled a bit and nodded in understanding. Fair enough, Tsunade Senju of the Senju clan. I am Naruto Uchiha of the Uchiha clan, he said whilst activating his Sharingan before morphing it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There was a tense silence for a minute or two before Naruto continued. Now let me explain something to you. I don't care who you are or what position you hold, it is all meaningless to me, Miss Senju. But, and this is a big but, you are interrupting my family time with my daughter, fiancé, mother and close family friend that I consider a sister in all but blood, and if you don't stop interrupting until tomorrow when me and Jiraiya will come by your office and report, then I will activate Susanoo and throw you from here to Moon Country for interrupting something that I haven't had the chance to do for 5.5 years. He said in a monotone voice that many cringed at whilst the vein in Tsunade's forehead grew to almost breaking point. Listen here, brat, she said whilst he whispered something to Yujito, who nodded and placed her hands over Kushina's ears before Naruto unleashed a god-awful killing intent and said in a dangerous voice with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ablaze, "Am I gonna have to throw a bitch?" She said nothing while sweating under the ki. You can't stand the killing intent yet, you were happy to throw yours around earlier. I will be at your office for 9 AM tomorrow with Jiraiya, Yujito and Kushina. Now leave us, he said before many shunshuns were heard and they were suddenly left alone again. That is a dangerous game you played, Sochi, Makoto said whilst being slightly impressed at how much her son had grown. I haven't seen you in 5.5 years. No one is going to interrupt us again, he said with a smile. She nodded and they all continued. Naruto eventually asked why Sasuke left, which she was surprised to know he knew about. Mikoto sighed for what seemed like the 100th time in the past day. Apparently her son made things troublesome around Konoha. He left about a month after you. He wasn't happy about all the positive attention you were getting even when you weren't here, and he heard that you were going to train with a Sannin, so he thought he would do the same. Unfortunately, he killed 2 Chunin guards at the gates. At the time of his escape, a team was sent to retrieve him, but they left too late and he arrived in Rice Country to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-chan has already made it to the top position in my shit list, even about the Akatsuki, because the fool tried to brand both Yujito and Kushina with the curse seal. I saved them before he had the chance, but I may or may not have totally obliterated his base at the same time as wounding him. That team is going to die, slowly and painfully, but I didn't see Sasuke, so he must have been at another base at the time. If I saw him, then I would have beat him up and brought him back to Konoha. He finished. She nodded and understood. Nobody messed with his family, that was his #1 rule, and Orochimaru broke it. Enough of this depressing story. We've been here for around 4 hours now just catching up, and it's about 3 in the afternoon. We need to get stuff for Kushina-chan like a crib, food, diapers, and whatever else we need, he said and stood up whilst paying the bill. Kushina stumbled over to him and held his hand. He looked down to see a small Kushina smiling up at him. She had started to learn to walk not that long ago and was quite good for her age. Kushina held her other hand for Yujito to grab, and she was all too happy to oblige. They left with Kushina walking slowly in between them, swinging every third step to catch up. Many onlookers were smiling at the display of affection. It took the rest of the day for Naruto and the others to buy and put together, and it was starting to get dark, so they made dinner and went to bed. Both Naruto and Yujito were rudely awoken by a toad using a low-level Suiton Jutsu on them. "Ero Sennin, how many times have I told you not to do that? I thought we got you out of this Ero Sennin crap, kid? Well, it's back to Ero Sennin when you wake me up at 5 in the morning using a Suiton Jutsu," he moaned. "Whatever, so I heard you met Tsunade yesterday. What did you describe her as, a spitfire, was it? That doesn't do justice to her temper. Tell me about it," he drawled. "Anyway, time to get up, breakfast to have, meeting to meet, and of course my personal favorite, there is research to be searched." He grinned at the end. "Remember what I said about peeking on me and Yujito-sensei? It will not end well for you," he said seriously. Jiraiya nodded, knowing from experience that Yujito was brutal on pervs peeping on her. She only let Naruto do that. He sighed. "Fine, let's go have breakfast." Naruto nodded before walking downstairs in only pajama bottoms with no top, leaving Yujito to wake up and get their daughter ready whilst he went to make breakfast for the family. 20 minutes later, and Mikoto came down dressed for the day, having heard the disturbance earlier, waking her up. Seeing the man her son labeled as Ero Sennin before she smiled and thanked him for taking care of her son. Speaking of whom had just finished making everyone breakfast when Yujito came down carrying a still half-asleep Kushina. She didn't appear to be a morning person and wanted to go back to bed. Yujito gave Naruto a kiss on the cheek before sitting beside him and started to eat her breakfast, but not before placing Kushina in a high chair. Naruto smiled. He loved this feeling of having a family and a daughter, and it filled the void that formed when he first started training, trying to forget about Kurenai. 2 hours later, dishes were done and everyone ate. Naruto got dressed and begun his morning routine. He long since maxed out his chakra weights at 230 kilograms because of his advanced healing factor, and although they provided a big speed increase, he often felt that he hadn't gotten the full effect of his weight training.